Okie dokie. Seems like Dunk's about wrapping things up. How you doing, Schleefu? Hope you're doing well. Water, water, water. So very nice. Damn, a 20 watch streak. That's impressive. I am bigly impressed. Let's see. And my Adderall should be kicking in here any minute now. Hey, hey, hey there, Isuna Dyer. How you doing? And I'm glad to hear you're doing okay. And I'm a little tired. But Adderall kicking in soon. I'll be doing well. Pretty promptly here. And, let's see. I am very happy to have the, what do you calls it? Oh, golly. The far more, to have the reroll machine broken so that now I can finally have the wand capacity combined with the obscene stats that are comparable to like a tier 11 wand, right? But without actually going ending this run, because otherwise the only way to get that would be to go into nightmare mode into the hell areas, in nightmare mode specifically, right? And as much as I will be doing that later, that's for another time. That's not for right now. You know? Yeah. And so I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good, I say. How are you doing, Asuna Dyer? Is the work thing you were dealing with over yet? Oh, faster ones. Heck yeah. Just as I was mentioning a moment ago. Okay, put the wand up here for that guy. Put this fella right there. And then I can simply fetch out the very strongest boyos that I wish to use. Okay, you're nearly fully upgraded, I'm pretty sure. Okay. I love it. It's kind of hard to tell. Fills me with just a bit of delight, where I'm like, ooh. I love that I'm so late into this this run that it is kind of hard to tell if a wand is fully upgraded or not. Ah, yes, and this guy. Hell yes. Fast. No, not Lucky Minion. Faster wands. Okay. You have 3 more stores and then you're done? I mean, that's pretty great, Isuna Dyer. Rock and roll. Oh my, you have news, you say? Do tell. I'm certainly always interested. Let's see. Good stuff. Okay, so we got this. Excellent. We're gonna click on the faster wands. I'm so excited. Faster wands. Alrighty. So we have the point. Oh yeah, that's very good. Oh, this is getting so much better every time I use this. It's getting so much better. Hell yes. 1,000 man. Yes, I'm so happy about this. Okay, what other guys do we have? Nothing here. Okay, so that means I can just reroll. One moment, y'all. This is one of the last mountains I really plan on pilfering for the time being, I suppose. Because, you know. Like, I could... Ooh, even more health, I guess. You know, why the hell not? Projectile repulsion. I mean, you know what? Nah. I do not need more projectile repulsion sector. You watched all 6 episodes featuring Sandro. You couldn't find... Really? Really? That's incredible, actually. Schlifu, thank you. That means we've discovered some lost media. Unfortunate, but goddamn, son. I really appreciate that diligent work. When Ren is a bit more awake, I will be sure to ask what they found out, because they too did a bit of snooping, and they watched through the episodes and couldn't find the sounds. So I'm suspecting that indeed, yeah, there's a very real chance they could be like legitimately lost media, which is really wacky to me, right? Because it's like, wow, fucking, who would have guessed that this random ridiculous person from, you know, like Project Runway would like end up having a goofy sound that I really enjoyed. It turned out to be very, you know, like lost media, like someday. If you know, you'd asked me several years back if I had that on my bingo card for what would be happening in the future, I would have lost. I would not have put that on the bingo card. Because yeah, like that was, I would not have seen that shit coming. Because yeah, that's whack. Let's see. Okay, really? Surprise. Hey, 0 damage, welcome on in. How are you? And I have not forgotten about wanting to chit-chat. I'm probably not going to feel up to chit-chatting today because I'm an eepy little guy, because I wanted to sleep. But I just wanted you to know I had not forgotten. I had not forgore. And that I still care. Because hug. I know many people give idol like, oh yes, we should do X. And then they never follow through on it. And yeah. The forgore is not here. It is true. Exactly. I'm glad you understand. I'm glad you understand. That's very silly. But hey. I'm about whimsicality here. Faster wands? Yes. Yes, that is one of those things I am looking for. Because I'm interested in making a few very, very nasty, very strong boys. In particular, like this guy here with the 303 mana maximum. And the 1645 recharge. If I can get that up to about 16 slots, I think I can make a truly catastrophic meteor wand. Because ideally, I would like to be able to fire that, like, 6 or 8 times a second. Maybe 12, if I can. So 10 times a second would be 1,500 mana recharge, and it has that, right? So like, that would be extremely fun. Couple of add manas just for good measure, and I mean that thing could well be the best thing ever. Really? Give me a moment. I am excited as could be to find out. To see the fruits of your labor, Schlifu. Because Schlifu been doing great work. Bah! Yeah, just about you and Ren's weekend, yeah. one weekend a month, 2 weekends. It's true, yeah. And how are we? Myself. So Ren and I have both generally, our sleep schedules are actually kind of like better than they've been in years, realistically. Just for whatever reason, we've managed to actually kind of normalize our sleep schedules better than normal. Now let's see. Via, you know what? I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you that that sound is not fan-fucking-tastic. It is. Oh, and the backpack sound, and... Oh, yeah, these are all very good. I am very... You know what? I am happy about this. I am okay with these things. These things be great. That, you know what? That's superb. But yeah, like, how else? Yeah, like, how else have I been, really? God. Do you guys know anything about shamanism? Out of curiosity, it is relevant. But hey, Meatball, welcome on in. But yeah. Yeah, like, cause, you know... But also, so I had a... Ren and I have been finding a few things that were riotously funny here and there. And one of them, oh man, it was so extra, let me tell you. It was one of them, like, I believe that it was some randomer on TikTok who claimed that some monk somewhere had quite literally physically turned their body into light, and that there were witnesses, and that the process took weeks or months or some shit. I'm like, oh, is that so? Do you have literally any video evidence? Because fun fact about light is you should be able to see that type. Of course there's no evidence, but it's like, oh man, it was too funny. I'm just like, why is this randomer doing this? Is this some type of rage bait account? It must be, right? It just has to be. You know, and I just... This has nothing to do with... That part has nothing to do with shamanism. It's just that, in fact, shaman... I probably... I'll save that one for another time. It's interesting and fun. But, you know, like... I gotta ask, right? Like, are such people memeing about that shit for the purpose of, like, just engagement farming? Or do the people believe their bullshit? Both are frightening possibilities, right? Because, like, who could really... what are you supposed to do with that level of, like, straight delusion, right? Because it's... you know, it's... I don't know about that one, Chief. Yes, yeah, this is, World 6, yes. I am pressing a few boundaries to see, like, if I can get away with doing this, right? Given my PC, right? Because, technically speaking, we did upgrade the PC in terms of the power supply since we last tried going past World 5. So this world and how this specific one is going to perform shortly after I booted up the PC is also part of the experiment. Indeed, science. But yeah. And, you know, because, like, to me... Yeah, but yeah, we basically just been watching funny TikToks together, Ren and I. That, like, Russell or Jimmy's and the like. Oh, Schleet, you don't like Sham? Interesting. Used to have a friend, they had very severe depression, but her mom didn't believe it. What in the hell, man? It was Sham when they told her. Hold on. What in the goddamn? What? Who the... Frankly, that doesn't sound very much like shamanism at all. Yeah, but yeah, like, honestly... So, here's my thing. That is more like... Fuck, that's really, like, anti-science, right? Did the egg help, at least? Honestly, I feel like the better question is, did the egg smell bad? And I feel like the answer is yes. They're both actually quite good questions, but, you know, they're both pretty ridiculous. Because, like, my thing is, I feel that no matter who you are, right, science is one of the, like, most demonstrably, evidentiarily, like, strong things that has improved human beings' lives throughout history. I'm just like, bro, how could you possibly? How could you possibly act otherwise? And I'm just, it's just a little shocking, you know? Like, I know that people do all the time and whatnot, but I'm just like, but how though? But how though? It should be everybody's legitimately favorite thing ever, and somehow it's not, and I just don't get it. I just don't get it because, you know, science is the coolest shit. It's the bee's knees. It's, you know, insert other things that mean the best ever. It's the coolest thing since sliced bread, etc., you know? Oh, yes, considering how crazy human psychology is not out of the question. Indeed, and yes, what about what? Sorry, did I just get distracted or something? Oh, on the idea of... Very good. So now it's been 45 minutes since I had that, so that means I could eat sourdough if I want. You know how if you go to the hospital and you may refuse treatment, yeah? Are you opening up the can of worms that is the idea of non-compliance? Is that what you're bringing up? Or are you bringing up medically assisted death? Which one? Because they're both fascinating topics. Yeah, while you type that out, I'm actually going to run a 1-minute ad real quick. Yeah, just to get rid of the pre-rolls for right now. Yes. Propulsion sector, more fast. I mean, you got the extra. You know, the extra health is not. No, you know what? I don't need the extra health. Fuck it. Okay. For reals, he's really no. There's yeah, that's a little shocking. I mean, it's fine though because we've not used that many of the perk rerolls yet. Oh come on. So how does that psychological issues? Diagnosis of depression. Is it so like? I can understand that. I can understand perspectives on both sides. Ren and I actually have a slightly different set of beliefs on this one, but we generally agree that, you know, it depends. Is it evidentiarily, demonstrably successful type of treatment, right? Like, if you rewind time back to the 1920s and whatnot, like, and you look at the way they treated bipolar disorder, with like electroshock therapy and the like, in no, not 1920s, 19 the early the between the 1900 and the early aughts of the 1900s, it was more than common to do that, and as it happens, somebody I know, in fact, they actually benefited from electroshock therapy, for the bipolar disorder, but that's a separate discussion. Well, I guess they're dead now, but, you know, from old age, mind you. The point being, of course, that depending on the effects that, like, one's... First off, the question needs to be, is the person hurting other people? Are they immediate, like, a danger to themselves or others, right? That's the first one. Second one is, how trivially easy is it to fix the issue medically, right? they are having an appendicitis. How trivially easy is it to fix that, right? You know, yeah, it's pretty relative to the complexity of surgeries and the gonna be dead if you don't deal with this kind of like consequences. Trivially easy. Not to say that surgery is easy, but you know, it's about the ratios there, right? Of danger to the outcome effect, right? So then you need to look at the other Bibbins, like what happens. Like, so this person, like, what is their depression from? Is it a simple chemical imbalance in the brain? If so, well, they've certainly got quite lit. You know, the bit of the trite saying, "You've got your whole life ahead of you." Very much the case, right? But then, if you look at somebody who's really got a lot of problems in their life that are not going to go away, right? It depends. I don't think there's a right answer, genuinely. In the case like that. But in the former case, I think that the right answer is that it is ethical to like force the person to like be treated and, you know, have quite a lot of benefits, right? But that's only if you can, if there's like demonstrable proof of the benefits, right? But I mentioned it before. For your depression in particular, Meatball, and most people's actually, it can be traced back to inflammation in the brain that, you know, can be treated with specifically Stephen Alardi talks about it as molecularly distilled EPA, the one of the essential fatty acid. So Meatball, what if I asked you as a personal favor to take the fish oil, right? To give it a try. Doing it regularly, right? What if I said pretty please? What if somebody else in your life said pretty please, right? It's a question, because at the end of the day, like, it's a question of when a person cares a lot about something, but you don't. You have to ask, shouldn't the person who cares have, like, their opinion take precedence, right? Especially if the point from which they care is one of, like, genuine concern and compassion and the like. Wouldn't that make their, like, opinion on the matter, I suppose, have more emotional weight, right? I mean, you have, like, nihilism and such? What terror? I won't like what? Do tell. Good stuff. Eat the warm blood. Oh no. Eat the warm blood. Yes, yes, yes. Very good. I do like that the Holy Mountain has so many different, like, little bibbins and places that you can, you know, have liquids and, you know, have an easy time eating them. It's good. Nice quality of life feature, I'd say. Something that I think that Noita kind of doesn't have that many of. Good quality of life features, I mean. Right? But I think this is one of those. Oh, hi, kitty man. Does the little Fruzz Pupperoo want to come up and be a Fluffle Pup? If so, I've certainly got a big bunch of space for the little kitty man. But yeah, generally speaking, like, I find that, like, it's good to kind of look at such things from a perspective of, like, so pretend for a moment you're a random legislator who happens to have, you know, their moral compass somewhat intact still. I know, I'm stretching credulity, but so, like, imagine that for a moment, and then and let's say you're also still quite depressed and whatnot, so not very many things are terribly appealing. Like, the money doesn't do anything for you these days, so the bribes aren't very effective on you. And so it's just like a, I don't care kind of situation. And so, in that particular type of like scenario, what then is like who should that particular individual listen to? Should they listen to the lobbyists, right? Should they listen to the person who's like who genuinely obviously cares a lot about this topic and seems reasonably well versed in the matters, right? Or should you listen to the person who's gonna like pay you a bunch of money to listen to them, right? The lobbyist and the like. Which one's a good person to listen to, right? Because at that stage, I would argue it's better to listen to the person who's demonstrably got like more eggs in the basket, right? So like on a very personal level too, right? There's not so much just monetary eggs in a basket, but like, oh yeah, like I care about this issue because it affects my husband, my family, etc. Right? That type of thing, especially as a legislator, right? But again, if you take a purely like all else being equal type of thing, which one should you listen to? And I'm of the opinion that from like an ethics point of view, if you don't have a currently have like an emotional means to like evaluate such things, then you should probably defer somewhat to the people who do. That's generally how I've always lived my life, right? So if I've ever been in a situation where I've been quite depressed, right, and I just don't really feel like doing the things, I usually look at a thing like, well, you know, a lot of other people care about a lot of other things. Let's see how they're feeling and what they think about the things. And generally speaking, that has served me reasonably well. Right? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So 9. 1, 2, 3, 4. So realistically, to recharge, skip this thing, it'd have to be go bam. I didn't do it right. No, I did do it right. It's just that it has a lot of recharge time even still. Well, bam. Or maybe not. I forget. I don't actually know. It's fine. Oh, wait. Is the double screwing it up? Maybe. Unsure. Yeah, who knows? But yeah, so like, that's a lot of triplicate bolt. But I really like triplicate bolt. I want to make a bunch, so I'll just take a few triplicate bolts and I'll put them on the other wands. Because I would like to make more triplicate bolt wands, because I would like to see the extent of your power. Triplicate bolt, show me what you got. Yeah. So I'll just scooch these guys over to that wand. No, not that guy. That guy. But yes. So like, yeah, I understand you don't care about Nylas. You don't even have the wants, wishes, or aspirations. Avoid pain because it's something you can't not care about. Your body overrides you. Yeah, that makes sense. That's good. That's sensible. So this is what we would call very severe, borderline catatonic and hedonic depression, based on what you have said so far. This is what I would call very highly severe depression. And again, take it from somebody who has been in a very similar frame of mind at one point in their life. Like, I don't recommend first off, I don't make any money for recommending fish oil. I don't gain anything truly. At the end of the day, it's just that I'm concerned for your well-being, and I think that, you know, you would be happier with such things, because for me, starting to take fish oil was an experience of like it was a life-changingly huge experience for me, because of the, like, mind you, the quality of the fish oil, it does matter, which is why I provide the one brand. But if you need the brand again, I'll send it to you. Just ask and I will do so. But yeah, like, for me, like, I suffered from this really severe depression my entire life, and then, like, all of the sudden, the world is a brighter place with things worth appreciating, and, my outlook is kind of instantly changed in an extremely positive way. I get along better with people, and, I am no longer just cripplingly sad all the time, right? It was such a drastic change that I really have a great... Hi, kitty man. Does kitty want to come up here and snug? You want to lick your chops at me and do something else? That's fine. Um, like, it was a truly life-changingly significant sort of thing. And difference between, like, the two ways of things going. Oh, why, hello there, little scruffluff. We little puffle puffle. Why, it's you, Mr. Swiffle Wiffle. And we'll just put this particular guy into that category. Yeah, Mr. Man. Okay, we'll grab the fizzle on this one. And you think it can be hard to care about things when traumatized, because, yeah, the care is also... That's also quite true, Schleifu. Understandable as well. Humans... But, like, I agree with you, actually. And, yeah, we just people, like, because people do inherently very, like, intrinsically care about things, and although things like depression, you know, impair a person's ability to do that, as well as pain, actually, past a certain severity, or duration, or both, or one or the other, but whatever. Like, at the end of the day, it is definitely just like so these are just ordinary spitter bolts with timer. Oh, I don't need that. Never mind that. This guy has the tentacle and the explosive projectile, which are the explosive projectile I would like to have on there. The tentacle I would just like to have for giggles. And let's grab this guy and then get back to the chat. So, yeah, Schleifu, frankly, like, if I could manage to get, like, something I, like, intend to look into at some stage, I don't know when, is just, like, seeing if I can actually get a fish oil sponsor, right? I don't actually think I'll be able to, because, like, I don't know. That would require a company to do something intelligent, and I don't know, I've never seen a company be smart in my entire life, really. Yeah, I've never actually, like, seen a... Like, it's very rare that I've actually seen any type of intelligent choice for a business person make them, yeah. But if I can find that, yeah, I would love that. Because, yeah, like, it made a big difference for me. That said, like, the quality of the fish oil, it does and has always mattered for, like, that kind of thing, because basically... It's only a psychoact. Hey there, old man Windbreaker. Welcome on in. We were talking about how whether or not the quality of the distillation method for fish oil matters a great deal, because if it's been exposed to oxygen for too long, the psychoactive components of the fish oil basically oxidize and are no longer, like, beneficial. Beneficial? Oh my god, I didn't even do that on purpose. But you better believe that that's a great pun. That's a fantastic fucking pun right there. Yeah. But yeah, Meeple, so think of it like this, right? The meaning in life is that which is made, right? So the way that you, like, have meaning in life is by creating it. And that is most easily done with others, right? And surely I mean, rather, something worth thinking about is that I guess the reason I talk up to fucking fish oil so much is because I just it was like I just started thinking more clearly. Is one thing, right? I could also stop thinking whenever I felt like, you know, I wouldn't be overcome with despair most of the time, like I was prior to that. But like, yeah, no, it's good stuff, right? Because it's basically if you want to distill it down to its base components of what is going on with depression, you can kind of look at it. It's a brain inflammation disease. You treat it with a specific type of anti-inflammatory compound that is known as EPA and DHA together in the correct ratio. And yeah, there's good evidence behind it. The biggest trouble is most of the time it's not the right kind of fish oil for a lot of people. And that's why the waters are muddier than they need to be. But yeah, Shifu say that it can be hard to care about things. Oh, actually, I already read that one. Yeet. I'm glad you liked the silly joke, because yeah, that was a goodie. Yeah. Beneficial oil, yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of proud of that one. Extra long capacity. Ooh, seems like I got pretty alright rolls. I don't think I rolled one on anything, which that's good. So, Meatball, Stephen Ilardi actually makes the compelling argument that no, it is all cases. And that basically it's just a question of where the direction of causality is, right? And that even, especially, but when it comes down to it, right? Most people who have depression have tried an antidepressant. I mean, that's a question. Have you ever tried an antidepressant? Hmm? In your life? Right. So basically, so what that tells me realistically is that you like so there's a solid argument to be made that what's happening here is, especially if it's been working most of the time, is that it's was beneficial in a lot of respects because it was doing what it was supposed to chemically, right? Because I'm pretty sure. Let me just check to make sure I'm not wrong about the. When you quit it after what you got Terra's White. That's. Oh, I mean, well, yeah, that's probably because if this is the medication, I think it is. Venlafaxine. Let's see. Effexor, yeah. Yeah, it's an SNRI. A selective norepinephrine reuptake inhibitor. So for those who don't know, reuptake inhibitors, what those generally do are basically so the chemicals that are used to focus and stuff, as well as feel happy and all that, like are like cycled in your brain more or less, and this prevents them from being reuptake, like prevents the reuptake. So what happens is they stay active with the neurons longer. That's the idea behind it, or they stay near the cells that they're supposed to be, like triggering and the like. And inflammation, all around, slows down every process cellularly, in most every respect. Right, certain processes are enhanced, but none of the ones involved in happiness. Right, so there's a very, very pretty compelling and strong argument to be made for it in this respect as well. Yeah, yeah, I was yeah, yeah. No, I just needed to look it up because yeah, I know a fair amount about basically every antidepressant out there because I used to be quite depressed and I studied pharmacology, so that's why. But yeah, so essentially, But to my recollection, this one has quite the serious withdrawal profile. Withdrawal symptoms, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so it's got a pretty strong dependence profile, yeah. Um, which is unfortunate, but it is how it is. Yeah. It's not the same level of severity you could expect from something like a benzodiazepine, but those kill you when you stop taking them. So, I mean, it's not saying much that there is something worse. Yeah. So, in either case, it is very much true that I've always looked at it like there was a very long period of time for me where I was taking both the fish oil and antidepressants, like 5 or 10 years or something. I don't remember. So wait, you stopped it again, and this time, and now you're okay. I see. So you're not saying you're not currently taking it. I get it. Um, because like, I get like, yeah, it's one of those things, right? And depression, it affects a lot of people. It's very normal, but that doesn't mean it's something you shouldn't do something about. Because I've known a lot of people in my life who just kind of like, oh fuck, I did not mean to do that. Whoopsie daisies. Shit. There's a lot of people I've known in my life who like opted not to do something about being depressed for one reason or another. Despite the fact that, of course, in many respects, it was something that you could just basically fix. Oh god damn it! That's so bad. Well, actually, I guess it's not that bad realistically because it's not my telly one. The telly one's in the ceiling, so I guess it could be a lot worse. But yeah, whatevs. It's something that a lot of people have dealt with, and it's something that realistically is not that hard to fix, especially in my eyes. Like an antidepressant, along with like fish oil, again, that worked for me for over a decade. I will link it to you. Give me a sec. Yeah, I can find it real quick, like, because what matters is the specific concentration of EPA and DHA that they are together, and that the ratios are not fucked up. Actually, yeah, this is a. You know what? It's even a good price. Would you look at that? So let me see. I think I'll just whisper it to you because it's a long link. You know how that shit is. Whisper. I'll also put it in the Discord just for others, but yeah, it's a long ass motherfucking link. There you are. Good shit. So it's yeah, I can do it on Discord. Give me a sec. Discord, backpack, backpack. Okay. And yeah, this is also just the stuff that I use. I take exactly one tablet a day, but realistically, I would probably benefit from taking about two a day, but the problem is, like, I am small. So, digestion wise, I just have issues with taking more than one, but most people of like normal size would take two with a meal and they would be good. relevant discussion stuff. There it is. Excellent. I wish I was getting paid for this fucking shit, I tell ya. Someday, maybe. Someday, I say. Someday. Cause it is good stuff, man. Yeah, so basically, before you go ahead and buy whatever equivalent of the thing is, if you can't find that particular version, there are actually about 5 or 10 different like brands that are suitable. And here's something to keep in mind: if it gives you a nasty, unpleasant, fishy burp, that particular tablet did not get it is oxidized. It is not good anymore. It is no longer, the component is no longer psychoactive, right? If you already have the stuff and it's too old, that's probably a thing that will happen to it. Never leave the container open. It can make the entire thing spoil. Right? No, it's about a few minutes it's about some number of minutes after you've like eaten the thing. You've like taken the tablet capsule or whatever, and then basically you burp. And if you can taste the fish oil in the burp, it means that it's it's unpleasant, but that's how it is. And it's even a thing that Dr. Stephen already talks about. Yeah, in his video, he's like, if that happens, it's mean that it's gone bad and it's not good no more. And basically, out of every single bottle of every brand I've ever had, at least 10 of them are bad. Right, I usually buy them in like 250 to like, yeah, about 250, so that's a 1 in 25. It's not the worst ratio. Yeah. Why does that happen? I wish I knew. It probably has something to do with the factory conditions. But also, if that happens, like, realistically, I mean, not the biggest deal. Just take another one, right? But also, probably wait till the next day because can have an unpleasant laxative effect if you have like way too many of them. But that's, again, very uncommon. That's right, we are finding the thing I accidentally put into here. Okay. Good stuff. But yeah, it's definitely one of those things that, like, I find that a lot of people have struggled with in their life. And, honestly, if I had been able to find that's, like, the solution for me that is, like, is that stuff, I just, years of suffering that I would not have dealt with. Yeah. But, you know, that's just how it be. And, wait, and always cast homing. Ooh, with damn go. Oh, I remember why I set this guy aside. Okay. So I believe I also wanted to give this particular one a heavy shot. So this guy's entire purpose is to be an arrow thingamabob, I'm pretty sure, yeah. So the trouble here, of course, is that... Actually, okay, here's what I'll do. I will have this guy go first, and then it'll be... I'll move this guy over to here. Well, actually, you know what? I can just put it all inside of a trigger. Or is that a thought? No, it's a terrible idea, actually. 1, 2, and I'd need a third arrow for that, but then again, that's perfectly usable, that is, but you know. I do have several. My favorite comfort food is legitimately... Okay, so... Okay, actually, my favorite food is the category of meat. Full stop. Meat is my favorite food, and if I could, for the rest of my days, eat nothing but various types of meat dishes, that's exactly what I would do. That, of course, I cannot do. But yes, I would be an obligate carnivore if I could financially support a decision like that. I can't though. I could never. Um, However, yeah, that's just what my favorite food is. My favorite comfort food, I really love sourdough. Oh, it makes me so happy. One of my favorite is... So, the other day, I had, like, one of the best, like, burgers I've ever eaten in my entire life. Like, it was a birthday gift, basically, so I went to, the place for my birthday, and oh my god, it was so good. It was such a good... And it was so affordable, too, which made it... I don't know about you, but that makes things taste better for me. If it's, like, super affordable and delicious, I'm like, oh, hell yeah. Spells per cast, 15. What in the goddamn? Yeah, that's crazy. And actually, this particular wand is going... Oh wait, no, it's still in the thing. Because yeah, that's a wand I would like to actually upgrade, because it's got a manageable, like, bad recharge time that I could actually reduce with the faster wands perk. So yeah, I will deal with that later. I will deal with you later. Yeah, sourdough is amazing, and I love that shit. It's so good. So sourdough is one thing that brings me a great deal of comfort. But then, those, like, bacon sandwiches I eat, so most anything with bacon, I tend to absolutely love and adore, and it's delicious. And let me think, what else? There's actually quite a few different... Like, I'm a very easy to please person. I'm not that... There's a lot of respects in which I am super uncomplicated, and the types of food I enjoy, definitely one of them. Whee! Oh god, this is so funny to watch. I love it. I like it's just like there's a bunch of tentacle rope just sitting over there. It's so ridiculous. Now what happens if I do it? If I fire up more than one like that? How ridiculous does the tentacle rope get? Very is the answer. God damn, that is so wacky. I love it so much. That is beautiful, and it's just art, is what that is. I wonder if every single one of these things would inherit heavy shot. Let's try. Or simply the first one. Nope, just one. Wait, what? Yeah, no, just the one. Just the one. I think. I'm actually not so sure. Well, we do have the thing over there, so let's try it out. The statue. That is kind of what it's for. Didn't tell me anything. Terribly unuseful, that, but it's fine. Yeah, these things happen. But you know, so I really love hamburgers. I'm a simple man. But what else? There's quite a lot of things. I love a perfectly, like, a steak with perfectly rendered fat. That is one of my very favorite things ever. I also really love fruit snacks. and various gummy type candies and whatnot. They are some of my favorite things ever. I'm a big fan of Reese's Eggs. Actually, I'm just a big fan of chocolate in general. Like, generally, milk chocolate I find to be more appealing, but there are some types of dark chocolate I find very appealing. It actually varies quite a lot, like what types of chocolate I like. And I think you're right, Schleefu, that at least two have the heavy shot. It might be the first and second one, as far as I can tell. Yeah. I find the dark chocolate is more, I guess, tolerable to me when it has, very specifically, cranberries. Right? Because the cranberries, I find, fix all of the problems with dark chocolate. Because dark chocolate is simply, it's just too bitter for me. I don't like it. But when you give the dark chocolate the cranberries, right? The cranberries fix all of its problems. They say, don't worry, cranberries. I will make all of your issues go away. And they deliver. Mm-hmm. Now this wand is peculiar. I don't know what the hell I was cooking with it. I don't know why I was cooking this. And it's a little underwhelming. Okay, so it's a 4 cast. So realistically, most any other type of spells that are not so mana intensive would be better. Really. Yeah, that's healthy. And it's quite true, yes. What is the gambling for? It's for absolutely nothing right now. Indeed. Just so that everybody can have more points, I will just add more points. Add points. All. You know, I'm feeling especially generous today. Add points all 13,000. I don't actually know what will let you, know your balance, but you've got at least 13,000. But yeah, let's see. So what other types of foods are my comfort foods? Because I really do have a lot of them. Ah, yes, there's that one. So really, I could just eat. So the real question is, do I want to eat? Oh, and you know, I've got a couple I've got one exact, or two here. They are called Annie's Organic Fruit Twists. Sweet and sour. The flavor, strawberry lemonade. I find it to be one of the most mouth-wateringly delicious things I've ever had the good fortune to taste in my life. It is everything a sugary treat should be, and it is delicious, and it makes me happy. Why did no one tell me? Well, who's no one? And it's true, Isunadar did just tell you. It's true. It's a fact. I think there's also a slots function, maybe? Yes, there is. Very good, very good. I have no idea what it does, by the way. So don't... yeah. Ideally, it would work the way that, like, Vexillus's works. But I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I do not even begin to grasp how Vexillus's system works. and how to replicate most any part of his system. Because that shit is complicated and not at all simple. Okay, so this guy it's just got some bounce, it's got these things, and yeah, it's not very complicated now, is it? Alrighty. Yeah, but that's not the best wand for that, I don't think. I can deal with it later, but yeah, this is kind of this was pretty ill-conceived, I gotta be real. I'm not sure what the hell I was trying to be cooking here. The closest thing to programming is writing a cooking recipe. Oh wow, that is a hell of a wand that thing is, isn't it? Holy shit. Yeah, this one goes to 5 because, yeah, Jesus. What in the world? That may have been one of those ones I accidentally put there. Probably is, actually. I see this is where I've been putting all the wands that I didn't want to have to deal with. And indisputably so. Actually, what is this one? Oh, I remember. The entire point was to spam Thunder Charge, but specifically with Explosive Projectile, and I did not do it correctly. I wanted to see what happened if it lasted longer, and which aspects of it lasted longer. I did not really succeed. I wanted to see if I could also add piercing to it, to possibly make it do... Oh, I can I? Oh, but it doesn't seem to explode. What? Oh, it does. It just takes a while. Do tell. The terrible revelation you had, Schleef. I'd love to hear it. "30 seconds. Interesting. I had no idea that there was a cooldown on it. Fascinating. And honestly, because I'm certainly learning with you guys. Now let's see. So, really, what I could do is be a tiny squidge more sensible about this. And, simply scooch. Yeah, actually. 1, and 2, and 3. And 4. Actually, yeah, that could work. That could work. I guess I've not yet tried to make like a dual setup type thing. And I guess, you know, today might as well be the day. So what I'll try to do here is actually make the second wand. Fire off a damage field triple thing here. And here this will go 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and 2, and then you wrap around. Bam, bam. I don't know if that'll work, but we can try. It worked, but it only fired twice. It do explode big, so I guess that's not nothing. Does seem to do very sizable damage, according to the damage it's dealing to the pollen. Are we being clicker trained? But yeah, I'm not exactly sure what Meatball referring to with describing a process with words and someone else expected to read the description to be able to perform that process. Just talking about reproducibility, I suppose. And you love gambling. Good. Someone subs. The Drosh and Sweatline plays, and everyone spams that one emote. Yeah, that's true. 110%, right? And so here's the thing, right? I'm not particularly horrified by that because, I mean, I was going to get an applied behavioral science major at my university, except they just engaged in such unbelievably, what I can only assume is by design, highly ableist discrimination, in my opinion, for my own legal safety's sake, that I was unable to. I will not get into it right at this second, but yeah, it was pretty bad. And so I decided to change majors, or minors rather. I opted to, okay, rather that's, instead of only getting, I had initially planned to get 1 major and 4 minors, right? A minor in applied behavioral science. I got this. In sociology, in social psychology, and in neuroscience. I whittled this down to a major and a minor because as you might expect, not very hard to figure out. My health deteriorated, so that's how it went. Yep. I think the real issue here is definitely this divide by. I don't think it really even is helpful on this build. Yeah, it's just draining a whole bunch of mana. Yep, I thought so. So, the real question then. Are the reduced spread and electric arcs at odds? / does it even work with this type of projectile? I don't know. Possibly. Maybe. Unsure. I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad real quick. I'll be right back. Gotta get rid of them pre-rolls. Okay. Does that last more or less time? It lasts less time. That is extremely weird. Huh. How peculiar. I guess I could make... really, there's just no terribly good reason to do this particular build on this wand, because I already have several other lightning builds. And it's not that, like, and the electric arc doesn't seem to actually be functioning. We'll flip-flop these. Well, actually, we'll toss that. I don't need that. Yeah, this is... Oh, yeah, you know what? Now, this is better. What if I actually put the electric arc back? Now, it could work. Oh, it's still there. And it has much better mana sustain, too. I mean, that's quite... I mean... I am amused. But yeah, like... I wouldn't worry about it, realistically, because, I don't know, I just wouldn't worry about it. Most people think all sorts of things about other people, and they do so without really ever bothering to know them. And as such, I never was terribly bothered by what a lot of other people thought about me, so long as I had enough good, close friends who actually understood me reasonably well. Which I did. I had the good fortune of that. Yeah. Because, you know, it's whatevs. If they want to call people all sorts of things, have nicknames for them and whatnot, or just mean names. I'm always of the opinion that, well, for me, it just takes a lot of energy to be unkind, and so I don't really feel that anybody should have a lot of incentive to do that. Right? Because it generally just feels like quite the waste of energy, I guess. Like, why be mean to a bunch of people when you could just not do that, I guess, right? I hate Project Runway in a lot of different ways. God, no. Schlifu, you think so... Ren likes it because it's a guilty pleasure. I do not like the show. I just had to watch it as a kid. Yeah, there's a lot of things I really don't like about that show. Namely, how utterly unreasonably cruel Tyra Banks is to people. Not to mention a lot of the other people, and of course there's all of the incredible, like, fat phobia throughout the entire show that's, like, kind of inescapable. Like, it's, like, literally everywhere. Oh, yeah, like, which is part of why I appreciate your service, right? And, you know, like, it's one of the most, like, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's one of, like, the most disgustingly cruel shows I've ever seen. And when I watched it as a kid, I really did not understand at all, like, even in the slightest kind of most vague sort of way, what any person may enjoy about it. That said, I do understand a little bit better now, but that doesn't mean I really like it. Or like the things that, it's, or like what it's trying to do and whatnot. And, like, my biggest issue is it's also one of, like, the most heinously ableist shows I've ever seen. Right? Like, there's an entire thing with, where they're just, the whole thing that's going on is they just discriminate against this poor, like, deaf person, right? I'm just like, why are you discriminating? No, it's blind person, right? And, like, they just, for no clear reason that I could discern, right, opt to just discriminate against this, like, this deaf man. And just not, like, they basically just, or blind man, I don't know why I keep doing that. Or no, they are deaf, that's what it was. And basically, fuck. They basically screwed with the one sense that they did have and deprived them of the other. That's basically what happened. And like, the person never got an apology, and they were basically just told to get good, noob. And I was just like, are you fucking for real right now? And for these people, apparently they were for fucking real. And I have no grasp of why. Of why somebody would do that. Why they would be so unrealistically and needlessly cruel. Like, it's just, to me, it's like unrealistic in the sense of like, there's no realistic reason you could have to like do that. Like, it's not for any practical gain. And like, yeah, so Project, like, because honestly, I also have the added dislike of Project Runway, specifically because my mother would be watching Project Runway when I would just want to play Halo 3, right? And so there's also that going on. But I also really hate quote-unquote reality TV, yeah. It's real bad. Like, I very passionately dislike such things because, frankly, I mean, first off, they uphold capitalism and like the all that shit, and they get people to like believe that they can. So like, I've always been very realistic about what I could and could not do, which is why I opted to try for academia, because realistically, that particular goal was kind of in reach for me for a long time. It was just that by the time I'd finally gotten to the point where I was there, it was no longer within reach for like what I was capable of at that stage. And of course, I had gotten lucky about 30 or 50 times, and that meant basically I ran out of good fortune, I suppose. If I'd had a bit more good fortune, maybe it would have been less out of reach. But I did not. But that's okay. These things happen. Oh, yeah, I hate the Heidi Klum. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. I want you to know, Shlifu, the fact that I remember who you're talking about should be concerning. If you guys didn't, I think I've told you guys this one before, but if I haven't told y'all, I am face blind. Not totally, but, okay, so that's not true. The way it works, for me specifically, is that I was totally face blind when I was younger. And but then, during the, key developmental stages, I learned to just memorize a whole bunch of, like, very relevant to faces type of information, right? And so I did that, and yeah. So I am just really bad at faces, not totally face blind. So that's now the situation for what little that's worth. But it's not like worth nothing, but it's not worth that much. And essentially it's like so for me it was always like a situation where I was just trying to remember people's names and faces. I didn't want to make them sad and shit. But yeah, like, so for me, I don't recognize people that well and easily unless I have a reason to, like, commit their specific face structure, because I need to memorize, like, the ratios of the space between their eyes, their eye sockets, their forehead, their nose, their lips, their chin, all that shit, right? You gotta memorize that. Because normally people, their brains do that automatically, but when you have, like, face blindness, you don't. If you have really I do not have really profound face blindness, but if you have really profound face blindness, then you can't even parse the information about the faces in the first place. I am fortunate in that I could parse the information in the first place to then have the opportunity to actually, do something with that information. Let's see. Heidi Klum? Demon, you say? I believe it. Germany's next top model hiding club is both isolating, pressuring, and sleep depriving their contestants to try to get them to break down because clips of contestants breaking down, crying, and fighting got them more views. Oh my jeez, what the fuck, man? Like, what I really don't like is that she was probably basically taught to do that with, like, Project Runway and, like, Tyra Banks, in my opinion, I suppose. And, like, I don't like that, man. I don't like that at all. I just think that Sandro saying, "Do not be like that ways," is one of the most unhingedly ridiculous things, considering that Sandro is the absolute worst. Right? And it's just extremely funny. But yeah, like, unambiguously, do not ever get the idea that if there is something I never want to be accused of, it's liking fucking Project Runway, let me tell you. Sandro was terrible. Like, oh my god, Schlifu. Sandro is, like, actually, like, one of the most misogynistic people. It's incredible. Like, I just don't understand how a person even be that way. How do they be like that ways? You have to wonder, right? And the answer, I don't feel, is immediately forthcoming or obvious in any sort of respect, right? It's like, well, respect, that's certainly something he has no concept of. But, because, yeah, like, oh my god, that guy could not respect another human being, particularly women, if his life depended on it, let me tell you. I'm just like, geez, like, I just don't. And, like, the worst part is he also seemed to be, like, somehow homophobic, too. I just don't get it. I'm just like, bruh, pick one. Just, like, stop being mean to everybody and just, like, if you're gonna be awful, just don't be awful to literally every. You're right, he never said anything normal. I'm like, what in the world? How does that even happen? You're right, everything that he said was either super egocentric, sexist, or just mean. And I'm like, bruh, Sandra, why you do not be like that ways? Right? And you see, this to me is the comedy of do not to be like that ways. Because, like, he is like that ways, and the man could really stand to be much nicer to literally everybody in every possible respect, and he just isn't, and it's just somehow fantastic for him to just kind of be whimpering and complaining about, like, do not be like that ways, and it's so good, and that's why I wanted the sound effect, truly. But I understand it's hard, incredibly difficult to find, it seems. Yeah. I mean, Sandro, I suppose, just be like that ways for whatever reason. And, yeah, I don't quite grasp why exactly he ended up quite like that ways, but, So, like, this particular wand build, I enjoy it, but the problem is, it causes entirely too much slowdown, right? And I wish it didn't, but it totally does. And so here's the question. Okay, so I don't have the concentrated light bounce, so I don't need the explosive bounce on it, meaning I can move the explosive bounce to something more productive. Like this build. I also gave this cluster bolt because I'm feeling spicy. Yeah. Now let's see, 1, 2, 3. And, oh, okay, so this actually needs extra thing. Well, wait. No, so it's doing that. Huh. Does this just need to move the chainsaw one, maybe? No, wrong one. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, actually, that was all that was needed to make that just work perfectly fine. The biggest problem here, of course, seems to just... Wait, does it no longer explode? Because if this build no longer explodes, then it's not doing what it's supposed to anymore. Is that why? I think that's why I actually moved away the thing. Or got rid of the chainsaw there. Yeah, it got rid of the explosions for some reason. Why did it do that? Or no, I'm just using the wrong wand, it seems, because I'm a complete goober, it seems. Well, I mean, it seems. I mean, everybody knew that one. Okay. Okay, yeah, so now it is actually... I think it might actually straight up be one-framing, which is crazy. Unnecessary and unhinged. I'm sure that if that CPU ends up working out, motherboard and the like. Also, so I was looking into it, right? Something I figured out, right? Like, and Meatball, I do actually suspect that there might well be a monitor component to this, because the only type of, like, monitor I possess is TVs that have a refresh rate of 60 hertz. Now, apparently a specific problem that the earlier RX 580 models had related to, like, them seemingly being able, like, when the number of frames they were trying to do per second exceeded the hertz of the screen, that it basically seemed to respond by trying to just go into overdrive and just work harder and harder and harder until it shuts off. It seems to be what's going on, right? And I agree, Meatball. It has been the standard for decades. However, there are plenty of monitors that are not that way, that can do more hertz than that, right? And I wonder about whether or not, like, this specific, like, defect with the graphics card is related in some way to the 60 hertz bit, right? You know, that's not how it works, you're saying? Okay. I mean, because I was seeing that the series of steps that the guys in that one Reddit post took, and it seemed pretty plausible to me. I mean, because it does just kind of go black, right? And I don't necessarily have a way to know that the entire system didn't, like, continue running, right? Since it's still on, you know? We don't necessarily know that the whole system is crashing. Unless you feel that that was what you tested out adequately proved that it was. I don't remember. My memory is so bad. So, here's the thing, though. The guy in the Reddit post adjusted the things, like, where basically it no longer ran too fast like that, right? And the fact that it does run Fallout 76 for a little while does kind of suggest to me... Actually, this wand is terrible. Why am I using this wand? I don't know. Let's actually move everything to a different one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Also, no, I don't need that. So 5. So meaning this one can get by on an 18 slot wand. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, actually, this particular wand, I think I'm just going to get rid of this one, because it's got terrible stats. I'm going to move these guys over to here, so that I have more copies of light. And then toss the wand, because it is no longer especially necessary. This one, something. Okay, now this, well, that's more like this is a bit more storage thing. Over this one, how are you doing? You know what? That'll work. That'll work just fine. Toss the egg. Expanding sphere. Glitter bomb, ice ball, large firebolt. Expanding sphere. I have other copies of that, and this, and that, and this, and that. I suppose I don't really need that. I have enough copies of each of these, I think. I shall move you here, and then I suppose I can just put those things there. Grab this. I'm about to check up on chat. Just got to do this thing. Grab this. God damn it. How am I fucking this up? God damn it. I was trying to avoid grabbing that spell, but I did not succeed. In your attempts to find the you stumbled across Sandro's. What? Sandro has a YouTube channel? That's evil. Sandro should not have a YouTube channel, Schleifu. This is a crime against humanity. Only has videos of him reacting to clips of Project Runway. Same season he was in, by the way, how terrible. And they showed him, for example, booing at the gay guy proposing to us. How awful. Calling one of the judges. Oh my, how could he? That's dead. Why would he? Why? Right, but I saw at least 4 other people in that Reddit post say that they did the thing and it fixed it, right? So, like, that's kind of my thing. And if, yeah, like, and the thing is that all of them have similar, they're all Windows 10, right? Just like I am, right? So, they have a lot of the similar technical specifications. So, I would very much suspect that the issue is similar. Especially given the fact that it's random, it's intermittent, right? Yeah. And I might try it later. It's just like it's a shame. It would be nice to be able to verify with some type of monitor, but I certainly don't have like fancy monitors of any kind. In fact, the only backup monitors I have would be like a different TV or a VGA thing, or a gigantic plasma screen TV I got for free. That my problem with, of course, plasma screen TVs is they are remarkably short-lived. Like, every person I have ever known who used a plasma screen TV, the thing died within, like, what? A few years, if that? And, you know, that's no good. Like, I've just never known a plasma screen TV to last any length of time, and that's kind of a problem, you know? If any of y'all have had positive experiences with a plasma screen TV, by all means, tell me. But, yeah, I've never heard of anybody actually having a positive experience. Okie dokie, that will do fine for now, and this guy can go back to the 2 category. Good stuff. Lovely. Oh, and always... Oh, I forgot about this absolute marvel of a wand. It's an always cast chaotic transmutation, so it means I could see how it affects things like Necrom. In fact, I think I might do that. Almost instantly, in fact. I would love to know how it affects that. I think that, yeah, the only thing this wand needs is 2 chainsaws, and it will just work. Oh my. I mean, that's pretty exciting. Also, what the hell was I cooking with this? I have no idea what I was cooking with this. Like, it's not got any of the... Oh, wait. Oh, I think I understand now. I think the entire idea was... Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. that, and then that. Oh my god. It's beautiful, actually. Now what happens if I scooch this over exactly one position? Then... oh, I gotta wait for the mana to recharge, it would seem. Problem with red posts is that, you know, we can't replicate random. I mean, like, I suppose to some extent, yeah, it's like random unfalsifiable. Ooh, I like the way its spider web looks. Quippy. Also big slowdown, but quippy. Wow, interesting. What an utterly unhinged wand build. That, frankly, my CPU cannot support. Okay. But yeah. I guess to me, like, yeah, for sure, like, a lot of Reddit posts can be precisely exactly that, you know, just, like, very unreliable, like, unfalsifiable information. However, in a lot of cases, this one included, the guy did plenty of tests and whatnot, and I've actually seen a lot of other cases of people doing quite a few different tests and just, like, not being able to resolve the issue, right? But there, and so basically I was trying to find somebody who actually had good enough experiences with their graphics card that they actually resolved some amount of their experiences. And then I had issues finding that, so then I decided to just look up, okay, how many fucking different types of RX 580s are there? And I think there's like 7. I think there are 7 different RX 580 models for, like, graphics cards. And first off, why? Like, I know the actual, like, I understand why, which is, like in terms of, like, clearly it was just a bunch of people who were doing like, just a bunch of shit going on, and corporates, this and that, but, like, I just gotta ask, again, why? Like, it's such a dumb thing, and I'm just like, why is there so freaking many of these? And they're all, like pretty like, just give them different names. Right? Like, why is that so hard? Can't you just give it a different model name at that stage? Just call it the RX 580A. It's not that difficult, I don't feel, right? It should not be that difficult to just, you know, sort out. And just call it a different damn thing at that point, because it's going to behave very differently, that's for damn sure. I'm just like, why are they not just doing that already? Because it's certainly not going to be doing the same thing all the time. And I'm like, come on, what even, man? What even? And you're right, yeah, there can be more or fewer than 7. And mine also doesn't have the built-in BIOS switch, meaning, so I also found an interesting thing about, like, a bunch of people who had issues because the BIOS switch was basically switched to, like, the Bitcoin or whatever, Ethereum mining type mode. I'm like, oh, maybe this is the problem. Maybe a switch was accidentally flipped. No, of course, it would not be so simple. I had some hope there for a moment. But indeed, it is far more complicated than that. And it seems that it's more so like... wait a minute, what? Why didn't I just do that? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this should be better, shouldn't it? I guess, in a sense, it's... I don't actually know if that's better or not. Like, it's slower, but... what? It actually sustains. What if I do that? Oh, no, that's actually a lot better. Yeah, actually. You know what, this one gets my stamp of approval for stupid build. to try out that's fun, and frankly, does not cause truly catastrophic slowdown, just a lot of it. Now, this one, I fear that this entire wand build, the reason I put it away is very much because slowdown. That is exactly why I put this damn thing away. Yeah, some of the time. And there's this wand. There it is. You? Actually, no. Because this wand is so whack and fun, I want it. Okay, no, it goes here. Because I gotta be consistent about this shit. Otherwise, I'll just get lost. Because why did I do that? Why did I do this? And you know what? Because I have other wands with always cast increased lifetime, this one can go. Frank, or should this be the one I keep? You know what? This is the one I keep. It's got 530. That's better than a lot of the other ones. Spec. I mean, I've taken as far as to my knowledge, the actual device is okay physically, and it was inspected. So my friend is actually an IT person, and they did electronics repair for a while, and they inspected it, and it seemed perfectly fine. Part of why they gave it to me is that they ended up just buying a new graphics card because they couldn't figure out exactly what was wrong with it, and it wasn't a physical hardware issue, it seemed. There was also just an issue where it turned out to be the motherboard, right, but they'd already bought a new graphics card, so they just upgraded the whole rig. So they just had this old graphics card lying around, right? So there was just some type of that's part of what makes me suspect it's got everything to do with that refresh rate. And once again, considering how low, like my frame rate on Fallout 76 is always so incredibly low that it would almost never go above 60 frames per second, like ever. Thusly, it means that the reason it may have functioned for that is very much just because the frame rate was less than 60 frames a second. The refresh rate of the monitor, which makes me, once again, suspect that maybe this is, in fact, got a little something to do with it. Man, this is... what a fun... I actually really like this wand build. This is really funny. Like, this wand build, actually hilarious. You know what? It's cute enough that it can go back into use these for giggles. Okay, now this thing is actually more trouble than I should do right now. This guy, no thanks. Later. This guy... oh wait, are you a slow but steady wand? You are. But... also, would you mind maybe... Gigasolid, would you mind perhaps not? Would you mind stopping right now? Don't make me pick up the wand with explosive detonator. I'll do it if you make me. I'll do it. I swear I'll do it. I'll do it if you make me. Thank you. Oh dear. Well, at least all the bad guys are getting covered in slime. Because as we all know, being covered in slime is an axiomatic good according to Eldritch Slimes. That's very silly. That is utter nonsense. That's ridiculous, actually. Okay, now this one, I remember... yeah, you've got the... so that's... yeah, I remember this thing just being... I wanted to test it out once. See how the quantum shift fires with this, and then be done with it. And the answer is, it doesn't. why doesn't it? I don't know. Or does it? I can't really tell here. Does that bounce? No, it doesn't work. Okay. Well, that's all well and good. Goodbye, wand. You're not good enough to hold on to here. Because, yeah, I'd grab that guy to confirm that specific hypothesis, that it would not work. And lo and behold, I was correct there. Did not expect that one, really. Forcing V-Sync on would fix the issue, maybe. Okay. Okay. I'm certainly happy to give that one a try next. So that means on the list is first give the turn V-Sync on. See if that works. Crank down. But yeah, because the big problem is that every single time, like, I can't, like, basically the damn thing won't let me save my settings. Like, at this stage, I might well need to download MSI Afterburner, and I just don't like, I don't wanna. But it feels like at this stage I have no choice. Almost everybody talks about this fucking program like it's some, you know, Jesus of a program. And I'm just like, do I need to just download this one? Or just, what's the deal? Right? Like, is MSI Afterburner everything it's cracked up to be? Because frankly, I don't know. I just don't know. Oh, and you mean between programs, you mean? And that's a fair question, right? Like, and, but I do recollect that, let's see here. Yeah, V-Sync is off there. So maybe that's a thing. Maybe that's why it crashed near instantly, but... I understand, yeah, I figured that's what you meant, right. So, like, it wasn't guaranteed to stay off in the driver settings if I turned it off, and I get that. And I suppose, and that's yet, like, another reason why I was like, maybe I should, like... I don't know that I actually have a way to get a better monitor at all. But, like, it's part of why I started wondering about the topic at all, right? Yeah. Why did I grab this one? I think I grabbed this one for but one reason. To grab Remove Explosion and Orange Glimmer off of it, but no other reason, I don't think. Now let's see, this wand, I remember you. This was a terribly disappointing wand build. In fact, it's so disappointing, actually. I am just going to go... Oh, welcome on in, Dream Hunter. I'm glad to have you. Right now, I'm doing some wand organizing and whatnot. And it's, honestly, it's kind of nice and therapeutic. I'm having a good time. Yeah, actually, I'm having a lovely time organizing the different wands because, I don't know. Some of the time doing so is just kind of very nice. But yeah, that wand is not, it ain't it. Like, it's an okay wand, but there's nothing sufficiently special about it that's worth keeping. Now this guy, on the other hand, now this one I think is different. Totally different story. It sure is, yeah. This one is a solid candidate to have, to add a whole bunch of different things to. Not least of which is, extra wand capacity, faster wands. Yeah, those two things. But also, because there's less to lose here, doing high mana, low capacity on this thing could also be interesting. In fact, I this one might be an interesting case because there's an insufficient number of things to lose where where I would be terribly upset if, like, because I think it, like, I don't remember, like, exactly what it does. But yeah, you can go into this category because I need to keep track of you. Let's see. It is morning for me, yes. Indeed, I did start streaming wee early in the morning, you're right. Whoa, this one also very good. All it needs is some extra wand capacity, and it is solid, really. To the point where I'm just going to put it up here in the ceiling a moment. And deal with that in just a sec. Because, yeah, that's very good. This guy is also pretty great, but it's got a couple of issues that could be pretty easily solved given its unbelievable capacity. Oh, I remember this one. This is I think this is a functional cluster bolt build, yes? Sure is. It's just also got, you know, spark bolts and things in it too. Not spark bolts, but the other one. Bubble sparks, that's the one. But yeah, also, how you doing, Dream Hunter? And let's see. May fall asleep, but yeah. Maybe so. I might have energy left later, but yeah. We shall see. Make sure to do the fish oil thing, Meatball. It seems like you really be needing it. I'm squirious. So, pretty please, do the thing. I said please. But yeah. Well, let's see here. Yeah, this is how this particular build works. Is you just add the so guys, if you didn't know, last Ace, if y'all didn't know, discover cluster bolt, egg. It's the only safe way I know of to use cluster bolt. Yeah, and Lassie Ace discovered it. It's a real good one. It's a great little thing. I'm gonna run a little. Let's go for a 2-minute ad, and I'll BRB. Oh, hi, kitty man. Little yawn and frizzle whizzle. Let's also fire this at the statue here, see how much damage we're looking Pretty solid damage, yeah. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Oh, hi there, little grizzle man. It seems the kitty's also waking up and starting his day. Cute little guy. Mmm. Very good bread. Mm. And sweet dreams, meatball. By all means, have a lovely sleeps. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, now let's see. What if instead I do that? Does not speed that up at all. Okay, so we just need to do that. Put this here and then do a double. And that should be just fine. Suppose a triple could also, I guess a quad also would work. 1, 2. Actually, I'm not so sure. What the hell? How does this go? See, it explodes in the face is what happens. Which is actually a bit fascinating, probably because of the chainsaw there. Huh. So it doesn't work with a quad, but it would work with a triple or a double. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Suppose well, actually, okay. Maybe, what if I put instead? What if I just put explosive bounce over here? Come on. Okay. 130. So yeah, the cluster bolt is very integral to the egg, I see. I suspected as much, but I was not certain. Now, does the order actually matter here for the explosive bounce? Seems not. Okay. Good to know, I guess. Alrighty. Next thingamajigger, I suppose. Oh yeah, I remember this one. That one is a dangerous wand build if I've ever seen one. This guy, however, I do believe is just a backpack wand. Backpack, backpack. Well, I mean, I guess not just a back. Hey, 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 Bob without a hat. Hope you're doing well. Because yeah, I'm certainly doing pretty darn all right, I'd say. And right now, I'm reasoning to myself whether I should even... Yeah, no. The fact of the matter is this always cast is kind of... It's truly kind of catastrophically bad. It's Spitterbolt with timer. And although I don't think it's impossible to work around for like an always cast, it's pretty hard to work around as an always cast, right? I'm not quite certain what to do with it. First things first is to yoink that heavy shot off of it. Yeah, because basically I'd have to build everything with... I guess that's sort of doable, right? So I guess I could just do one... The simplest thing to do would be like a single multicast. If I wanted it to be a big one, I could just make it an octuple. That'd be the first wand. And then it would fire off the Spitterbolt with timer. And in theory that should hit a thing. And then detonate the octuple spell, or deliver the payload, right? And that should work as normal. And then let's say that it had like a chainsaw. So it'd be fire off twice, basically. So I guess that could work, but I don't know that it would like straight up work. But I guess you'll never know if you don't try. Let's give it a go, I suppose. And we're just gonna go with the octuple example, because it makes it easier to test. Okay. Let's put this guy here, and this guy here. Actually, I guess is the octuple necessary even? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, like, it wouldn't be too terribly difficult to get 2 more of the things, now would it? I guess not. 7. 8. Well, okay, no. 8, actually, yeah, 8. Okay, so octuple then is fine. So I suppose let's go over here and try this out. And see if my reasoning was correct. It seems to have been. Okay, maybe this wand is not a lost cause or whatever, right? Maybe not. That's kind of exciting, really. Because, yeah, it's a pretty solid little wand. Otherwise, because it's got like 900 some mana max, and that's not bad even by really any measure, any stretch of the imagination. It's just good. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Bob without a hat. I guess that means I can move this one from the 4 to the 5 category. It's not really experimental, but it does need work. Okay. Now this one actually is kind of, if I didn't have the slime balls on it, it would just be worthless. Yeah, this is pretty bad. Okay, let's just grab these things. Okay, this is more, yeah, I'm struggling to like really grasp the usage for the, like, I can understand like why you'd want to some extent the Homebringer teleportable, especially if you can like remove the U component from it, but I don't want the enemy closer to me. That's just dangerous. Right, so it's just I struggle to fully grasp the point of that one. Now this guy, I think my entire idea with this one is that I didn't want to deal with it at the time. Yeah, that's right. I wanted to see how Ping Pong Path worked with flamethrower, so let's do that. It doesn't... Okay, horizontally. What? Excusez-moi? Why does that not work? have so many questions. Alrighty then. I guess that's that. It just straight does not work. What about Orbit Larpa then? That, on the other hand, does work. Wait, what? But seemingly only some of the time? Now this is a most peculiar thingamajig, because it seems like if I were to want to make this thing work, it would need something like long distance cast at minimum, in order to have a hope of a prayer of working. Or I'd need to slap it inside of something like this, right? Okay. Wait, what if I just go ahead and do something like this? How does this actually function? Reasonably well. Let's find out how the statue registers the damage for this one. You know, that's a not small amount of damage. I suppose I could turn it into a very simple little thing like this. And then give it this guy here. Yeah, I mean, not bad at all in a lot of respects. This could have quite a lot of utility in many regards, because yeah, like it launches it that way, and if I really wanted it to, I could give it a quadruple scatter spell. I mean, I might as well test out how that works differently, right? Let's find out. So yeah, that one works in a good bit more of a localized sort of fashion, but I guess... So none of these are that likely to hit you from a good distance away. Neither of them are. And this one, I guess, has a bit more like angling and arcing possibilities. So this one, I think, I think the quadruple scatter spell is gonna be, in a lot of respects, kind of superior in general inside of a trigger, it seems. It's good to know. This is a very fun little, like, build. I like it. It's very silly. It's not got too many bells and whistles, but it works nice. You could easily attach like any number of damage modifiers to it. Pretty good. Cool. Always cast Boomerang. Yeah, remember I did not want to try to test that trash out immediately. What the hell was I cooking with this guy? Remember, this one was hella chaotic. Yeah. Because it's just a bunch of random projectile spells. And I put Orbiting Arc on it for some reason. I'm not sure... Oh, neat. White hole with that one. Cool. But I'm not exactly sure what my reasoning was here. I think it was so that I have a better chance to really evaluate what things came from this spell. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it was. The fact that it has propane tank makes this pretty bad. I mean, that's also not great there. Looks like a Giga Saw Blade. That was a Holy Lance. Okay. So it seems... Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, that's a white hole there. Okay. That seemed a bit like a Holy Bomb or something. Yeah, this is pretty damn dangerous. I like it. But it's not very utilitarian, I wouldn't say. the real question... So I guess it does have the added benefit of being able to fire off a much faster than normal black or white hole spell. So I guess there's that going for it. I guess that does warrant further testing in a bit. Yeah. Yeah. This spell, yeah, no, I have no reason to hold on to these. In fact, I remember this, it was an entirely accident. Yeah, I did not want any of these guys. I just didn't have the time in combat to tear all those things off. Okay. Just click on you. There we go. Tee. I really, really love the way that the things... I love the way this works with the chain of the tentacles. It's very funny. It gets me every time. Okay. So I guess in that respect, this particular thing is done. Doesn't actually need much work. And I suppose I could also, with a single add lifetime, or increase lifetime, drastically increase the amount of time these things are around. But I'm not sure what the utility of that precisely would be. So I think that's probably why I was wondering about what we should do with this. Yeah. Honestly, 20, 40, actually, how much is the mana here? Yeah. So it is still just 20. 40, 60, 80, 100, 140. Huh. Pretty low mana drain, really. That's not bad. What happens if I do this? This should mess the whole chain up, I think. What in the hell? That is so weird. I mean, it seems to be messing it up, but like also... Okay, so yeah, like that, it drastically increased the speed far too much. Like a lot more than is acceptable, truly. But it seems like it also maybe screwed up the speed somehow in a different type of way. Like it decreased it for other tentacles. Yeah, it's exactly what it seems like happened. Why though? Why though? That is so incredibly odd. And I do not grasp why it does that. Yeah. What is this interaction? Is it the 1.1x projectile speed, maybe? Maybe. Who could say? No. What if I do that? What does that do for me? It's definitely behaving differently, but I'm not sure that this one is... Yeah, no, it does not solve the initial problem of the speed of the projectile being too high. Oh well. Huh. Yeah, I'm afraid that one is not easy to figure out there. Can you still... Yeah, no, this one doesn't appear to be able to fire off in its normal capacity. But wait a sec. It is still behaving very differently, though. Well, shit. I guess this guy... Because this slime ball interaction is actually quite odd. From what I understand, there's not a reason it should behave that way. This is a very solid wand. Okay. Path of Dark Flame costs that much mana, really? 90. Wow. Incredible. Weird. Wait, what is this guy's always cast here? Is that the electrification one? Possibly. Unsure, but these guys gotta go. Ah, yeah, it is Circle of Thunder, so that's just the electrifying one. Now, the real question, does this have literally any utility I can think of? Basically, all it does, to my knowledge, is electrocute stuff. So it has utility in putting lightning through water and whatnot. But aside from that, it's of questionable use. Kind of an awful always cast. Might as well just toss the wand. This guy's a little rough. With the recharge time. That was a lot better actually. So this one, I think this one could probably go. It's only 7 slots. Yeah, it's just not. I mean, it's enough, but do I want to deal with it? I guess I could. But why should I? Possibly just to have a place to put the accelerate of homing. That's kind of funny. But also, what happens if Cluster Bolt is on a mist? Nothing. Huh. Actually, let's maybe go down here. Yeah. Will the Cluster Bolt do literally anything? Yes. It will. Excuse me? This is a most peculiar development. Because there is no other damage on this homing cloud. Or homing mist thing, yeah. Except Cluster Bolt. That is really shocking, actually. Oh, well, much appreciated, Bob Without a Hat. I appreciate the stream streak. That makes me happy. I know that my stream schedule can be a little bit unwieldy and unpredictable at times. So wait. So now it makes okay. That is so unbelievably strange. So exactly when the thing expires, the Cluster Bolt goes off. But until then, nothing. So the weird thing here is, I guess, none of the perks I have, including the Eat Your Vegetables, it should be a multiplier to the projectile damage, right? But there should be no projectile damage being added here, since it's just a mist that shouldn't do anything. So why then does it add damage enough that it's about to... Yeah, just murk that guy. So wait, it adds flat projectile damage, Bob, without a hat? Okay. I thought it only multiplied. Good to know. Thank you for that. Okay, okay. Then that certainly explains it. I'm glad to know this. So that means also that the cluster bolt only goes off at the end. Fascinating. Okay. So, I wonder who wins. True orbit or accelerative homing? And what happens if I fire it when I swap the two? Does one win more than the other? It seems true orbit is the victor. Interesting, okay. Yeah, thank you very much for that, Bob Without a Hat, because yeah, that is good information. Okay. Actually, how does Cluster Bolt have any weird interactions with Slime Ball, I wonder? Probably not, but might as well check. Wait, what? Yeah, no, I didn't think so. It works just as you would normally expect. Except maybe seemingly when it hits a bad guy? Question mark? What? Oh, I see. Well, yeah, you just bouncing the things. Okay. That's very interesting. Okay. Next up, I see we have... Oh yeah, this one. I wanted to fire this off because it would look pretty. Yes, it looks like a clover, which is lovely. That said, we can only fire it once every very, very long time because it just is so terrible. With that recharge time. Ah, yes. It is time to have a cat. Oh, Weetalki, there's Spoffle. I am very sorry that I had to move my feet. I'm very sorry that that upsets you sometimes. Oh yeah, this wand. I remember this one because I remember thinking, though I didn't want to put you away, I wanted to take all the things off. Which is precisely what I wanted to do for this one. Is remove all of the things that were on the wand and like move them to actually any other wand. Okay. Good with that. And I'll fetch this guy. Put that there for just a moment, and then try not to forget it. And then, yeah, there. Because this particular wand is kind of excellent for quadruple scatter spell, not very many things would really do a whole lot better than that one. You really only need the one triple here. Yeah. And realistically, this one also would do very well with ping pong path. Okay. Bubble spark is not a bad idea. Yeah. Lovely. You can have this admin. It will go right next to the chainsaw. It is going to. It is destined to be there at some point. Guess you couldn't. I mean, this should go here. You're back. I'm glad you're back. We learned that the eat your vegetables also adds flat projectile damage, which is good to know. Yeah, it changes quite a few things. You're making pizza, that's exciting. Hell yeah. I'm gonna have a little packet of fruit snacks because I would like to have a packet of fruit snacks. It would please me greatly. Except this particular packet does not want to be easy to open, so different packet it is. Because I do not want to have to pull out some cutting it to open right this second. Very good, very good. Lovely. If y'all didn't know, fruit snacks, excellent. Okay. Nom 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 nom. Very tasty. Very good. Now this one build is a weird one because like there are many things about it that I don't really get. Like why exactly like Spiral Shot behaves as it does. Why does this one, like this set of spells, not reflect off of this guy's like shield the same? Right? I don't like. Why does it not do so some of the time? Why does it work like this? Like, if I add piercing, how much better does that get? Yeah, I'm just not sure, right? Tis much peculiar. But also, I think this might oh yeah, I was right. This would very much benefit from damage field. Interesting though, so that one is not escaping, I see. But now, it's doing quite a lot more damage. The real question is, does this thing have multiple damage fields for each little sparkle thing? I'm not actually certain. Did anybody else watch the most recent episode of ReZero? I have feelings about it. Boy, howdy. I have very substantial feelings about the recent episode of ReZero. Whoa. Why does that... What? Why does that happen? Does that have to do with this particular enemy, or something else, or this spell? Let's find out. Let's see, you're a swapper. No thanks. I am content to deal with... not deal with you, basically. Okay, so he's walked right into that thing. So, I don't think it's doing multiple, like, stacks of that damage. So it appears to be behaving the same. Bob, does anybody here watch the show? Because I want to give people adequate time for spoilers to, like, briefly mute and whatnot. Because, you know... I mean, the basic premise, it's no type of spoiler or anything, is just that the main character is an absolute nobody of a fucking, like, isekai protagonist. He's really got nothing going for him, if I'm being totally real with y'all. He's got but one thing going for him, which is that whenever he dies violently, really just if he dies, if he perishes, he comes back to life, back in time. At a predetermined point, like a checkpoint, right? It's like as if he was playing a video game, and he has the ability to take advantage of a checkpoint system, right? Which is, like, it is a very amazing power, but he's basically out-power scaled by everything else in the world. And so he has a miserable fucking time, and in the entire show he just suffers terribly, and rather constantly. It's actually kind of a hard show to watch. I'm not gonna sugarcoat that one. Like, it's a hard show to watch, and frankly, I regularly have considered just dropping the show. Right? Like, very regularly. Every single time I pick the show back up again, I feel like I kind of regret it. Not because it's like a bad show. It's just that they make the main character suffer too much in my eyes. I don't think it's reasonable. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it necessarily always even furthers the plot that like very much, right? Although in this particular instance, I think the thing that's bugging me about this most recent episode is, like, I think it may end up leading to some type of power-up of some kind. I think. However, or maybe it's part of the result of his power-up, in essence. And it's like, you could argue it's like him working for his power-up quite a lot, actually. To my understanding. I never read the full manga or anything, so like my understanding is based on incomplete understanding of things. And you're right, it's not fun. Like, it's like, because like if this anime has any really big fucking flaws, one of them is that this damn anime regularly has really gruesome death scenes of the main character. Like this last episode, the man perished from falling to death down a gigantically lengthy tower, and the first time it was a straight fall down. The second time, because of course, like I said, this guy just comes back to life with a checkpoint system, right? So the fucker has to just, suffer dying the same way multiple times, gruesomely, right? And, what episode? Okay, so, I mean, I'll tell you what happened this episode, because if you're still here, I bet you probably... Spoiler alert, basically. You can come back in about a minute and a half if you don't want to hear the spoilers for the newest episode of ReZero. But basically, the fella jumped, he was pushed down the thing. He didn't jump. He was pushed down the central, opening way of this tower the first time. The second time, that happened to him after, his allies had just been talking about, him being less reliable and them wanting to maybe leave the fucker behind. And it's like, holy shit, man, that's a horrible thing to say. And some of the other people, his allies, were saying that, But there were others that were seriously considering leaving the bastard behind. I was like, God damn, that's too fucked up. I hate that. Right? And then he still gets pushed down, but this time it's at an angle. And so then basically you see his like limbs get clipped off one by one. And then while he's like clearly just wanting death, like when he finally like hits the ground. And then comes back to life. Again. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. I thought we were past this point in the series. Right? That's what really upsets me about this show. Is that the fucker lost his memories this time. Right? So now, as far as he's concerned, he was just with his loving family a few minutes ago. And just got isekai'd into this world. I hate that. I hate that. Apparently this whole arc resolves fast. So here's the thing, Shlifu. The one thing that this does way better than most Future Vision stories, the main character, Subaru, must suffer for every bit of his foreknowledge. Right? Which means that it's nowhere near as unearned and effortless as it is for most protagonists with similar abilities. Because the extra steps, I argue, in this case, they matter quite a lot. Because these extra steps basically mean that the main character is losing quite a lot of sanity and ability to connect with and, like, deal with the real world in a meaningful manner every time he dies. The thing at stake is not... It's his sanity, frankly, right? That's what's at stake. Yeah, no, there is actually a lot of stakes in the story, right? Because, no, the thing is, it's perfectly possible for this... Like, this character knows that it's perfectly possible to get stuck in an infinitely repeating loop he can't get out of. That's one thing. That's just one source of stakes. The other is the... So, much like most stories with a very powerful protagonist, the way you create stakes is rather simple. You grill them. I kid. You know, it's very silly. Bad joke. But the way you make stakes in a story like this is generally... It's much like any story. You just make... Other characters are not... They don't have his ability to come back from death. Many people... Like, he also cannot control when he, quote-unquote, checkpoints. That is not a decision he gets to make. That decision is made by some unknowable and seemingly automated system. Right? So... Many people he cares about have already died in the series, right? This is actually a pretty cool wand, and I want to try some goofy crap out with it. Yeah. This one is fantastic, yeah. Because always cast Freezing Gaze, that's terribly stupid, and I love it. Whimsical and fun. I like it. Okay. That's a lot of Giga Saw Blade. Digging Blast, that guy. Yeah, what the hell is the deal with this particular thing? What is this one? Why did I grab this? You do have 8 slots. That is better than 7. That said, I don't know... This is actually a terrible one. No, I'm getting rid of this. This recharge time is unacceptable. 810 mana max. Actually, and the mana charge speed is pretty bad, all things considered. Like, it's not like it's not really that bad, but like, considering that pretty heinous recharge time for what it is, I'm not dealing with that crap. This thing. No, it's yeah, no, the checkpoints update like very regularly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and I agree. It changes a lot of things because the character so this particular story, like ReZero might well take the cake for me as like the first anime that I hope absolutely nobody here has had the misfortune of seeing Redo of Healer. Please God, tell me nobody here has watched this, and don't you dare watch this fucking show if you have not seen it. Do not taint your mind with this. It's awful. It is, and every kind of awful it could be. It is. That said, it is a worthy discussion piece for a lot of reasons, and it's actually a weirdly plot comparable thing, because in Redo of Healer, the main character goes back in time and but it's a lot more of like a selfish type of narrative. The main purpose of what his entire adventure in that show, to my recollection, I watched it one time and regretted it. Poor decision making on my part. Mistakes were made. What can I say? But yes, so basically that particular show, yeah, never touch that shit. Yeah, it's a good decision to not touch it, frankly. But essentially, the guy basically, it was written by a woman. Just be aware of this, and it was written, to my knowledge. So, the purpose of the piece was to be so outrageous as to be noticed. Right? The author, their goal was to write something so outrageous that it would get noticed and made by some studio. That succeeded. However, it is so supremely and offensively outrageous in every conceivable manner that it is not, you can't really call it any type of satire, right? Because you can't call it meta-satire. Ren pointed this out to me the other day when we were discussing it some more, because it actually does come up some of the time when we're talking about shit, because it's... there's a lot to discuss about it. It was... as much as I hate the thing, it was a kind of important work in some very specific ways, right? Because certain things and trends were defined by this, fucked up show thing, majig, right? But it is as it is, so not much to do about that, right? Let's also fire this and see how that goes. So that's interesting. So the lightning, okay. Clearly I need to redo it, this lightning arc, everything, because that's not working right. But yeah, basically, well, that's right. I left a bunch of important wands further up. I'm going to go back and get those, because realistically, I cannot leave those things behind. And I don't want to forget them, so I'm going to start going back up before I forget. So, yeah. But yes, Redo of Healer is a big issue for that. Basically, you can interpret it as meta, satire commentary, but I don't recommend it, because it fails at that because there's so much pandering into certain tropes and whatnot that it fundamentally fails in that way. Yeah. We are not Darkcast. No, we are talking about the ReZero. Yeah, we're talking about ReZero and Redo of Healer, and I am comparing the two unironically, for several reasons. Yeah. So Darkcast. So it's good that you haven't watched. Frankly, you're not missing much with Redo of Healer. That said, I would say that ReZero has a lot of redeeming qualities, but also I think that there's too much gratuitous suffering, and I hate it. I deeply dislike it for that reason. The main character is made to suffer far too much, and I don't care for it. Because he obviously doesn't deserve to suffer anywhere near as much as he does. And the worst part is, there's not much rhyme or reason to it. Because the thing is, he's so weak and frail by comparison with, like, the power scaling of that universe, that him being able to time loop, basically, and revive himself, though not controlling when he revives back to, mind you, is not even a consolation prize. It's a trap. He's trapped. Right? There are several points in the series where he's in a fucked up time loop. That's just really, it's just all sorts of horrific. And he is unable to get out of it via any means he can think of. And it slowly drives him insane. It's messed up, bruv. It's messed up. Yeah. Like, wait, you've read part of Redo of Heal? Jesus, man. Oh, poor Darkcast. That's, oh, yeah. That's something else. But yeah, like, these two works are actually a lot more similar than they initially appear. But there is several key differences. In Redo of Healer, they go back in time once, not many times. And in Redo of Healer, his mind is already at the beginning of the story irrevocably broken. He was broken by the amount of suffering that he endured. I would say he did not actually endure the suffering. It broke him, and he is but a villain. Yeah, right? And we were just discussing how in Redo of Healer, the main character is like, or rather the author basically wrote it to be as outrageous as possible, right? And yeah, that is extremely true. Let me see. This, yeah, it's this one, I remember now. Wait, is this the one that does not have... No, it's got fine mana charge. It's just that it chews through mana like nobody's business. And it has an extra triple that it does not need. Yeah, that's what it was. And honestly, I don't think it needs the second heavy shot. I think it's actually too much. Well, for the triplicate bolts, anyway. Well, fuck. This wand build is ill-conceived. Son of a bitch. Why's it gotta be like that? Ay, 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 ay. Yeah, okay, we'll do that for now. Okay. Now this, but yeah, this particular one, don't you go back here because you're nonsense. That's a nonsense build. It's not got a lot going for it. But yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah, I don't mind spoilers, sure, but yeah, I don't give a shit. Like, and mind you, I've also seen Redo of Healer, because it's like, I had, like, as an anime enjoyer, I needed to know, like, why is this so bad, right? There's a lot of reasons. But yeah, the similarities are that both characters suffer so gratuitously that it basically breaks them as a... You got it. Bob, see you soon. But yeah, basically, both shows are shows in which people, like, suffer so gratuitously that it breaks them as a person, right? To some extent, greater or lesser. In both shows, like, I guess in a sense they both try to better their circumstances. But yeah, like that's kind of where, like, the major similarities end. But then we get into the thematic similarities, rather the execution based similarities. And then this also is where the differences start to come out really hardcore, right? Because at the end of the day, both of these stories are about gratuitous suffering. Gratuitous and needless suffering at the end of the day, right? Redo of Healer is a story where the protagonist, quote unquote, the main character, I'll just say, decides they're just going to inflict suffering to better their situation. And I agree, right? And I agree, right? It's yeah, it's really fucked up, Darkcast. Like, it's a messed up type of like, I don't know. Like, what do you even call that shit, man? I don't even know what to call that type of fucked up thing, right? For like the redo of Healer, but ReZero on the other hand, the suffering of the main character is not used to merely be a thing. To just, like, be the point. Because you could probably skip, I don't know, 30% of Redo of Healer that is basically flashbacks to the main character suffering horribly. And you would miss nothing of substance. Every time that Subaru, the main character in ReZero, dies and suffers horribly, it is not just significant to him, but he learns. His suffering has meaning. Because here's the problem. Although you could make a fucked up argument for Redo of Healer having a greater degree of psychological, like a type of, oh god, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. No. True or not, I'm not saying that shit. But yeah, basically, like, Redo of Healer might have certain aspects that portray suffering in a manner that is more accurate, in the sense that it just breaks people. But ReZero is a story. Redo of Healer is not. It's not. It fundamentally does not have all of the hallmarks you need to be any type of quality story, right? As such, it sucks. But ReZero toes up to the line of having so much needless suffering that it ceases to be a meaningful story. And some of the time crosses that line. And I despise it for that. I sincerely despise ReZero for that reason. Because it's just, the world in which it takes place, the setting, is so terrible, so deeply unjust on a fundamental level, in addition to the fact that the character suffers so incredibly and so needlessly, and to gain such meager things. It's just too much. So, Darkcast, the main character does learn in ReZero, yes. In ReZero, he has perfect continuity of consciousness, as if he had never died. Right? So, for him, I would simply say that what he has is a relationship with time looping that gives him a linear time experience, right? So for him, straight line, he never died, except he experienced every death, right? His continuity of consciousness was never disturbed. As such, the pain and suffering of, like, the violent ways in which he has died stick with him. And over time, like, the weight in his eyes increases drastically, bit by bit. Yeah. No, the author does not ignore what he learns. No, not at all. The author is very keenly aware of and pays great attention to that. They just did something with this recent arc that pisses me off. Like, it makes sense, but it pisses me off and I don't like it. But that's not to say it's not good. Like, so in general, you should be aware I dislike the mystery genre. Because I've actually never... I've encountered maybe 2 or 3 mystery shows where I didn't immediately know the fucking answer, right? And where I didn't find it just boring, uncompelling, and stupid. There's like 3 or 4 total, and the rest are boring, and I don't like them. I'm not saying they're not for certain people and they're not good. I just don't like mystery shows, even a tiny amount. Because to me, they ain't got nothing for me. Oh, wow, that is some fucking damage, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's not a small amount of damage. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, I'm going to destroy those projectiles. Because that is so much damage. Oh my god. In fact, that is so much damage. I'm going to move this particular wand over elsewhere. Because that is a bit too good. I might just use that. But yeah. Now, the chat. I feel like the excess of violence and suffering in shows and the relationship of suffering to the general vibe of the story makes me care a lot less about what happens to the characters. Now that's really reasonable, Shlifu, because most authors do not grasp what suffering does to a person and the manner in which it erodes their principles and most everything else that makes you a person, if you suffer enough, I mean. Right? Now, the problem with this is, even if you do understand this, implementing that 100% into a story turns it into a bad story, in my opinion. Just straight up. Your story went from being possibly good to now not having that possibility anymore, because you introduced too much suffering-based realism into it. Right? Because, frankly, most of the time, most stories, to a whatever extent, greater or lesser, is very much... Like, the stories are there to, like, help for escapism reasons, right? To help you not have to deal with as many things. Or to just have some momentary escape and the like. And so, like, a story with too much suffering-based realism is a bad story. In that regard, right? Because people do not like the reality of suffering. Because, I mean, I don't think that's even very, what do you call it? Hey there, Coitus, welcome on in. I don't think that's even very, what do you call it? Controversial that people, I mean, people dislike suffering, but yeah, that's a lot of, and I agree, that's a lot of fucking damage. It's crazy, actually. Yeah. And I agree, it's just a great, like, it's kind of crazy. And that's exactly what I was thinking, that wand just, like, does a, like, and you see, this is part of why I'm sorting these things, because I've built so many fucking wands at this stage, I'm just like, I gotta figure out which ones of these are good for performance, bad for performance, etc, etc, etc. And yeah, I did not expect that strange pollen-piercing damage one to be so catastrophically damaging. But it sure is, let me tell you. But, Yeah, right now we're based. So, Coitus, I don't recall. Um, have you seen ReZero / have you seen the most recent episode / also have you seen Redo of Healer? Yes. I don't like Redo of Healer, but yeah, it's relevant to the discussion. It hurts that it's relevant. I hate it. I hate it, guys. I hate it. Such an icky show. So fucking icky. It's terrible, I tell you. No on both counts. Good to know. So that's fine. I don't recommend either, really. And Darkest, I know what you mean. That, like, I don't disagree, Darkcast, that the purpose of stories is not just for escapism, right? But also to, like, teach, and not merely children, but also I understand it's meant, and like the values that the show portrays, all are things that like add value to a show, right? And I get that, but here's my big issue with this trash. Some of the time, the suffering in the show so drastically undermines any possible, like, ability for a viewer to extract meaning from it that it, like, completely ruins it. And my opinion is that many authors are simply not, they don't pay enough attention to the cost of introducing gratuitous suffering, right? And you don't watch that much anime? That's totally understandable, realistically. I get it. That's perfectly valid. But, like, I don't think these, like a lot of authors don't really consider the costs of introducing gratuitous suffering into their stories and what it does. Right? Like, what it does to the narrative, what it does to the people. Suffering can be used to teach people how to go over. What do you mean by go over it? I don't really know what you mean by that. But they don't, because the author sucks. Now, that's also quite true, that frequently they don't, it's just the authors just don't really do the thing very effectively. Right? And here's my issue, right? Oh, actually, wait, no, I missed a message from Shlifu. You like cartoons so much because the vibe is so happy and peaceful, and most of the time, that stuff, the suffering will eventually happen. It feels a lot more impactful. That's totally valid, and many big understandable. And you see, this is actually, Kaiji? Never. What is this? Tell us about it, Darkcast. But, like, here's my big problem. Ah, God. If it wasn't clear, I have incredibly specific tastes for media. Right? The type of shows I like are extremely specific, and for me to, like, to speak of a show uncritically is one of the rarest things you will ever find. If a show gets a full endorsement, like, I'm not sure I've even rated a show 10 out of 10 even once in my life. That said, I have given out a few 9s through 9.8s. But yeah, like, one of my biggest problems is that in a lot of shows, there is insufficient point to the whatever suffering is happening. The author does not really understand or grasp the kind of gratuitous suffering they have introduced, right? For example, like, they may introduce a situation where a character, like, actually, no, I've got a perfect one. Naruto. The Susanoo. Apparently, the Susanoo the chakra mech, right? I'm gonna be real with you guys. I hate Monster. I hate it. I know what people like about it. I know its significance, like for culture, like and everything, and the making of like animes. But I disliked it so deeply. There was nothing about that show I enjoyed. Yeah, like legitimately, I don't think you guys are bad or anything for liking it. I just hate it. I just really hate it. Um, and it's part of like the thing I'm about to go over, which is that like the Squid Games, but before it and done right. I see. So I would hate it. Yeah, I would not like it. Um, so like I said, I kind of despise needless, gratuitous suffering in a narrative. Right. So let me just let's listen to Sasuke's inner monologue for a moment. I can quote it for you. I remember it so well. Um, about the Susanoo. It feels like my every cell in my body is on fire. Is this really what Itachi was dealing with? So, this plot point is dropped in Naruto. The fact that the Susanoo is physically a catastrophically painful, and that's valid. Like, there's actually, like, I love certain things about Naruto Shippuden, and I hate certain things about Naruto Shippuden. I actually have very complicated feelings about it, actually. Um, but I am not. We are not talking about Naruto Shippuden right now. We are using the Susanoo as a something to analyze and to how about School Days? The ending School Days. Never heard of it. Does it have magic and fantasy in it? If it doesn't, I'm not watching it. I'm not dealing with it. I don't deal with narratives most of the time that are not sci-fi or have magic and fantasy in it. I will not. I just will not do it. Hey, Ash, welcome on in. Right, you are about to hear a legendary yap about the Susanoo from Naruto Shippuden, the chakra mech. So basically, the author Kishimoto. I will look into this in a bit, but yes, the Kishimoto ignores the psychological toll and impact that the incredibly painful process that was obviously just using Mangekyo Sharingan abilities has on Sasuke. And yet, we actually see Kakashi suffering from that kind of thing. Kakashi is portrayed reasonably well with this, right? Not perfectly, right? There's plenty of issues left and right. However, every single time he used Kamui, it wrecked his shit. And I would make the argument that it was actually the experience of how much it hurt that is what left him in bed for days. And then, of course, there was when he got hit with Tsukuyomi. There's the fact that he was instantly out of commission, right? After getting hit with just days of torture in an illusion world in seconds, right? So that's partially what frustrates me also about Naruto Shippuden in that respect. Likes your funny words, Magic Man. Don't know Naruto? Fair, valid, understandable. It's a long ass series. And there's a lot of things you have to skip because there's a bunch of filler you have to like ignore. But yeah, I would just say that if you ever try watching it, don't ever watch the original Naruto. Watch Naruto Shippuden and just go from there and try to avoid filler. Yeah, I mean the one with like the crystal lady is pretty fun. With the crystal jutsus, those are fun. But yeah, basically, in fact, I will. There are several like what do you call them, arcs in Naruto Shippuden with they're like filler arcs that are actually pretty good. But then there's the rest of them that are terrible. But yeah, so in large part, the Susanoo is illustrative of the manner in which authors frequently forget, or fail to implement, or do not fully consider the ramifications, or need to retcon the ramifications of certain jutsus and abilities and other things that cause pain. Because most of the needless in as much as your life. Not needless. Your life is not. So, Darkcast, I guess now is as good a time as any. I will share with all of you my philosophy on suffering. It is not complicated. It is simple. Most suffering in this world, almost all of it, of every kind, emotional, physical or otherwise, is mostly needless. People assign meaning to their suffering for their own sanity, and that's fine. However, in reality, most suffering was pointless to begin with, and there is an infinite upwards capacity to suffer in this world. And that this fundamental truth, that is evident to anybody with severe chronic pain, illustrates something very real about the world. Now, meaning is made. Meaning is made. I do not agree. Now, pain can give you many types. Here's the other fucked up thing, though. Pain does other shit. That's not true. Suffering needs to occur especially in response to when somebody does something wrong, right? What you define as wrong is like something to talk about for days. I'm not getting into that right now. But let's just say for right now, in response to hurting other people or themselves by accident. We'll just use that as the most general possible thing. I'm not getting into exceptions for what a bad definition that is. It's a bad one, I know that. But that's what that means right here. So basically, there's not actually a need for that much suffering, right? Because like I said, the upper limits of how much you can suffer, it is truly infinite. That's valid, Ash. Going back in time to have a house, totally valid. But essentially, right, pain teaches lessons. The problem, most of those lessons are objectively wrong, warp the mind, or destroy your ability to interact with other human beings in a meaningful manner. I mean, Darkcast, I'll ask, how much have you suffered in your life? How much chronic pain do you suffer from? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much pain are you in every day? The answer matters. And what is the most painful thing you've experienced? Because they all matter. Because personally, dislocating both my femurs and then a lot of other shit right in in rapid succession, there was no point to the pain that this caused. Instantly incapacitating. It just ended my ability to think for the next 3 days. And I was grateful that I could get to sleep that night, let alone get out the words to beg my roommate for water. Right. The things, it erodes consciousness. Pain's fundamental nature is to be paid attention to, acknowledged, processed, and then the problem occurs when the pain signal doesn't go away. Yeah, so you understand severe pain. But is that the most severe thing you've experienced? Because you need to be aware, Darkcast. Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, the condition I possess, by an internationally acclaimed expert about chronic pain, well, it's one of the most severe chronic pain conditions known to mankind. Right? It's in the top 3. Other ones are adhesive arachnoiditis and, fuck. Yeah, I remember. It's a type of allodynic type of pain. Shit. Complex regional pain syndrome? It has another name these days, but I can't remember what it is. We are talking about the essence of suffering, Schlifu, and my philosophy on it. Which is that, at the end of the day, there is a small amount of pain that is worthwhile. Yes, this is very severe pain, right? Now, how long? Did all of that end within, like, 8 or 10 months? Right? Did all of that pain resolve in that length of time? I beg to differ completely. I do not agree. Every type of pain has an essence. And part of that essence is its severity. But there is also... Exactly, Schlifu, that's what I'm saying. It sucks. And it's pointless. There's no need for it. Yeah, that sounds terrible. All of these things sound terrible. Right? Because the point... So, Darkcast, I don't necessarily fully agree that there is no metaphysics to this. Right? Whether, but even if we don't get into that particular aspect of things, there are several, so this is actually what I wrote my fucking paper on, right? It's about, this is the piece of research I published. And, yeah, that's fair, Darkcast. We don't have to argue about that. I'm not going to make you try to. I'm instead gonna refute your point with physiology. Because pain, actually, as a type of stress, has, well, Ash, in the very short term, yes, there is a benefit to pain so long as you can remove the cause of the pain. However, physiologically, allow me to enumerate for you some, but not all, of the extremely deleterious effects of pain on the human body physiologically. Pain, as a form of stress, slows down wound healing. In addition, it can completely impair the ability of the body to actually close wounds, clot blood, amongst a great many other things. Not to mention, it drastically impairs the immune system. Furthermore, it also... that makes what you said very strange, because then migraines have a very different essence and character to their suffering, but that's a separate thing. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, essentially the essence of what it does to the human body is, if you're looking for the specifics, a really good source on this, if you want, I'd read Middleton 2003. There's a superb article about the physiological effects of pain. It's a very good article. But that's not the least. It's not even like the beginning of the effects, right? Because when we get into what it does longer term, it causes brain damage to several parts of the brain. It makes a person. It also impairs a person's cognition. It makes them less able to reason. It makes them less able to do basically all tasks, and eventually, it erodes the person's will to be alive. Because anything is preferable to the unabated, immense, unrelieved suffering. Such is the essence of severe unrelieved pain. It is part of why I wrote an academic article, and it got published. And in fact, it's like part of why it got published is the FDA even quoted a passage from it in a thingamajig for like dealio. Like, it's really quite irrelevant to most people, but yeah, essentially it's guidelines on how to prescribe painkillers. Yeah. Oh, please do, Darkcast. Oh yes, Schlifu 110%. Yes, it does absolutely increase the chance of dementia. Furthermore. And very much Schlifu. That's a great one. We like spicy food. Having a mouthful of hot sauce at all times would be unbearable. True that. True fucking that, I tell you. And you've had visual migraine aura. Fascinating, fascinating. Completely forgot about that. 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Oh yeah, that's not to mention the fact that it also impairs short and long-term memory to varying extents. But yeah, that's a separate discussion, actually. Yeah, personalized health for Ash would be migraines and shit. That's valid, understandable. If there is one topic I have exceedingly firmly well-established beliefs, thoughts, and philosophies about, it is suffering. It is pain. It is in part because I have read an immense amount, hundreds of folding knives. That's very funny, Ash. Jewelry, I see. Bartering goods from medieval world, fascinating. Yeah, fair point. Yeah. And yeah, like, so do be aware of that. It comes from a lifetime of well, I just that's fine. Let's see. House? Yeah, I think I'm caught up nearly. I want to find a house next to river, so you could theoretically make a water wheel hydroelectricity system. I see. That would be fun. That would be cool. That would be great. That'd be dope. Dope as all hell, I tells ya. There we are. Valid crusade against spicy food. I can understand. You are wrong, Dardcast. You are wrong. The part you're correct about. Suffering and pain do happen, yes. But whether it stops or not does matter. It matters a lot, actually. I'll get to that. So here's the thing. Darkcast, I went to somebody. Like, I went to a pain psychologist when I was younger. And the guy told me that not only was there nothing he could do for me, but that I was already doing everything he would have told me to do and that he's doing it better than anybody else he's ever seen. That is to say, I was doing effective Zen meditation, right? Yeah, so like the fact of the matter is that these things, they do not address the physiological effects of pain. They do not address the will-eroding, self-concept crushing, humanity-destroying aspects of the experience of unmitigated, unbridled agony. And not having it stop matters so very much. Because that's just the first part that's wrong about the thing, right? And that's just the bit about accepting it. Because the thing is, pain doesn't actually need to be accepted. You simply need to acknowledge it. And in fact, most pain is not really designed to be accepted in that way, I wouldn't say. More so, I would say that most pain is kind of designed to be... By designed, I mean it's like physiological purpose. Like, is to get you to do a thing. To make it go away. So actually accepting it is the antithesis of what it's meant to do. Right? From a purely, like Evo Psych type of point of view. Evolutionary psychology. And so, like, you don't want to be doing that one. That's not healthy or good, necessarily, even. Furthermore, but that's just, like, the first half of that. Because there's a lot to unpack in your sentence, bud. And the learn to live despite of, or I think you're trying to say in its memory or something like that. Yeah, like, the thing about the human body is that works initially. What you're describing is the initial part of a curve. And this curve ends in total disability. Right? And the person will need some type of painkiller at some stage, like, in all due likelihood. And if they don't ever get it, they're gonna die. Frankly, if it's severe enough. Because you want to know what the research on that says? About a third of people in a 10-year period, if their pain does not get any lower, they just die. From heart attacks, or maybe they went down the sewer slide. It don't matter. That's just how it goes. It's an empirical reality, right? And the fact of the matter is that all of these things are related to the fragility of the human form. The fragility of the human form is something that all human beings must live with, accept, and move forward in light of. However, we as human beings, in my view, have the obligation to help one another to actually, I suppose, what's the right word here? Yeah, just alleviate each other's suffering and make the world a better place, I guess. Which study, Darkcast? Because frankly, there's 10. I have I'm talking about a Grohl Prokopchik 2016. In fact, I'll give you the last name if you really want to read it. It's Grohl-Prokopczyk 2016. There you go. Yeah, that's the one. It's a longitudinal study. I highly recommend you read it. It's a good one. And in addition to this one, there's also another real good one. Really, by good one, I mean, is great for my argument, and it's a very well-conducted study, but it's one of the most tragic studies ever written, but so, I guess in that sense, it's fucked up and horrible, but, you know, such is the essence of the stuff I've studied for most of my life, I guess, at this point. But yeah, like, basically, yeah. I know you didn't say doesn't matter, but the problem is, your philosophy is based in falsehood, basically, right? It's kind of the big issue, right? Because the learning to live with is the fundamental delusion, actually. It's straight up untrue. You can't do that. That's not how the human body works. So, allow me to delineate for you a very important concept called allostatic load. I'll even type it in chat. Allostatic load. It is mostly a concept in cellular biology. However, this is not the only place it is relevant. It is most relevant in the chronic stress body of research. The long short of it, at risk of oversimplifying too much, it's a finite resource that your body has that it uses up. And it uses it up whenever you pull all-nighters, whenever you continue onwards, say, when you're in too much pain to do something, but you do not have a choice. You must do it anyways. Things like that. It is a finite resource you burn up, you use up, that then is gone. And takes upwards of a decade to recover any significant amount of it. So, realistically, it's finite. Right? Thusly, there is no living in spite of it. There is, you get treatment, and you live. Or you get treatment, and you live. Right? That's the, yeah, the alternative is perishing, basically. One way or another, slowly or quickly. I dedicated my early career to this topic. This is something I am so profoundly well educated about that frankly, I have 30 pages of citations to support everything I've just said. It's a bulletproof argument, basically, is what I'm trying to tell you. Is every aspect of what I've kind of delineated here about the essence of suffering is not sophistry and metaphysics. It is just how it works in the body. I've just added a bit of flowery language to make it more comprehensible, I guess. Yeah. Fever. And then having what? That's actually really interesting. And I feel like I knew somebody who had those experiences, but my memory is so shitty that I don't know what exactly it means. Meh. And right, Shalifu, pain is never to be expected, very much. And yeah, that's fair. I really went on a yap. Sorry for grilling you, reaming you out like that, but I'm real sorry about that. Like I said, it's I definitely did a lot of fucking research with this particular topic. It is not a trivial thing. Amount of reading I've done here. I'm talking 8 or 10,000 separate papers. Yeah. That I've read about the topic, right? Yeah. And I agree with you, Shalifu, that the ethical thing is always whatever reduces pain. Much big truth. And yeah, you can see, acknowledge, not accept, it makes sense, yeah. Exactly, Shalifu. You cut straight to the heart of the issue as per usual. In fact, somebody do !smart as I'm catching up, please. Because smart. Because yeah, to accept pain is kind of to surrender completely. At that point, there's a question of what is the living anymore at that stage. And I can understand that one, right? Don't worry, Darkcast. I'm catching back up with you.
Pretty smart, dude.
There you go. And he said, wait, I'm fucked. Oh, I'm fucked. Oh my god, that's great. Oh my god. As you can guess, oh yeah, I'm sorry you failed to fall asleep. Let's see. Oh fuck, that's so good actually. That's one of the funniest things I've seen in my entire life. Love stay. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Living creatures. Yeah, you're right. The essence of living creatures drive to minimize pain. Very intelligent creatures have the ability to minimize suffering in ways no one can. True that. So like, I'm actually like the opium poppy has been a part of humanity for basically all of our evolution. It's actually kind of fucking crazy, and like the fact, it's actually like a really interesting topic, and like I would make the argument. I would go so far as to say that a big part of humanity's like early like evolution and survival had to do with the opium poppy just being there and being a thing. That said, it may have also been co-cultivated, right, with other things like I think it was a big part of agriculture, right? I have no way to prove that, but I suspect it was. But yeah, it's an interesting shit. And interesting shit. I suppose that's a pretty silly thing to say, but I love it. It's great. It's whimsical. It's fun. And the some things has meaning part is bit of metaphysics. Well, I guess I mean that, like, the meaning is that there's an injury, right? Usually pain's just there to tell you. That's more or less what I was saying there. Yeah, that's the only true meaning there. Your memory is, what were we talking about? Oh, hi. 10 out of 10. Reduces pain or reduces harm? Usually those are the same. Many people have tried to differentiate those a great deal, but frankly, in many cases, they are the same, and it is largely a matter of a various sorts of, like, intention to discriminate that is why these things are being differentiated, as well as just fomenting class conflict and whatnot, and preventing class consciousness, amongst other things, but that's truly a separate discussion in many regards. Yeah. Method with which we reduce harm and pain is, and I agree actually, yeah, very, it does matter quite a lot. But sincerely, Darkass, I'm sorry for like reaming you out so thoroughly there. I understand you're just saying the wrong words and things. For me, yeah, there are a few topics I am more passionate about in this world than reducing the suffering, like the needless suffering of people who do not deserve it. You all probably don't know, for the most part, I had a nonprofit. I was the founder, CEO, and basically research person, whatever, for like, I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 or 4 years or something. At one point, I had several hundred people under me, and I basically, yeah, it's a long story, but yeah, it was a big thing to basically advocate for people with chronic pain and to make sure that they could get the treatment they need. And yeah, it's a whole thing. In case you didn't know, that's a thing. So that is part of my background to be aware of. Yeah, you see, Darkcast. Yeah, you see. So yeah, right. And I actually think of this, Darkcast. You're a victim in this respect, right? Because you were told to believe that you could just push through. That's messed up. That's fucked up. That's not right. That is capitalism, also, by the way, because okay, that's not true. That is neoliberal late stage capitalism and the general inhumanity and lack of value of human life. Because realistically, an actual mercantilely minded set of people would be way smarter about this shit and would actually say, wait a minute, if people are in less pain, they're more productive. Because, wouldn't you know it, the data supports that statement. right? They're more productive. They just make more money. Everybody else makes more money. Things just go better. But of course, this would require a lot of people who don't engage in rational thinking and humanistic whatnots to, you know, actually, go about doing any of that shit, right? But of course they don't. But yeah.
I'm Sherlock Bleeding Holmes!
True. But yeah. So in that sense, Dargass very much a victim, and I ain't upset at you or nothing. Just be aware of that. Unintentionally pushed a button, I guess. Is what Dargass did, Meatball. Yeah. You are so right, Shlifu. Yeah. It's not human nature to do things we're doing right now. I agree with that strongly. Especially because, in my opinion, and I think you could support it pretty strongly, that humans tend to they want to do the right thing, but they need that right thing to be convenient, right? So in my eyes, it is the responsibility of people designing systems for human beings to live in to design a system where doing the right thing is utterly convenient, right? Where nobody has to be brave or even exert effort to do the right thing. Because in such a system, there is no reason to do the wrong thing, right? And in that kind of situation, you basically can remove ethics from the situation entirely, right? Because you have made the ethical option the efficient, the good, the right, and the beneficial for you option, right? And that's personally what I find to be the most, like, dramatically meh about a lot of, like, current systems, is that they aren't designed to make the right thing easy. Because, in my eyes, doing the right thing should be manufactured to be easy. That's how you make societies, of mutual support. Is you make it so that mutually supporting each other is a simple, easy thing to do, right? But that is not how things are set up by design. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly, Dogcast, with, like, the procrastinating. It's part of where, like, my very strong feelings about education come from, is that, like, not only do they undermine the fundamental wait, is that 600? I think that is. The fundamental purpose of education, to learn, right? They also kind of they drain you of your, like, your allostatic load resources, basically, right? And that's, like, that is to say, they drain the youth out of you for no particularly good reason, right? Yeah. And I would argue that a good system would enable humans to be lazy, do the right thing, avoid struggles, and avoid pain all at the same time, while doing very little work in exchange for all of those things. Right? And there is a way to set that up. In fact, there's quite a few different ways to set it up. There's innumerable ways to set that up to make that happen. But yeah, it's the whole thing. Yeah. In fact, like, I remember I spent a lot of my earlier years thinking about how to make such a system, but then I realized it was kind of pointless to think about, because I would never be in a position of power to make it happen. Yeah. But hey, what if? Just elect Lord Buckethead and it'll be fine. Everyone will get lasers. And you're quite welcome, Schleifu. I mean, it's true. I mean, you tend to cut right to the heart of the matter about such things. And of course, you know, Darkcast, it makes sense that you didn't know. Because, you know, like, I'm just like Kaiji, you say? Well, I appreciate that, and if it's a compliment, I hope. But yeah, like, most people don't know about, like, these types of things because these topics are intentionally obfuscated. And, fun fact, this is not doctors' fault. It's, in fact, they're victims, too. Part of the education is to reduce their empathy for their patients so that they can, quote-unquote, be more objective about things. But that's not, like, there's some research out there that says that's not good for them or the patients, right? And that there's better ways to train them to, like, make them, like, not have that empathy loss, right? And this, like, empathy loss is particularly notable in this arena of, like, pain, because for them, they may not immediately see those, like, the point of, like, alleviating suffering anymore, right? If it doesn't have an immediate, like, tangible benefit. However, they're not taught about the physiological consequences of like, pain. I'm of the opinion that that is actually by design, but that might be a little conspiratorial on my part, right? However, it does seem that some of the people I used to work with the nonprofit I was part of, right? That some of the people who are still around did, in fact, end up getting certain things into the continuing medical education curriculum for doctors, which is actually a profound achievement and very good, which I'm very pleased about. And I'm very proud of those people, and I'm very glad to have been part of that. Because it means that a lot of people, and a lot of doctors who may not have known they were doing harm, right, are now going to be more able to, like, do the right thing. Right? It's now more convenient to do the right thing, which, like I was saying, every good system should be set up so that the least ethical person on Earth will still do what's right because it's easy. Right? That's how a good system meant to accommodate human nature should be set up from the get-go. And, like, yeah, I'm just pleased that in that specific regard, that part went right. It's nice when things go right on occasion like that. And, you know, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like, freaking, like, sleep deprivation hallucinations are such an interesting topic. They're such an... And yeah, you are so right, Schleifu. Business Eldritch Slime. It's so true, though. Day of the exam. We're saying, you know, someone said hi. And I answer with the next line of my notes. That's so bad. It's so funny. But dude, tell me of this Kaiji. It's so nice. Season 2 forward, eh? Job. About a week ago, responded with rough translation. Find another sucker to fuck his life. That's so good. You don't take questions about who Hammy is? I am sure they are a most important person. Full of Hammy and ham. And I, perhaps, even. Maybe there are some eyeball person, right? Full of eyeballs and ham. Ham and eyeballs, one might say. Yeah, and I figured you were Darkcast. And, like... And once again, it just kind of comes down to the fact that you, because I think everyone in chat is very, in my opinion, everybody here is quite smart, right? Capitalist satire of sorts, interesting. But the fact that everybody here, or that somebody here also thought that, like, you could just tough your way through these things is because that is the prevailing attitude. Like, I've been trying my best to, like, especially when I was, like, working with my nonprofit, a big thing was about, like, dealing with media misinformation about that topic in particular, right? Because, like, in fact, a major portion of my time went to proving and it's part of why I have such a bulletproof argument about it, is, about, like, proving not treating chronic pain has a definite and harmful outcome that is always worse than just treating them, right? And that is, on a long enough time scale, death. On a shorter time scale, there's a lot of just interpersonal stuff, like it ruins people's lives and shit, right? They're not able to do the things they want to do and all that stuff, right? But in addition to that, like, people who might just, like, someone who might ordinarily end up being able to do something, like, really cool and great and stuff, and also might just be a very nice person, might be mean, and utterly unable to do the cool thing they would otherwise be able to do. Yeah. It's just the thing, like, it erodes your ability to do these things, and what's worse, you're not aware of it. The thing, like, unironically, I pointed out on, like, I understand, this was back when Twitter actually did stuff and was a thing, right, that people used, but back during that particular time frame, like, unironically, I still have trouble believing this shit fucking happened with how funny it is. So I pointed out in a very concise and diplomatic manner that without your awareness, chronic pain on a long enough time scale erodes your ability to empathize with other people. I shit you not, somebody with chronic pain, in all caps, said to me, "My empathy is just fine! Don't tell me my fucking empathy's bad!" Or some shit like that. I'm like, Jesus, man. Like, I hate to say you have proven my point, but you have completely proven my point. Right? And it's just like, dude, I'm on your side. I've been on your side this whole time, but, like, I don't think what's happening to you is right. And of course, I point that out. It's not as though I get an apology, but, you know, I clarify. But it was like, it erodes these things in a way that you're just not aware of, right? And that is why I'm always, it looks like Ren has woken up a bit more. And now they're like, kind of level of wakefulness. Thank you for turning the dryer back on. Much appreciated. But yeah. And it was, trying to argue that when you don't get anything you want, you're oh, that's crazy. That's whack. You're incredibly surprised of how good this discussion is going normally. Comment section discussions of the... So, like, here's the thing, right? I think a lot of comment section discussions go poorly because, like, I mean, it's actually like you know what, I was about to make a generalization that I just can't actually make. They're too damn complicated, realistically. They're actually a really complicated thing, right? Why do these things go wrong? Actually, there's like 1,000 reasons they go wrong, and 1,000 different things that go wrong in them. And I wish I could make said generalizations, but I don't think I can, really. Shame. Actually, if I do that, and I do this, does this work correctly? No. Oh well. But yeah. Most people are indeed for reducing suffering, and I think that's a good thing. And I think it does actually speak to certain regards the intrinsically good aspects of human nature. I don't believe that all aspects of human nature are good, of course, but I believe that there are intrinsically good aspects, and that wanting to reduce the suffering of their fellow man is one of them. Right? Because as much as schadenfreude is a feeling, if you don't know what schadenfreude is, it's when you like when somebody else suffers. Right? This is, of course, also part of human nature, and I don't judge such things, it's just part of it. You're a person? Oh. Well, of course, schadenfreude can happen. Some of the time, it just be that way. And that's fine. Just be that way. Right? And it's just like, this is a very good one. I would like to actually test it over there. Let's test it over there. Indeed, it is. And it's a great German word. It's one of my favorites, actually. Because it's awesome. It highlights something very real, in my opinion. That I don't... It's not really... There's not a word for it in English, except, you know, Schadenfreude. You know. It's such a superb description of like, what it, like, is. And whatnot, that it's just... I have strong feelings about what a great little word it is. It's awesome. 10 out of 10. Yeah. So no, I wouldn't know what it is. It is, being pleased at somebody else's misfortune. Yeah. So somebody stabs you, you are pleased that, I don't know, they are... this is a horrible example, actually. You're a soldier on the battlefield, and you see the guy who shot you, as you're laying there bleeding out to death, you see the guy who shot you also get shot in a similar way as you, right? And now they're gonna lay there and bleed out to death. Just like you. It's like, yeah, fuck you. It's like, in its essence, it's a type of, like, misery, in my opinion, it's related to, like, the feeling of misery loves company. But not exactly, right? It's a lot more distinct than that, because it's also got, like, revenge, it's a really complicated feeling. It's a subtle feeling, rather. Exactly. It's a small-scale, subtle version of that, right? So what I described was the most outlandish version of it, right? Yeah. Yes, it is, yes. So, like, a person who, it just, like, is suffering, and it's like they hurt you a while back. They fired you. So it's your old boss. They fire you, their car gets wrecked. Schadenfreude. Your satisfaction is Schadenfreude. Exactly. Most often, it's, I would say, it would accompanied, or rather, I would say it's secondary, not always, but many a time, to righteous indignation. You feel righteous indignation. Something bad happens to the person you are righteously indignant towards. Schadenfreude. Delicious Schadenfreude. Indeed. That said, so I'm just always gonna be reticent to use the words karmic for a lot of different reasons. Not least of which, of course, is the fact that, like, I don't think I've actually ever told this story to anybody, except, like, Ren. So, this one is juicy. Somebody who, like, should frankly have known, a family member who should have known better, assumed that I must have done something terrible in my previous life to deserve the chronic pain condition I currently have. And believe it or not, this is a very common sentiment in America. It is due to the Christian influences and Catholic influences that pervade the country, that are the bedrock of civilization. Very valid, Schleifu, very valid. So, essentially, the bedrock of the country is religious. Even if everything these days is a lot more secular in many respects, there are other respects in which it's not even a little bit secular. One of the most obvious places is with the concept, if you may or may not have heard of it, my body is a temple. If you've never heard this phrase, all feelings that you should allow your body to function, or like the sentiments and arguments that you should allow your body to function in its normal way without, say, medications or augmenting it to function better, is based in a religious idea called my body is a temple. That is to say, your body is a gift from God, supposedly. And you should not alter it. You should not deface it. Right? You can see why this is a problematic idea. Especially if your body doesn't function right. Then, at that stage, a lot of people then extend that. Yeah, Darkcast, it's fucked up. Yeah. So a lot of people will... I mean, so it's kind of like how a lot of, like, highly religious people... Because, mind you, I grew up around extremely religious people. Be aware of that. I am not religious, in fact. I abhor, like, organized religion as a whole. I tolerate it if it is a good thing for certain people. I accept that. But I find that it's been used for a lot of violence and throughout history, and it hurts people emotionally and otherwise. And in very tangible manners, right? And so, I'm not very fond of it on the whole. But yeah, basically, the biggest problem, in my eyes... Yeah, I guess I should just move the chainsaw and these guys off of here. There's really no reason to have it on here, because it's only making it so that this thing can't hit anything. Yeah, so... In addition to just my body's a temple idea, there's several other really nasty ones. But all of them roll on back to, like, reinforcing ableism in various ways, and working against the progression of medicine. But the drug war, the war on drugs, has its foundations in this idea: my body is a temple. However, racial animus was injected into it on top of this. It was always a financial thing. There's a lot to get into with the 1918 Harrison Narcotics Act. But basically, two groups of people were targeted together with that act. They were the first people to be arrested. They were people who treated pain, right? Who, like, alleviated pain. And people who did harm reduction for people who suffered from addiction. Both of these people were targeted with the same bill. And the implicit idea that these two things are connected has continued to this day. And it's a problem. But it's where all these things come from. There's a lot of good books I could recommend on the topic, like a lot of good historical and research-based books, as well as ones that are just, like, more easy to read, I guess. I have 8 or 10 on my shelves about that topic, actually, because they're all very fascinating, and it's all very useful information about all these things to know, like, how we got here, right? Interesting that the octave won't want to still work like that. That's interesting. On there. Okay. But yeah, so in a lot of respects, what's kind of going on here is this, like, subtle subconscious influence that is, like, embedded in the culture of America, where ableism and the beliefs that the body should be, it is something special, something pure, something good or whatever and shit, like something worth protecting, I guess, is so thoroughly and deeply embedded in the bedrock of American culture that America was willing to create an international narcotics control board to maintain their, what is effectively a religious hegemony on drug use. When in reality, humankind has used medications, substances, drugs to modulate and alter their states of consciousness, to heal ailments, for all of their history. But it's gone so far that the United States government, the Drug Enforcement Agency in particular, eradicated an entire plant called Quaaludes. There will never be any more of those because the plant is gone. It was eradicated, right? Permanent, like, this idea is so embedded, they determined that it was somehow a wise decision to reduce biodiversity. And I'm just like, the fuck, bro? That's so stupid. What a horrible idea. Like, so unhinged, right? I'm just, it shocks me at times, just like how unbelievably unhinged that crap is. Because, yeah, this is pretty bad. You are exactly right, Schlifu. Again, once more, you have cut directly to the heart of the issue.
Pretty smart, dude.
And Meatball, maybe.
I'm Sherlock Bleeding Holmes!
Exactly. He's Sherlock Bleeding Holmes. So, I don't know if this is the case, but you know those like seed vaults in like, I think it was like Iceland or whatever, and places and whatnot? There might be one there. Maybe. I don't know. Possibly. Could be a thing. However, frankly, I would be unsurprised if the answer was no. Why is it I have every multicast here except for a triple? Grumble, 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 grumble. Grumble, grumble, grumble. But yeah. And furthermore, I doubt you would be able to easily find out, because I bet you that if it's there, it's probably being, in any of these seed vaults, it's being intentionally concealed so that nobody destroys it, right? Yeah. Because frankly, like, the unhinged hatred for, like, just drugs in general and, like, whatnot is... Like, because my thing is, I just don't feel any sensible reason to have that much passion about it in the first place, right? Because to me, if somebody is using some type of drug or whatever, why, it's literally none of my business, right? It has never been any of my business. It should never be any of my business. And I couldn't care less about it, right? And frankly, I don't see an issue with people doing things with their own bodies in any real situations, as long as it's not hurting other people. Which, in this instance, it's demonstrably not, right? But, like, even if, say, the fucking, like, let's just say, entirely hypothetically, this is not the case, as far as I understand, about, like, the essence of like the pharma... Because the thing is, there's not even that much research about the pharmacology of, like, how Quaaludes worked. So, for all we know, it could have been the cure to this, that, and the other, and, like, it could have cured all types of different ailments. It could have been something, it could have been a type of molecule that could have been isomered into very interesting, like, types of other molecules that could have then been used into other, like, to cure other things, but we'll never know. We will never fucking know, because they eradicated it for seemingly no benefit, right? Because, of course, do you want to know what happened? Here's what happened. They switched to different drugs. End of story. That's how that went, right? Like, because it's not, it's a predictable outcome to a problem that repeats itself ad infinitum, because it's just the essence of things. You cannot strop. Yes, the Strop implicit association test. That's a stupid joke that only psychology goobers will know, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's me mispronouncing the Stroop implicit association test. Which, by the way, it's a good test. And if any, like, I saw somebody recently claim it was a bad test, and that is one of the most unhinged things I've ever heard. It's a great test, actually. It's one of the best tests of implicit bias out there. In fact, I would argue it might well be the best. Straight up, full stop, no holds barred. It's a truly remarkable test, but that's a separate discussion, really. Well, Meatball, I ain't so sure about it. It immediately tells you someone doesn't know jack shit. It just means that they are using a particular phrase that has its origins in, you know, not very well-founded things, right? But the same can be said of a lot of different phrases used pretty commonly these days, but that's neither here nor there. I would simply just not be quite so unforgiving about it, I guess. Wait a minute. If I have one tentacle timer, I can make this build have no cast delay. Ooh, exciting. I think that could work. I think that can work. Wait, but it can't be... No, yeah, the only type of trigger that will work is a tentacle timer, because that's the only one with the appropriately low speed. That's right, that's right. It's coming back to me. And that particular unhinged build is also coming back to me. I remember this silly build. Extremely silly, but I'm also not dealing with that right now, because it's too silly, frankly. So whimsical that I'm not willing to deal with it right just this second. Let's see. Marco would be proud with how whimsical it is. And that's just a silly Pulu VT reference. Let's see here. So this one, I mean, actually, you know what? This can go to there, because I don't need that right now, and it's just a storage thing, so it's fine. Oh, I see. Well, to be fair, Meatball, I also thought that's what you were saying there for a sec, so don't worry about it. These things happen. It's hard to... I mean, communication's hard enough via text. I mean, whenever I try to say things via text, I end up just not doing a good job, so it is fine. Well, that is to say when I'm not, like, writing something, like, where my explicit thing is to write the thing. So, like, in chats. And that is fair, yeah. That's understandable, yeah, because realistically, that is often the case. Because yeah, a lot of the time I find, since everybody here is like really A, neurodivergent, right, and B, it's an online chat, right, so it's really easy to misphrase crap or say something in a inopportune or not especially the best kind of way. Yeah, that makes sense. It's usually just gonna be a little accident. And there's probably no harm meant by it usually, I bet. Yeah. It do be that way. Oh yeah, that's right. This particular chainsaw does not need to be there. I don't think. Let's try it. Oh my god. What? So many explosions. Kind of hard to see what's happening there. What happens if I put this back? Is it better? Is it worse? No, it's the exact same, so I don't need that. I don't need that one there. Oh, I get it now. Oh, okay, that actually makes total sense. It's this guy. It's this one right here. This is the guy causing the issue. This will not explode anymore, I don't think. Yeah, that's right. I thought so. That's funny as all hell. I'm not wrong, I'm just strong. That's very funny. I am thoroughly amused. My opinions now are strong. Yeah, yeah. Also true, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is that, yeah. So, I mean, it is just one of those things because, like, a lot of, yeah, I mean, the thing is, I've had a very similar experience my entire life as well, right? Where, like, if somebody provides me, like, a compelling alternative way to view things, there are very few topics that I'm not just gonna be like, oh, wow, that's a better way to do this. I'm just gonna, yoink, right? Just yoink, better, I like. And there's not that many things where I'm not willing to do that, you know? You know, I guess this particular one doesn't really need 2 thunder charges, I guess. I mean, I wanted 2 thunder charges, but I guess it doesn't. And I guess it's fine if it explodes in my face. It's not the end of the world. So Ren really sold me on this one. If you simply are more open about the fact that, like, you're neurodivergent and you may be, like, that leads to certain things, like, sounding rude when you don't intend them to, people are a lot more likely to give you more social grace, right? They're more likely to, be more kind about something where, like, maybe they would otherwise think you were being rude, stuff like that. And, Ren convinced me that, yeah, that is the case, and I'm of the view that, yeah, that is how it be. And since I started, you know, being more open about that type of thing, oh wait, no, that particular wand, this wand I'm pretty sure does infinite damage, but it also has a habit of making a red square on my character. That it upsets me, so I don't use it. It's not very reasonable, but it is the truth. Oh yeah. That wand could basically be anything if I wanted it to be, but it's not necessary at this stage. This wand can go. As much as it's a funny wand, because I think it has a super high or super low starting velocity, meh. I'm really not exactly sure how I can experiment more with, like, the strange starting velocities for certain things. And like the only things that really come to mind are the various velocity builds, right? Like bouncing burst, infestation, and whatnot. This projectile. But aside from that, nothing really comes to mind. Yeah. This is always a 3 cast? That's crazy. This thing could make an absurd amount of water if I just put 3 ping pong, or not ping pong, bouncing bursts on it. Yeah. And exactly right, but because, like, because of, like, the way people, like, can go about, like, because of how useful it is to just, like, change your opinion when you're wrong, you know? I find that a lot of people, like if you just, like, you realize you're wrong, it's a good thing change. You know, I find a lot of people are more attached to their opinions in that respect. A lot of, like, a lot of my opinions about things that are not well researched, you'll find, I think you will probably have already noticed, I'm not particularly attached to them. I'm only really attached to, like, mean or divergent? Nah, never. I mean, that's also a fair point that, yeah, like, because you've done this, your opinions are now strong. Been broken many times, replaced with better ones. Fair. I dig it. Because, yeah, like, I mean, some of the time, it's just how it be, and you just gotta replace your opinions with better ones. Okay, this wand is hopeless. I think maybe this one just has a far too high of an inherent speed factor. How about this guy? This one works just fine, it seems. Okay, then. That's fine. We can just do that. And that should be fine. Actually, no multicast. None at all. Maybe I could make this thing, just nonsense, work with like a trigger, but I'm not sure that it's the right call even. Yeah, I question if it would really make it that much better. Yeah, I'm not so sure. You gotta replace your opinions with better ones. That's very funny. That is very funny. I am amused. So in case you guys didn't happen to know, if you notice how it's not hurting me there, right? If you use the plasma beam orbit on Tentacle, it'll never hurt you. It is safe. Why? Hell if I know. But it is the case. And I would argue it is possibly one of the best uses for Tentacle. So observe what happens if I actually add decelerating shot to this Tentacle, right? Let me just throw a heavy shot on here to really hit the point home. The thing doesn't move from, like, very much, right? It's a lot less mobile, right? Or not. Maybe, what? Never mind, I'm wrong. What the fuck? Why will it what? Excuse me? That is the opposite of expected. That, what? That is catastrophically peculiar. I just, what? I confused little slime. I don't get it. Okay, so why exact? Is it because? Okay, so it did what I expected right there. It just is stationary, like this. So in this instance, it's doing what I expected, right? Do I just need to fire it directly upwards, maybe? Seems like that. Whatever, I'm not gonna try to understand every bizarre thing the Tentacle does, because then we'd be here forever. But yeah. And Coitus, yes, there is a better opinion. There is a tier list. The top tier opinions are the ones that are supported by empirical truth and good vibes and pass the common sense test. Those are the best opinions, and that everybody can agree on. The second best opinions share all of those things, but are controversial. The third best things share all of those things, but are controversial and don't pass people's common sense test. But are still true, of course, right? And then from there, I don't actually care to tier list them because I don't like them. And I don't want to. Well, you see, Tarcast, you're not altogether correct. There is something called an axiom, right? Axioms are fundamentally opinions about what is of value that is worth agreeing upon and that can be shared among society, right? Like the axiom of suffering being bad. Like, in particular, needless suffering. Right. But here's the thing, right? Those people are probably just being contrarian. So at that stage, it's your duty to exclude them as a statistical, like, rounding error and or outlier. That's just me being needlessly savage, for no good reason. You know what? That's a really interesting perspective, though, I guess. I don't know if I agree. I don't know if I disagree. I take it as a neutral thing that may or may not be true, which is the first step if I end up changing opinions. I like it, though. It's pretty. It's a pretty idea. Oh, no, we are talking about philosophy axioms, Meatball. Yeah. I think what's happening here is that some of the time, especially when it's not fired up, the tentacle it's got negative, like, velocity, and it may go into that not a number territory. I'm not actually sure. No, it's just a negative number, but then I think it just gets turned into a positive number, so it goes super fast. Or something fucked up like that, I can't quite tell. It's very difficult to say here. And thank you. I'm glad that you liked my tier list, Coitus. I'm very glad. Cause yeah, because, you know, like, cause I try to have mostly just good opinions that would land on said tier list, right? For the most part, I don't succeed. I am a flawed human being. But also, I'm wrong about certain things, but it doesn't make me feel differently about them. That's also another thing. So that's the thing about a lot of people, right? Is that you may even know you're wrong, but it may not change your opinion, right? It's actually a very interesting and fascinating, like, phenomenon. But, you know, there's a lot to be said about it. But I've forgotten most of the things about that particular thing because, meh. Well, welcome on in, Space Shuttle. How are you doing on this fine day, Space Shuttle? I of course am not mortal, so I you know, I know you're not talking to me, but it's good to welcome on in. Glad to have you. Right now we are, of course, discussing axioms and tier lists of opinions and what traits a good opinion should have. Are always at good conditions. What mean? What do? What mean? How? What say? Why? 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 What? Why? We engage in nonsense here, so be prepared for that. We love a good bit of nonsense. Certainly I do. I don't know about everybody else. I'm pretty sure everybody else does, though. Because nonsense, like, I mean, we got a freezing tentacle thing that, you know, has just trapped me in some slime ice. So you know, we love nonsense here. Let's see. Okay, I suppose this particular build is technically online and functional. I might as well just have this here for ease of freeze meleeing stuff for when I need to freeze melee things. Good shit. Coco. Let's always cast large missile dealio. I'm thinking all I need to do here. Oh, I'm very glad, Bob Without a Hat, that you enjoy the nonsense, because it's a lot of fun. I always have a great time with it. You got it. No worries. Take the time you need to take. I do definitely need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back here in a minute. I'll run a quick ad here a sec. As soon as I have started to get up, or rather initiated the part of starting to get up, because getting up and back and whatnot, it's a whole process. It's difficult, so it's a whole thing for me. Okay, so I will just... Well, that's a very funny always cast. Just some always cast summon Deercore. That's hilarious. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna run an ad real quick. This one is 2 minutes. I will be back. See y'all in jiff. I was opening up some Pokemon cards on the TCG Pocket with Ren. Yeah. I also won't need to press the kitty cat's little, like, button for, like, their little, like, toy. So give me a moment.
That's nice, Steven.
No. The kitty cat has had the toy activated. Yeehaw. Good stuff. And we're back. Let's see here. Thank you for keeping Space Shuttle company while I was gone. Much appreciated. Because, you know, I can understand it's hard sometimes to, like, it's mildly irritating when, like, a streamer come in and then, like, you just, like, as soon as you come in, you're like, you gotta be like, I gotta go for a minute. I can get it. It's understandable. But, yeah. And Meatball, indeed, what you speak of is anhedonia. A symptom of depression, yes. Mm-hmm. Anhedonic depression is a type of depression. Well, really, just... really, all depression is kind of the same, in a sense, but they just have, like, different symptom profiles, right? And in those symptoms, like, it would be different, of course, from catatonic depression, or melancholic depression, right? But yeah. Each one categorized by catatonia, melancholia, anhedonia. Yeah, you see there's a, you know, logic to these things. But yeah. Oh yeah, that fucking, yeah. Which I told you to read because remember the premise fucked up manga. It's very funny. Let's see. Cosmic absurd horror, yeah. Yeah, these words for anhedonia comes from too much weed and alcohol. Unsure what you are referring to, but yeah, like, oh god, I had thoughts about that, but I forgot. I mean, to be fair, like, the world is indeed a bit of a unforgiving place, certainly as the world currently stands in the modern day. So I can understand why somebody would have some issues. And I will indeed, Isuna Dyer. I will indeed. I agree. Let's see. Yeah, people are indeed defiant. See, two manga recommended were the copies. Oh, I remember you speaking of that one and the other one. Yeah, I recall. On strong antidepressants. Ah, I see. I see. And Meatball, I'm gonna be real with you. The fact that both nicotine and coffee are things you are seeking out that you enjoy, that substantially indicates that, like, there's a solid chance, though I can't diagnose you because I am no medical practitioner and I cannot see you, so you're you're not no patient of mine, but that would strongly indicate that you have the brain abnormalities associated with attention deficit disorder or ADHD, you know, whatnot. They changed all ADD to ADHD. It doesn't matter. These are stupid diagnostic things. And in this case, they are stupid, right? This one is less sensible than some of the others. But yeah, like, it's I can understand why they condensed it, but I don't agree with the decision. Um, there are a few things that the different there's actually, I'm not going to get into this today. We can talk about a different day, but I could go into a hell of a yap session about the different DSMs and the different ICD codes and the ways these things have changed over time, from with the DSM starting out with shell shock and just a person being gay being a psychological disorder, to nowadays, and where still it theoretically can be, but oh my god, the fact that it's still, oh my god, it pissed me off. Yeah, it's just a whole thing, man. A fucking pathologizing of very normal shit. Even as much as Freud deserves to have shit talked about him, one thing he did say about homosexuality, it is so common that it cannot be considered a disorder, is what I believe his exact words about it, right? So, it's not like this idea has not been around here for a long time, right? Yeah. That said, I have plenty of shit to talk about Sigmund Freud, not least of which is that he was constantly hyped up on cocaine. But that's honestly the least of the things I have to say about it, right? Because, yeah, there's just a whole lot to say, really. But yeah, what I'm trying to say, Meatball, is that all those things indicate that something that would more regularly regulate your acetylcholine and serotonin and norepinephrine systems in your brain, which typically will have cross-synaptic firing and uneven and irregular patterns of burst firing, rather than just a normal level of focus for a person. There's a solid chance that you would benefit from something like any number of different kinds of ADHD medications. There's a solid chance. But, that's just a separate discussion that you'd have to have with your psychiatrist or whatever. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see here. Earthbound? Never heard of it. Interesting. And yeah, Meatball, that does not make a difference to what I said. It makes a 0% difference. It's about you having sought them out in the first place and used them at all. Because with any level of consistency in that manner, for the reasons you do. Mm-hmm. Oh my god. So tasty. Oh man. Remember I said one of my favorite comfort foods was those sandwiches I usually get to eat about once a week? I'm eating one right now and it's so good. The Gouda cheese is fantastic. The bacon is angelic. The eggs, superb. The bread, perfectly complimentary. It's excellent. You should have caffeine, Meatball. You're probably having caffeine withdrawal, which is bad. One symptom of which can be sadness and exacerbated depression if you already have it. Keep that in mind. And that is very funny, Darkcast. But here's my biggest actual issue with that shit, right? Is that the DSM, certain diagnoses have extremely questionable legitimacy and always have. But notably, more than any diagnosis, Okay, not up in the same tier as some of the diagnoses used to pathologize just gay people in general. Right up there with that. I could make a very compelling, strong, evidence-based argument that substance use disorder is not just nonsensical, but entirely devoid of evidence to differentiate it from its previous diagnosis, which was way better, by the way, because that one actually captured the essence of addiction far better. This one does not. And what's worse is they tried to condense a bunch of different things into it. This was a garbagely drastic mistake. And again, its basis in that same thing we were talking about earlier, drug war ideology, my body is a temple, amongst many other things, right? So, yeah, just, oh fuck, it's a whole thing. Exactly, Meatball. Just be a reference book. It is a good joke, though. Yeah, I was amused, Darkcast, don't worry. Now, so I don't know anything about like whether Freud copied Nietzsche or anything. All I know is that well, that's not all I know, but my biggest gripe with the man is actually, honestly, it's actually a little bit difficult to choose. All I can say right here is that he did one thing correctly. That's all I can say. And you're very right, Shalifu. Exactly. The homosexuality causes no suffering. So, yeah, it's fucked up, man. Exactly. It's nonsense. Yeah, exactly, right. Yeah, it's goddamn ridiculous. But yeah, it's like, the most important thing I think Freud ever did was defense mechanisms. His work on defense mechanisms is still extremely significant and relevant today. Because he mapped out and systematized how people use defense mechanisms, right, in a comprehensible and understandable way that more or less holds up to this day. Shocking, fascinating, and an incredibly valuable contribution. That said, that's the only really nice thing I've got to say about the guy, aside from the fact that he didn't think that being gay was an issue, right? Yeah, those are the only nice things I've got to say, and I would say I'll leave it at that, but there's plenty more shit to talk about that man, realistically. So, if you'd like, I could certainly tell you all about, like, the fucked up, like, cloak and dagger behind the doors, or behind closed doors, drafting of DSM-5, and the likely, alleged, in my opinion, types of, like, financial interests that pushed it through both prematurely and with an exceedingly massive amount of faulty ideas and bias in it. Right? I could do that, but I need at least 3 votes in the affirmative on that one, realistically, from the chat. I have heard good things about Chrono Trigger. I've heard good things about that one. It's the special sandwich, I tell you. It's the special sandwich, Meatball. It's the special sandwich I only get 1 or 2 of a week if I'm lucky. Oh, it's so tasty. So good. My favorite meal of the week, realistically. Hi, Wibble Fribble. Who's a good kitty, man? Does the kitty want to jump up and have a snug? Is that what I'm hearing when I heard you say? Come here, Mr. Man. Come here. Want scratches? Final Fantasy with the girl with the roller suit. It's 5 or 3 or so. Interesting. I mean, my best friend is a big Final Fantasy fan. He'd probably be able to tell you, but I'm not so sure. I didn't actually know if the numbers differ depending on the you. Fascinating. And you're so right, dog. Yes, they really ought to have had their shit together with fucking the DSM-5, but they really didn't. They didn't. Or just the DSM generally, but yeah. About buying Octopath. Fascinating. I do not know what that is. Now, space shuttle. Now that. So here's the thing. A lot of defense defense mechanisms are actually subconscious stuff, right? And oh yeah, it would be voting for or against, wanting to hear about the cloak and dagger politics and financial motives behind the DSM-5's drafting in a closed door, basically isolated situation without input from the academic community, while also ignoring established and well-researched propositions for good new diagnoses, right? Yeah. Oh, you just need to say that you'd like to hear about it, and yeah, that's all. Or Meatball or anybody, or yeah, Meatball could probably set up a poll, or maybe, yeah. No, I will readily admit, yeah, like, so if you want to look at his so I was actually looking more about his contributions for what he was right about, right? And I guess, and Dargas somewhat, defense mechanisms, like, have you ever heard the phrase projection? When a person projects their own faults on other people, that is a defense mechanism of the ego to, like, just protect itself. But it's also, simultaneously, a means by which that person can slowly come to accept that flaw about themselves. That's the intention. That's never how it turns out. But that is what the intention is in that defense mechanism. It's a maladapted one, but it is a defense mechanism nonetheless. Right? Another important one, rationalization. Right? That one is far more useful and realistic, as well as less destructive. Right? Like, it's just things like that. These are all defense mechanisms. There's actually a list on Wikipedia, I'm pretty sure you could probably find easily. And there's actually there's a lot of research about it. And it's, by far, I would say, of Freud's work, it's held up the best. Yeah. Shotgun prepared, you say? Now, if we're talking about its significance to the discipline, yeah, you can make solid arguments for, like, his work on the id, ego, and superego, right? That said, I'm of the opinion that I think it's Irving Goffman, that his work on stigma and his I think it's face theory is what it's called. I often forget the name of it, but basically it's the idea that you wear certain parts of yourself in certain social situations. Yeah, that's what it is. That and the book, mind you, Irving Goffman coined the term stigma. You know, ever heard the word stigma? About, like, things that are stigmatized and said to just be bad and whatnot? Yeah, Irving Goffman. I actually think he's a far more impressive, like, social science, like, genius than most any other. And I think, personally, that if I were to, like, give like this guy was the most important type of thing, I would probably pick that guy. Because Irving Goffman's works are so foundational, so prescient, and so incredibly accurate to this day that, like, it's uncanny. Man made mistakes, but not near as many as a lot of other people. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, one of the big issues about a lot of the psychoanalysis and whatnot is that it's not nearly as substantiated, right? It's got a lot of issues. And yeah, like it has a lot of good principles, but yeah, the method's fucked. It's totally fucked. But yeah, like that's a yet another part where I think Goffman did a better job, because Goffman also has a model of the self that is basically a synthesis of all of the all the thinkers of the time. His version's kind of better to my recollection. If you give me a minute, I can actually take a look and find it. Don't worry, Shleepu. I will add them. They will be here. D. Mm-hmm. Is there a way? Hmm. Given how expensive the sandwich is, I'm not actually sure. Like, I never buy the sandwich. I'll never get it for free, right? I don't know. I'll think about that one. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Tis a question. Tis a question. Subconscious and ego come. Oh yeah, I mean, for sure, for sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure that, like, okay. In my eyes, who came up with the thing first is not as important as who did it best. Right? I am not so concerned about which guy like, did Marconi or the other guy invent the radio? Who cares? I'm more, to me, what's more important is who is able to make it into a more practical thing first. Right? Obviously, Edison stole a bunch of shit from Tesla. We all know this. Fuck Tesla. Or not, no, the other way around. No. Yes, Tesla's great. Edison's bad. So, fuck me. Well, really, who wouldn't want to fuck Tesla? I mean, he's very handsome. So, I mean, yeah, I suppose in that respect. But, that's a separate discussion. Insert funny Tesla X somebody fanfic. I'm not sure what, but I'm sure it could be funny. And I wonder if Titalar has written any erotica about Tesla, but that's a separate discussion. Yes. So, oh, kitty wants squitches. Here you squitches. Fundamentally, Tesla did electricity better. I think he deserves to be the one more credited historically with its everything, right? He did a better job with it. Like, sure, are both DC and AC necessary? Of course they are. But when you look at what is used more, what is more practical, what is more efficient for the transmission of energy, alternating current wins, right? So, yeah, especially over long distances, right? So, obviously they're both good. Obviously they're both useful. However, in that case, the more important thing to me is always going to be who did it better. And I think Tesla did it better. Tesla was just all around a lot more. He did a lot of things a lot better, but also he just deserved the recognition more, right? Because that poor bastard, like, with his incredibly severe, like, OCD, paranoia, and most everything else the man suffered from, I certainly think the least he deserves is to be the one, like, who people think of when they think of electricity, right? Because Edison was just a bastard who stole shit, right? And I don't find that near as impressive, right? Yeah. But I feel much the same, right? In terms of, like, sure, did, what's his name? Nietzsche maybe come up with this idea of the subconscious first? Maybe, yeah, who cares, though? Did he really define each, like, did he really define what comprised that subconscious? Because I would actually argue that somebody like Jung did a much better job with that, right? Because Jung, but even there, I would once again go back to Irving Goffman. Irving Goffman did it better. Let me pull up his fucking model of self. It's incredible. It's just, it's peak. It's art. It's the best. Goffman, Theory of Self. Tis a dynamic, theatrical performance. It's not a fixed thing. There is the front stage, the settings where we perform specific roles for an audience, manage our appearance, manners, and etc. to create a sustained desired impression. How you act during a job interview or while you're waiting tables. The backstage, private areas, how you are when you're around friends and off script. Impression management, it's the effort to guide and control how others see us. You use props, costumes, specific clothing, verbal, nonverbal cues, shape these impressions. And then the self as a mask. And the self is not a real person behind the scenes, but the sum total of all carefully crafted roles we play across different social situations. And essentially, when you kind of synthesize this sort of idea with something, because basically at that stage, the subconscious takes on a totally different type of perspective, right? Because it's a mask you're just not aware that you're wearing at a particular moment, right? And at that stage, you need to go look to Jung's work. And Jung kind of has the discussions about, like, the shadow and whatnot, like, and the like, which I have. There's good and bad things about that I like, and certainly I dislike. But all these things kind of, like, can be reasonably like, I actually guess something else I wanted to publish, but I never had the chance, frankly. Is a very, it's basically a synthesis of the different models of self from all of these different, like, people. In fact, I probably will. I'll just publish that on my Substack one of these days, if I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Yeah. Oh, wait. Hey, Darkcast. You're from Spain, you say. Have you heard of the very prominent cancer researcher, Pedro Esbrit? If not, well, he's pretty great. You should look into the man. He's awesome. His work about, like, human growth hormone is likely to be the thing that leads to a cure to cancer. Yeah. It's pretty cool. He's in Spain, too. He's also my mother's good friend. Indeed, Space Shuttle. Jesus' wounds are stigmata. Correct. Okay. Well, the stigma feeling a little jealous, you say? Ha ha. Computers. What? I stand by my joke still. Do not have to read Aristotle to know what he wrote about. Ha. Iwo. Awu. Hey, reading. I mean, there are things about Nietzsche's work I find respectable. There are other things I do not find as respectable. I have rather complicated feelings about Nietzsche, but by and large, I find him insufficient. That's not to say he didn't do good work. He did. But I have mixed feelings, truly, at the end of the day. I don't know what Vermeer, the girl with the pearl earrings, is. What even is that? Who is that? What is that? Why pearl earrings? Why earrings? I have so many questions. There's so many things in this world I don't understand. And a lot of them are the things you're saying. Oh, I have really high standards. Oh yes, I'm aware. Oh yes, like let me just say this. I think that Nietzsche did his best. I think that he did his best, actually. That is the nicest thing I have to say. Yeah. And it was good work in some places. Exactly, right? That's one of my big issues with the man. The man makes essentialist fallacies. Too much. Yeah. Too much. The person I think that... So frankly, if I had to pick one human being who... Actually, you know what? Never mind. I don't know how I feel about this one. I don't know. I was thinking, like, on a long enough time scale, at most any human is probably... You're probably gonna be able to, like, have comparable results on a long enough time scale, but not like a realistic time scale, right? So I suppose from that perspective, yeah, like it's a shame to lose certain people in that respect, for sure, no doubt. But like, I guess my thoughts, like, it's kind of difficult to say like what the interoperability of different people is, right? Yeah, like the interoperability of like one philosopher and scientist for another is not always very clear, obvious, simple, etc. But frankly, I find that there have been significantly worse tragedies. For example, the man who... Do you know why colleges do not... Do you want to know why university and high school and like college students are exempted from wars? It's because the dude that invented the periodic table of elements got shot in the head by a bullet, I believe during World War One. Can you think of anything more fucking wasteful? Right? Can you think of anything more stupid and wasteful of like a particularly brilliant scientist other than to be shot in the head? Right? The man who invented the periodic table of elements. Just shot in the head, dead by a bullet. Stupid. Stupid, I'd say. And I guess from my perspective on that, in that regard, I believe that every scientist has value, right, intrinsically. But even further than that, I believe that every human being has value intrinsically, and that each human being's loss and them being and their potential talents being squandered on a day-to-day basis by not being nurtured is an equal tragedy to that man being needlessly dying an early death. What? Space shuttle. What is your native language? It would probably help me understand what you're saying better. Yeah. Man, this sandwich is so good. It's so delicious. I love it. Mm-hmm. Ah, okay. Okay. I get what you mean. Well, if you're enjoying your time here, by all means, drop a follow. Mm-hmm. But yes, let's see. I must bring Kitty. Don't be mad at me. I have to bring the computer closer to read the things. Mm-hmm. Favorite philosopher, though. Oh, thank you so much. Much appreciated, Space Shuttle. I appreciate the follow. Space Shuttle, all I will say about you viewing that one is like one of the saddest stories of all time. I respect that as your opinion, but there are a great many things in this world that are tragedies beyond compare. And frankly, I find that Nietzsche's life is only in the lower third of so I guess upper third of most tragic things, I suppose. Yeah, you can look at it that way. So it's in the top 33% of most saddest stories of all time, but I think it's at the bottom of that 33%, right? Because to me, there's a lot more tragic kind of stories. I don't really feel like getting into them, quite frankly, because they're sad, right? They are super sad, But my favorite philosopher. Hey, Ren. Who do you think my favorite philosopher is? It's probably Irving Goffman, right? Wrote Stigma? Does anyone else come to mind for you? Yeah, I know one of the really depressed ones, but which one? No, I don't like. I'm not very fond of Kafka. Yeah, Ren often remembers these things better than I do. Diogenes. Solid choice. Solid choice. Favorite... Oh, actually, here's a good one. Favorite Roman emperor for you guys? I'm curious. Mine is definitely, I think it's Marcus Aurelius. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the Essentialist found... Oh, dude. Darkcast, you expect me to remember that shit? It has something to do with nationalism. It has something to do with racism. And it had something to do with some variety of assuming that various groups of people had certainly these Let me answer your question on a different day, Darkcast. I don't feel able to answer it effectively today. for a number of reasons. Just not quite feeling up to it. But it's a good question, and I intend to answer it, but I can't do so right at this particular moment. That one! That's the one! Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Dogcast. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. It is true, Meatball. Le French do speak le French better. Although I like that. That's sus. Kind of, I love that. That's pretty great. All my natives say me. Right, but Space Shuttle. What about, like, the Holocaust and stuff, dude? What about every genocide ever? What about, honestly, like, those first two are the real ones there, but frankly, you could make a solid argument for, like, the slaughter at Cannae that Hannibal did to a bunch of Roman soldiers was way worse than, let's see, all three of those things combined. Yeah. I wouldn't say that, but somebody would, I'm sure. You're not arguing that? I mean, that's fine. Frankly, Dogcast, don't you worry about it. In which case, I probably won't look into it, because it's fine. Not a big deal. Diogenes, great choice. Diocletian, I don't remember which one he is. Let me look it up real fast. I like Marcus Aurelius because he was a diviner, and he practiced the thing where you got the animals to get like their innards, and you use that to divine the future. And he somehow managed to convince a bunch of people that it meant something. I don't know, man. That's pretty impressive. I don't know about you, but I'm impressed that he managed to say, "Look at the way that the blood and intestines fell." I mean, I'm obviously it means this, that, and the other. The charisma you have to do that is unfathomable to me. Like, that's a man with, like, 23, 24 charisma if I've ever seen it, right? Oh, I see. Let's see. Diocletian. Yeah, he does not. Yeah. Oh yeah. I remember this guy. Coming back to me now. Yeah. Yeah. This guy. Let's see. Interesting. Okay. This is fascinating, though. Interesting. Okay, this guy's got. Yeah, I remember a few things about this man, but I don't remember all of the bibbins and bobbins. Fascinating. Oh, thank you, Darkcast. Ren told me about that shit. I remember now. Bless you, Darkcast. Thank you. It's coming back to me now. You are right about that. That's Ren knows about this shit. That is what Ren said. I recall that. Yes, yes. About the Nietzsche sister being the problematic one. That's what I was remembering, not what Nietzsche said, but the way that Nietzsche's original works have been altered by a. That's right. It's coming back to me now. It's coming back to me. Like I said, my memory is trash. I never claimed otherwise. I appreciate that one, Darkcast, frankly, because like I said, my memory is bad. It's not good, man. It's not good. So my actual issue is like Hannibal made very sure that there were like almost no survivors in that routing. Do you know how many fucking people died in like the battle of, let me just pull it up. That was this, because yes, the thing is though, it took a long time. It was a bunch of slow agonizing deaths, rundowns, and like it was some fucked shit, man. But like I said, I wouldn't make that argument that it was technically worse than all three of those things combined. But I'm sure somebody would. The thing was really more. I think so, Darkcast. Yeah, absolutely. Marcus Aurelius was really good at politics and played a whole bunch of different people like a fiddle, while privately really despising most of them and really despising the system he was taking part in. And he really did want to make people's lives better, but his attempts were frustrated at every single turn by misfortune. Things just didn't work well for the guy because he had bad luck, basically, is kind of how I look at it. And I do think, yeah, I'm talking about the Battle of Cannae, yeah. Battle of Cannae. If there's a really great YouTube creator called Lindy Bage, I'll type it into the chat. I fucking love Lindy Bage. Lindy Bage is my jam. Lindy Bage. He's my jam, I tell you. I haven't watched him in a while, but I love his work on the Battle of Cannae in particular. It's great. Good shit. Yeah. I mean, that sounds pretty rock and roll. In terms of the bear wrestling and like insert joke about bear wrestling because they're very funny things you could say. Let's see, what is the death toll here? It's also, you could argue, one of the I think it is one of the most like strategically significant defeats in human history of like one military force against another for a lot of different reasons, but not least of which is just like first off that's a difference, let me tell you. 86,000 Romans versus 50,000 Carthaginians, and mind you, most of those people, like a lot of them, did not speak the same language. So Hannibal had managed to basically get all these people to be able to work together somehow, despite the fact there were serious language barriers. And he himself personally inspired such confidence in these people that they were willing to like work with the guy. It's incredible. Like this fucking guy, man. How the hell he did that? I have no idea, man. I have no idea. That's it. Let's look at the difference in casualties, right? Yes, I do think a lot of them did speak Greek, yes. But, yeah, the leaders, that's kind of exactly my point, right? So, like, a lot of the individual soldiers would not have been able to speak directly to each other, and yet their hatred of Rome and their, like, call it devotion, call it loyalty, call it whatever you'd like, to Hannibal was sufficient that it didn't seem to the fact that like the strategy, everything combined, like these are usually the things that fuck up unit cohesion badly, right? Yeah. I have not heard that particular story, Space Shuttle. That sounds like something, certainly. But yeah, so the casualties for Cannae, right? Something between 67.5 thousand and 80,000 of the 86,400 troops died. And something between 5 and 8,000 of the 50,000 of the Carthaginian troops died. That is such a catastrophically crushing defeat of such incomparable proportion. It's utterly insane, right? Utterly insane with a plural. Honestly, that's funk. What's up, Bran?
This was too funny not to immediately share. Our friend woke up to a text message from their sister asking out of the blue if he was smoking meth. Mind you, our friend is like the straightest laced person you've ever met and has a good relationship with his family.
Sleep, we say, hello, Red.
Hello. I do not know.
And Dargas says, huh?
I do not understand, because I asked him, like, what the fuck prompted this?
Yeah.
And because he is a man, he didn't ask!
Did you demand that he fucking ask?
I'm getting there.
Yeah, fucking that does so.
Fucking men.
I understand. These things do happen.
But yeah, it was like, and I suppose the only context we have.
Also, wait, who is your favorite Roman emperor, and or I will allow you in particular to cheat and also pick amongst people who are not emperors in Rome, if you really want to. Nobody else gets to, though, because I have double standards for Ren. Shlifu say, yeah, fuck Ren. I mean, well, lots of people do fuck men, so fair.
Yeah, briefly, I will say the only context we actually have is that for some reason, people who were anti-vaxxers were what prompted this question? But I don't know what the fuck that means!
I can only assume that this has to do with, like, very misguided ideas, like, that are, like...
My actual theory...
Dare I call it, like, Kolodny-esque, like, in their unhingedness, right?
What I actually think it was she was, like, arguing with anti-vaxxers.
Right.
And they were like, meth causes autism.
That's my first and initial thought, yeah.
And he has an autism diagnosis.
Yeah.
And so I could see it being the kind of thing where she's like, are you on meth? So that she could, like, show the anti-vaxxers, because for whatever reason she will encounter them again. Because mind you, their time zone difference is insane.
Literally despair.
Because he's where we are in the U.S.
Right.
And she's in Amsterdam.
That's pretty funny.
So I can't imagine that she texted him thinking that he would immediately reply.
True that.
But
That
yes,
tracks. And I do agree with Yankee.
I'll be right back. I need to look something up.
You got it.
In order to answer your question.
That makes sense. Ren's looking up the question, the answer to the question about favorite Romans and the like. And the Dark Fox, that's super fucking cool. About doing a presentation on the Second Punic War 10+ years ago. That's damn interesting. And that's fucking awesome. I absolutely love, like, frankly, Hannibal is one of the most peculiar historical figures. If for no other reason than how bonkersly, like, underappreciated his strategic acumen was his entire life. It's crazy. That said, I got in the sense that like he wanted to make sure everybody knew that Rome could bleed. He did succeed at his life's ambition. That said, the poor bastard, like, he suffered quite a lot for not a lot of returns. Caused a lot of bloodshed for not a lot of returns in a lot of respects. Yeah. And I agree, Darkcast. That is something that I do very much respect about Nietzsche's like ideology of like don't idolize people and things. It's solid. Yeah. Yeah, Balmy?
Just give me a sec.
Darkcast say Octavian and Agrippa, best buds. Super vanilla in terms of Roman emperors. I mean, hey, fair. Totally valid.
I kind of okay. So this one is based in no part of like having any like feelings about their ruling, but instead because I own an ancient coin that has his face as the because he was the emperor at the time, Marcus Aurelius.
Marcus Aurelius also your fave?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's also mine. Yeah, rock and roll. Marcus Aurelius. Woo! Yeehaw. Easternadai is not sure who their favorite emperor is. That's fair. On what once was Carthago? What the hell is that?
I suppose when we say Marcus Aurelius,
Couldn't
there are
go
like
to canon,
5
that's
different
understandable.
Marcus Aureliuses that you could technically be talking about because we've given them different names retroactively, but oftentimes it was a lot more similar to like Egyptian rule, where it's like Ptolemy the First, Ptolemy the Second, Ptolemy the Third, Ptolemy the Fourth, Ptolemy the Fifth, Ptolemy the Fifth again, but somehow it's different, you know?
Ptolemy the 5.3.
Ptolemy the 15th.
Yep.
Ptolemy's lasted forever.
There were too many Ptolemies, I readily agree. But also, like, I often forget just how crushing the defeat at Cannae was. Like, there were 86,000 troops, and as many as 80,000 may have died.
Yeah.
That's fucked. It's so
Yeah.
because you have to assume, right, that
I think one of my favorites isn't that, but it's like the sea people.
the Gauls, or which ones are you
No,
talking about? Wait, which
no,
ones
the
are we
sea
talking
people
about?
is a part of why it's so fun is because we don't actually know.
Don't know.
We don't know. All we know is that like there's like this sweep across the islands of Greece where like occasionally there will be like, oh god, oh fuck, the sea people are coming, essentially.
Really?
And
We just
then-
don't know who it is?
And then they're just gone.
That's so funny.
And like the sea people seem to have just like wiped out a like section of like people, and we essentially know nothing about them because
They did so thoroughly?
I think it actually probably has more to do with the fact that like
Dargas seems to know what you're talking about.
yeah, if I recall correctly, mind you, it's been years since I took a class about this.
Attacking the Levant.
Yeah, so and essentially it's that the people
And some of
who
them
were-
joined the Egyptian army. Goddamn.
Yeah, the people who were being invaded didn't know who was invading them. And so it can be really hard to trace that kind of thing. Because the sea peoples, if they had any writing, it's long gone.
Right. We don't even know. Like, was it ever clear why they were doing what they were doing?
I mean, the probability is just like pirate-esque behavior.
Right. Yeah, that's fair. I can understand like why. Yeah, that makes a lot. Some joined.
Hey, little guy.
The fact that some joined the Egyptian army does beg the question if there was some type of other motivation, right? Like, but what that motivation was is kind of I don't actually
Well,
know.
the problem actually is that the evidence is so scant
Exactly, right? Yeah.
that ascribing any motivation at all.
Yeah, like Dark Ass said they could have been displaced from their original land. That is a solid guess, actually.
However, the amount of destruction that they brought would indicate that, like, that might not necessarily be
that
true
might not
because
also. Yeah, exactly.
they had
It'd
to
be
have
excessive,
had
yeah.
enough power to have swept through as many places as they did. To do that, you need a certain level of equipment. You need a certain level of, like, just manpower in general, of supplies. Because even if you raid and you get the supplies that way, to be able to sweep through and cause as much fear as they did, it seems highly unlikely.
Yeah, like, it's because there aren't that many. But
they could have been exiled.
Yeah.
And displaced that way.
Yeah.
But then it feels like, because like the Greeks loved being racist.
True.
Greeks loved being racist, and in this case, racist means you aren't Greek racism. So like they would have like, it feels like if there had been any definitive cultural marking that they recognized, they would have mentioned it in a really insulting way.
Solid point. Yeah.
It's notable. I was like 2 semesters away from graduating with a degree in anthropology with a minor in classics.
Indeed, Meatball. We are not talking about you. We know you live in current Greece. We are talking about past times Greece. Unless you reveal
Greeks.
that you too are an eldritch being who can transcend time and space, in which case, I mean, maybe...
Or you reveal that you love racism.
Yeah, indeed. One or the other. Indeed. That's actually very funny. Also, I'm still caught up on the fact that, like, think about how many of these fucking Roman troops were probably running away. Because it was a rout. It was a rout, man.
Mm-hmm.
And Hannibal said, "Oh, you think you're all getting away? Funny joke, man."
I'm gonna commit what in the later years
Yeah.
would be called a war crime.
Yeah, like it was like a legit war crime. And he's just like, "Oh wait, no, guys, we're gonna take a few prisoners,
Mostly.
but yeah, no, just kill them all. Right? No, make sure that how about this? Do it either quickly or slowly. You get to choose." Hmm?
Man.
Yeah, because honestly, like I genuinely think what the fuck thing for me is we don't know anything about the specifics, right? Because most of that shit that was written down is long gone, and like some stuff that Hannibal, Hannibal didn't write very much about in his later years, right?
Well, the actual biggest issue is that, like,
Or did he? I don't
history is not told by the winners. History is told by the biggest assholes who can write the most inflammatory statements.
That's also true. Yeah.
So, like, you can't really take much of any of what's written about emperors or leaders at face value, because you have to, like, contend with the fact that either they're a kiss ass or they hate that person and will you like, there are no anti-slander laws, or if there are, it does, like, much like even today, that does not necessarily stop people.
True that.
Because, like, the U.S.
And I agree, Darkcast. I don't think, like, it seemed like Hannibal really didn't enjoy writing.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, oftentimes these leaders weren't writing about themselves. If they were writing letters.
But to me, I think it really does kind of speak to just, like, Hannibal's character in, like, both a good and bad way, that he didn't find the slaughter of Cannae that noteworthy. Like, except, he wrote about it in, like, what it meant. But he didn't write about the details.
Yeah, but like I said, you know,
I also think that, yeah, maybe it was deleted in the burning of Alexandria's library.
Funny enough, the burning of the Library of Alexandria is not as awful as we often think of it as. A lot of the stuff had actually been removed. Like,
That's good.
It was in ebb and flow. Obviously, it's still horrible in the end, because there was a great loss of knowledge and literature. But the other thing to take into account is, as unfortunate as it is, paper is one of the worst ways.
Apparently he knows. He's just memeing.
Yeah. Paper is just one of the worst ways to actually keep any history written down, because it will inevitably disintegrate over time. And so essentially the only way that it gets kept alive is if multiple parties are writing that same thing over and over and over again. And even then it gets changed. And that's even true of stone tablets. I mean, for instance, there's like a reason that Homer's plays have like a million different versions. And I mean, a part of that's also due to the fact that the plays themselves were never meant to be static. They were meant to be able to change. You're
Not
supposed
fully,
to play...
maybe. We could just be unlucky. True that. And I mean, to be fucking fair, like, the fact that, like, Hannibal was a remarkably unlucky man. Like, if we look at the statistics of his life...
Aw, he just like you for real.
It's true, though. Right? Like, he good at luck when it comes to survival and shit like that, but aside from that, unlucky as all hell.
I remember one time when I told one of our friends that I am in fact a lucky person, he just looked at me with disbelief and doubt written across his heart. Because I am also a very unlucky person.
True.
But the thing was, he was proven wrong.
Very many times.
But yes.
I mean, you have, like, rolled, like, what, like, 5 crits in, like,
Hey, no.
1 turn and shit, like, for various shit, like...
No!
Okay, you're right, it was 2 different characters' turns that you were controlling, right? So basically...
And it wasn't 5, it was nowhere near 5.
It was like 3 or 4 different...
It was like 3.
In 1 turn, and then it was...
It was not 1 turn!
But then every save you had, you rolled, like, a 19 or a 20, like... You roll super... Like,
or I roll horribly and I get nat ones.
That does happen, but that happens less often.
Yeah, but it still happens.
Like, and mind you guys, it doesn't matter. The dice don't matter. The RNG... The RNG's just on Ren's side no matter what.
Hey,
it does not matter
it's
what
also,
it's from.
The thing is
We're talking about D&D, yes.
I build the fact that I know I have extremes into my characters. Lucky feats all the time. Reroll abilities out the wazoo. You think I just get this lucky through pure chance? It's partially skill, baby. Because that's actually what it is it's like, oh no, I rolled a 1. Well, I guess I'll use one of the, like, 6 resources I have. And that's part of why. It feels like I don't roll as many low scores, but in reality, I just don't do them.
That's also fair. Yeah, you do got the lucky feat. You do got the chronology wizard shit. I mean, that is fair. Like, that understandable. And you have plenty of DM
inspirations.
And the DM inspirations as well. Like, you got lots of shit you can rely upon.
Yeah.
And that's fair, and that's totally valid. If you guys don't know, yeah, so chronology wizards can reroll a bunch of shit. Bards can add extra dice. What do you call it? Lucky feat lets you reroll some shit.
Though actually, none of my...
so tell him, give me some. Sharing is caring. That's very funny.
It's also that I have, like...
You only get 2s and 4s and not a meme. So, Darkcast, if it's a real dice, I recommend you test the dice in salt water to make sure it's not poorly balanced.
Also, I'm gonna eat some of the pound cake.
No! Okay. It's fine, but no! No! But it's fine. But no! And I will mourn my pound cake. I will. But yes. Hannibal was like, okay, I'll copy and improve on the Greek classics. Africanus did the same back to him, and he could only watch. I wish I knew what that meant. I only vaguely understand. D20, mostly 2s and 4s. Once died and asked the DM to let me roll the bad guy. That's understandable. Easy victory for the players. That is actually super funny. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's really, really funny. I am not... Yeah, like, that is fucking amazing, actually. Like, that shit is utterly a delight. Wait a minute. What do I need to do? The time right now. Streaming for about 6 hours. Time? Noon and a half. Thing? It's what? One moment. I gotta ask around a question real quick. 1 sec. There we go. Okay, so now all I must do. How long have we been yapping about the Punic Wars? That's actually not a good one. When did I finish eating the sandwich? Shit. It's probably been at least 20 minutes. So I can set a 25-minute alarm. So that I can then have my Adderall, my afternoon Adderall. Good stuff. Okay. Marvelous. Lovely, lovely, and lovely. But yeah, so like... See, in the great wars of the Le Great Caesar and Le Grim Hannibal, the times of Belshazzar, and the pharaohs and all, the days of such and Roland, the bold, all banners were waving for women and gold. What do it mean? I do not know. I do not know. I do not know. Yeah, Publius Cornelius Scipio Africanus. That's such a fucking name, man. These people have such fucking names, let me tell you. Like, why can't they just have a normal name, like John Smith? I don't actually like the name John Smith, but also, I find the name John Smith pretty funny. Like, deeply humorous, actually. Is the guy that defeated Hannibal. Hannibal lost with the same tactics being used against him. And he never fought against his own tactics. It makes sense. It makes good logic sense, actually. Balsamo was... Oh, okay, yeah, okay, I get it now, thank you. So, frankly, I would not be surprised if the man, like, Yeah, that's actually quite... Yeah. Because the thing is, Hannibal was a great offensive strategist, but the trouble is... being a defensive strategist is a whole separate bag, right? And I would say that if Hannibal was great at one thing, it was organizing and marching troops effectively, quickly, over long areas or distances and like for a long time, right? And because, you know, that's not exactly quite good enough, right? For a lot of different things. I think that's a big part of why things did not go quite so well for the poor guy. Yeah, it's rough. That's rough, Zuko. Something. Alright, I can also... Should I give this guy... I don't know. You know what? I don't need this one. Fuck this one. It's fine. What do I need it for? I have plenty of magic missile. As much as I love my magic missiles, I do not need that particular magic missile one. That makes a lot of good sense, actually. This is all coming back to me now. Cause remember, Ren and I were like talking about looking into it a while back. Yeah, but that shit not easy to remember. But yeah, that all tracks good logic sense. And like... Okay, actually I wanted to... Oops. So like... I find it interesting. Oh, I see. It's explosion on drunk enemies. I see why I held on to that wand. Because it could be very, very funny to make a homing... Mist of Spirits wand on this thing. That said, the bubbly bounce is utterly unnecessary. However, also, this, that, this, that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Marvelous. That is a lot more economical. Let's see. I could give it a heavy shot and a homing and it would basically be done. But yeah. This guy goes here. Good shit. Scipio's last name. Publius is the name. Wait, what was Cornelius? Ah! Oh yeah, like it is so like everybody claimed that this man, like, to my recollection, people claimed that this man had a bunch, like, each of these was different, this, that, the other. I think this man, straight up, was memeing on everybody who asked his fucking name, right? Because I felt, they seem like the type of person, like, the read I got on them, like, historically, is that the type, they were trolled, basically, right? So, their whole vibe would have been, if you're, like, I think he would have said, like his internal monologue might be, if you're too stupid to not know who I am, and you don't know my face, then you don't deserve to, like, know which of my names is my real name. Or that, like, I'm gonna meme on you left and right. Right? That's kind of how I see it. However, just as likely is that people just recorded it wrong a bunch of times. Because he had so many fucking names, right? Because it's a long-ass name. It's pretty likely that Walter is his real name. His real name is Walter. Goddamn right. His name is Heisenberg. Is the praenomen Cornelius the nomen Chance and Scipio the cog. Oh, it's coming back to me again. Yeah. So to my recollection, actually, I think that somebody had tried to figure this shit out. I think it was Lindy Page, actually. And the way he made it sound was that it's pretty likely there were about 3 people involved who are comprised within that name, basically, right? And that they basically that one of them acted kind of separately from the other 2. And that 2 of them basically, like there was the one guy, and then, like, their advisor, basically, right? And that one of their, like, at least one of those names was a rank. I think that may have been the extent of the agreement. It's very funny. So, yeah, a lot of people do, but even to this day, but, like, you're right, like, especially in the past, people really believed for a long time that, like, knowing names, like, help power and whatnot, power, all that crap, right? I mean, and I guess in the sense that it lets you talk shit, I guess so, but I just don't really see the whole thing. It doesn't really make much sense to me, that whole vibe, right? Because to me, it's just, I mean, names are second order concept. They're second order to concepts, right? The name is just a referent, a meaningless set of sounds to represent the concept. The concept to me is the concrete, right? The name is all fluff, right? As an Eldritch Jelly, I assure you that the concept is what is concrete. The name. But squishy fluff. It will help my squish power grow, you see. Because of course. Squish. See? I now have 6'7", you see? 6'7". Squish power. But yeah, I mean, like, so in my D&D games, I'm pretty reticent to let the players, like, so, like, the whole demons power, like, names power over them. I allow that to be a thing if somebody at the table wants it to be, right? But I don't find it that interessant, personally. Oh, wait, what about the Emperor had a TTS device? That's a really funny thing. That whole thing is so funny. It makes me laugh a lot. But how are we talking about that? I suppose you're quite right, Shlifu, that yeah, it would allow you to like hex them and whatnot, curse them and the like, and all that shit, right? Oh well, to be fair, Meatball, that's actually a far older idea from like just occultism more generally, right? You say a name thrice, you say a demon's name thrice, you summon them, right? Yeah, definitely all that shit. That's right? Like my whole thing with like, I get that's what the people were doing with said things, right? With like the names and all that shit, right? But I just, oh god, I just find it so uncompelling. It's kind of crazy. I'm just like, oh really? The names are what are important. Oh wow! It's just my vibe, right? I'm just like, oh god, the names, eh? Not the concept, right? You can't distill the, like if they could distill for me the concrete essence of what the name represents, and they could then communicate it using that name, that'd be one thing. But that's never what we are talking about, right? That's never. And a Bob without a hat, I appreciate you helping my squish power grow. Anybody else here ever been hexed by anybody, out of curiosity? Speaking of cache invalidation, A, what is that? And B, the other day, like, all my alarms I had on my phone, my alarm app on my phone got, like, just randomly deleted. I don't really understand how that happened. It happened with an update? The fuck? I just don't get it. Well, good on you. I'm glad y'all have never been hexed. Yeah, good stuff. I was just a little curious. I certainly hope that lucky streak continues. I'm sure it will, realistically, because, you know, the types of people that, like, hex other people are not very, they're kind of few and far between, I'd say. Not that many people do these things these days. Okay. I am amused that you feel the need to say so, Meatball. Are you sure that's what you believe? I'm also just shit-talking, by the way, just so you're well aware. Yeah, like I'm not being, I am being neither fully serious nor fully facetious. I am keeping my actual feelings rather close to my chest. For every good Eldritch Slime, as every good Eldritch Slime knows, some of the time you must keep secrets. Some of the time you must be obsequious. Some of the time you must, yeah, something. You know, this one, I would like it to behave differently. But I need my modifiers for that. But because I'm organizing the wands right now, I can't just do that. Example of what? Oh, you don't need to convince me that most of the time these things do nothing. I'm well and thoroughly convinced of that. I'm just of the view that, like, in the theoretical possibility that magic has any sort of, like, effect on the world, aside from through people, that it would be difficult to measure enough that it would be difficult to verify one way or the other. But also, that if it exists, it's more temperamental than weather. That is to say, like, I've never been much of a believer in such things. However, of course, if it were to exist, it would be subject to highly temperamental things that, honestly, I'm not that. I'll yap about it messing about. So, Meatball. So, guys, something you need to understand about the placebo effect. It only affects specific people. If you are unaffected by the placebo effect, you are unaffected by the placebo effect. What's more, if you're affected by it, but only briefly, that is not the same thing. Right? Because the fact, and the same is true for the nocebo effect, the opposite of the placebo effect. So, and again, hypnosis can work on, yes, it is the same group. It's a circle. Meatball, it's a circle. So, I'd be careful about using you general in that type of situation, right? Because what we're really talking about is a small minority of people. And as a consequence of that, right? Darkcast, circle. Hypnosis, placebo. Hypochondria, circle. Right? Not all of those people are all of those things. However, but you haven't heard about the Macebo effect. That's terribly stupid. Meatball, that's horrible. What a bad joke. I love it. That's so dumb. Fantastic, whimsical delight. I am happy. So, Meatball, I've done a great deal of research about the essence of the placebo effect. And I can tell you this. I have dug very deeply into the data, into the essence of placebo controls, the essence of the nocebo effect, the psychological, the physiological underpinnings of all of these things. There is one grand truth behind it, I can tell you for sure. There are some people who are affected by these things. And they will regularly be affected. But that effect, even for them, will diminish over time. Meaning, for the purposes of like a therapeutic placebo, which I want you to be aware, is something that has been floated, and in fact done in some places.
Pretty smart, dude.
Where, I appreciate it, where they will give you a sugar pill, a nothing burger, right? And no, Meatball, they can't. No. Wait, actually, I'm not sure what you're asking, but I'll tell you what the result of the experiment was. The result of the experiment, I don't know. I don't know about that. Maybe, yeah, probably. I would bet money, yes. I would bet money on it, but I don't know. Frankly, I don't know. That one was irrelevant to all of my research, so I never looked into it, right? Yeah. But based on everything I read about it, there is a good reason to believe that, yeah. So, it is associated with conscientiousness. Like, not being susceptible to it is associated to conscientiousness. It's thought to have, like, certain correlations with, like, certain aspects of proprioception, but this is not a very well foundationed idea. Yeah. Yeah, like, so it is pretty complicated, but generally being a highly skeptical person makes you less susceptible to all of those things. That is generally true. All of that said, however, one must definitively keep in mind that Meatball, I don't remember. I don't remember the answer to that one, Meatball, but great question. Great question, actually. I don't know that I ever looked up to find out, right? I don't know that I ever looked it up. No, yeah, I did. Well, I guess not hypnosis specifically. I did look to see if placebos worked on them. To my recollection, placebo effects do also exist in animals. Some of them, anyway. And, yeah. However, it follows the same sort of pattern. Only some people. Only some of the animals, right? Yeah, and sleep would say they think yes. Hypnosis is basically a state of deep meditation, so if you don't lean into it and don't let yourself... Yeah, exactly. Precise. That's a very solid point. Right? However, there is more to it, but that's also that's a major factor. We cannot ignore that. There's a lot to all of this kind of shit, right? It's often very multifactorial and crap. But something to definitely keep in mind is that, like, placebos are useless for pain relief. That is one takeaway. They do not help. And in fact, in some cases, make it worse. And that actually is not a nocebo effect. It is something different that can also be confused for a nocebo effect. And here's what it is. It's the feeling of betrayal, loneliness, and hopelessness exacerbating the feelings of pain because you no longer have any hope for the future that it will get less bad. All of that amplifies pain. It's a complicated affair as to how that happens. But yeah, and I agree, Shlifu. No, you're right. But yeah, like, some people have claimed otherwise in certain papers, but there have been a great many people who have refuted their claims. Right? But that is not, frankly, the important part. The important part is that the people who claim that shit, their data sucks and does not support their arguments. Right? And I agree, Shlifu. It's true. It is a bit sad. And the fact that... So, do you guys want to know something? So, here is an innate truth about the ethics and essence of researching pain relief, right? A Bob without a hat, I'll get to that in a sec. That's a separate discussion. Important, but separate. Basically, Actually, I forgot what I was going to say on that note, so I'm actually going to do the thing that Bob Without a Hat say. So... For a long time... Actually, no, I think I vaguely remember. I'll start yapping about this, because they are sort of related, actually, in a certain roundabout way. Addiction? Do not forget. That's a good point, Shleef. I will drink more water. Addiction and dependence are two separate phenomenon. Dependence can make addiction worse. But that, yeah. Dependence, it has the following definition. It is withdrawal symptoms upon abrupt cessation of a drug. That's dependence. Now, addiction, as defined by the American Society for Addiction Medicine, is... Oh, and thank you. I appreciate that, Bob Without a Hat. But from the ASAM, American Society of Addiction Medicine, their definition is compulsive use despite harm. So it's withdrawal symptoms upon abrupt cessation of a drug. That's dependence. Addiction is compulsive use despite harm. Now, you'll notice that dependence can and does occur in a medical context, right? So if a person takes a medication, but there's no harm involved, they gain benefits from the medication that outweigh their side effects, it's all good. Yeah. Yeah. And essentially, yeah. Yeah, it's a clinical choice, right? It's a choice between a doctor and a patient, basically, that they have to make, right? It's nobody else's business. Now, so frequently, the possibility of dependence, first off, dependence and addiction have been conflated for decades. Actually, for over a century now. The two words have been severely conflated to be, like people have claimed they are the same thing, when they are very much not the same thing. Yeah. Doom scrolling is not a dependency. It theoretically, in some exceedingly severe cases, may be classified as addiction. But I'm gonna be real with you, it is neither. But like 99.99% of the time, it's neither. Because would you guys like to know what even the United States government determined the rate of addiction after... So, okay, let's put it this way. There's a very important concept to understand this particular study about a bunch of Vietnam War veterans, almost all of whom had been doing heroin. Not like all of the veterans, just all of these study group, right? All of them had been doing fucking heroin, right? There was a placebo control in the sense that there was a group who didn't do heroin, who was also seeing combat during the Vietnam War. You guys tell me, what percentage of those people do you believe had addiction when they came back and needed the drugs when they came back kept doing them at the expense of other things in their life? Give me some percents. Just throw some numbers you guys think or what it is. Because, I'm curious what y'all think. Because I know for a fact this particular study will surprise you. It wasn't 100%, no. It was much lower. I believe No, actually. The most generous estimate, 15% had addiction. However, by more stringent, accurate measures, you're looking at a number that's going to come up over and over again. 5%. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cinco. Eins, zwei, drei, vier, fünf. 5. That's it. 5%. But let's be extremely cautious. Exactly. 5. Let's say it's 15. It isn't, but let's say it is for argument's sake. That amount of the population does not justify allowing 85% of the population dies of acute. It doesn't justify letting, 85% of the population suffer, like, needlessly without, like, pain medications, right? So if heroin isn't causing addiction, that means that addiction isn't caused by drugs, right? And we already knew this. The government has known this for a long time. It's a well-established fact in the research. However, a bunch of other types of research cannot abide by this fact. For can you guess what reason? Can you guess? What possible reason could you have to ignore a well-established fact in your research? Exactly, Meatball. Money. Money, money, money. All of the government grants require that the frame of reference you look at it from is the drug war ideology and the idea that drugs cause addiction. Right? However, as time has gone on and that idea has become less and less able to exact line go up, burr. Less and less able to be sustained by data. What happens is two types of groups predominate who end up getting those contracts and those grants. It's people, in my opinion, who are extremely motivated for usually extremely corrupt, monetarily motivated reasons, to have that kind of conclusion. I'm not going to point any fingers here. I don't feel like opening that can of worms today. I've talked about it before, though. However, that's one. Another, of course, is people who are genuinely doing their very best to shape the government's, like, ideas into something more reasonable, right? And doing an okay job. That said, the nature of the grants prohibits that kind of thing. In many regards, yes, Shlifu. So, the fact of the matter is that if you guys want to read something that will blow your mind about addiction, the rabbit hole is the money part, actually. The thing that's actually not so much of a rabbit, it is a rabbit hole, but it's not near as deep, I suppose, is, it's called Addiction as an Attachment Disorder, and then the author is Flores, 2004. There you go. Yeah. So actually, in this particular case, Meatball, that part it's less straightforward than you would assume. And frankly, it is so ungodly complex, I would recommend you not wade into it today. Yeah. Maybe another day, though. I'm fine discussing it, just another day. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, that shit? Now that's actually interesting. Yeah, that shit's fascinating, right? But the money bit, yeah, that's the one I wouldn't recommend wading into today, because that shit's a whole thing. It's one of them things that's just like, my god, why's it gotta be like that? And that's right. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 and 2. And 3. I suppose that will do for 4. Actually, no. This one. Yeah, that'll be good. We could do this. This could be funny as shit. Well, bam! You know, that's not nearly as effective as I was hoping, but hey, whatever. Meatball, remember how I mentioned the other day about all those people I used to know who are no longer with us? That's the thing. It's that whole thing. Yeah. Yes, Darkcast, my major is in psychology. I have a minor in sociology. I almost got a minor in applied behavioral sciences, and yes, there were several other things so the plan was that I wanted to make an interdisciplinary degree about pain studies, but naturally I did not have a professor who wanted to help me do that. And as such, it did not happen. Because, yeah, that's how that works. Yes, that is how that works. Grumble, 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 grumble. Whee! Kaboom! Whee! Okay, yeah, it's not like the best thing in magic, but it's okay. Which, don't remember this. Worked on human behavioral by, let me figure out which fellow this guy is. If he's the guy I think he is, yes, but I just want to make sure. Let's see here. Oh yeah, yeah. I have seen some stuff from this particular guy, yeah. So, frankly, and you need to have a good day and some time, that's perfectly fine. Let's see. Okay. Cheat if you know where to go. Well, the story cares about the game. Oh, I remember Big Fish. You know, that fucking movie, when I watched it for the first, second, and third time as a kid, I didn't like it. For the first and second time, I liked it more the third time, as like a sort of meta commentary on like the way stories are exaggerated over time and like from like one teller to the next and all that shit, right? Pretty good. Pretty solid, but there were a lot of parts of it that never sat right with me. I don't remember what they were, though. I would definitely give it another watch, though, because frankly, I enjoyed the film enough, like, on several different levels, that I would give it a second watch. That said, something inexplicable did not sit right with me. That I don't remember well, because it's been a lot of years. A lot of years, actually. Yeah, a lot of years. Oldage. Ah, this one. I can toss this fella. I can just move this entire wand build to literally any other wand, because this one is just insufficient. I mean, it's a solid, like, low recharge time with a good cast delay, but, like, that 610 mana max is rough. I guess it's not truly a problem if I just get... fuck, I guess it's fine. It does work. I guess. God damn it. Why is it like this? However, I will only accept it if I give it a chainsaw. So now, it is machine gun homing plasma. That is much better. This is far more desirable. Okay. Good shit. Now, Earthbound, I will put it into the list to read about, to watch videos about, to digest lore videos about. Maybe watch a playthrough of. Earthbound. Okay. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, like for me, yeah, to me, like the first time I watched it, I was really upset that I was deceived. However, my parents explained to me, no, you see, it's about like the way that people were like telling tall tales, big fish, right? And I was like, oh shit, makes perfect sense. And then I was like, wait a minute, but I still don't. I do vaguely recollect the comic you talked about, but which one? Let me see. Yeah, like... It's on... Yeah, I totally feel that shit. Dark Catholic with a too long of a to-do list. And, yeah, I mean, I also would love that if the Ram was into such a game. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Very good. Very gentle guy. Yeah, so, like... That particular guy... Okay, so... He's a can of worms, actually. For a lot of reasons. Not least of which are certain systemic biases that affect his views. Some of which are inherent to behaviorist points of view. Some of which are more generalized in terms of like where they're coming from, and other biases, frankly, are a bit I would call them a reaction to very specific and intense negative reactions to his work. Right? Which is understandable, but I do believe that they have colored his subsequent works with certain amounts of radicalism in the specific regards of being against that other work. And mind you, you must keep in mind with all works of science and most everything else, right? It cannot really be digested outside of the context of its like what it was written for, what it was written in response to, and what its contemporary works are, right? And so, like, you have to keep in mind that the theory of neurons, for example, was written with a contemporary theory. It was the competitor to the idea of perineuronal nets. That is to say, the cellular membranes around neurons. The one about neurons won out. That said, there was still a lot of merit to the theories about perineuronal nets, and it's very likely that the essence of memory reconstruction, that is to say, the process of remembering stuff, aside from the limbic index, right? The index in your hippocampus, right? Aside from that, the essence of remembering stuff is actually reproducing connected, like, neuronal, like, synaptic, like patterns and pathways and firing, like, what do you call it? Patterns, yeah, I guess. A good way to go about it. Yeah, and essentially, like, so first off, his stuff on free will is particularly problematic for a lot of reasons, but mostly the stuff I was just referring to about, like, it being in reaction to certain other things, right? Now, certainly the ones about, like, the fact that people feel as though they made the decision after, like, the moment they made the decision is after they press the button. Right? That whole shit. I can understand that. That's reasonable. However, I don't believe it proves a goddamn thing. For 1,000 reasons. But, frankly, I could, like, write a paper about that? That's more of, like, a highly academic discussion. We can get to that one on a different day. 'Cause that's don't get me started about the different, like, issues with the measurement equipment. Don't get me started. Bulge indeed. But yeah. That's right. Broccoli soup. That's right. Please, actually, I would like that. That's a great idea, Shlifu. That's a great idea. You know, Meatball, I actually really like broccoli. It's one of my favorite leafy greens. In particular, I like broccoli because it's like, especially when there's butter and it's steamed, it's very good. With some salt and pepper, very tasty, very tasty. Let's see. Ooh, lemon. And you're right, it does look like a fractal, which is nice. And as a self-similar fractal slime, it's good for your fractal integrity. As everyone knows, your kitties need, just like kitties need good root systems, you know, eldritch slimes, they gotta have good fractal integrity. That's good. I'm glad you enjoy that. But yes. Yeah, like, yeah, because, like, honestly, there's a lot of aspects to quite a lot of studies where I'm just like, bruv, we don't even understand the essence of what makes up consciousness. It's a little bit early to be claiming there is no such thing as free will based on your results. That's quite the extraordinary claim. Mind you, I don't really feel that free will would be significant if it did exist. right? And so I am fully free will agnostic, right? Because I don't care. To me, choice has always been irrelevant. I guess it's just mostly because I don't really regret very many things. There are a few things I regret, right? And if I could, I would go back and change those things, right? But I guess, to me, there's very few situations where I would have really done something super different. They are there, mind you. Like, I've made plenty of mistakes that I would very much wish I could just get rid of, right? I've done something different. However, in essence, I find that the idea of free will is always kind of subordinated by, I guess, just the material conditions you find yourself in, right? Because to me, no amount of free will would ever have helped me overcome my material conditions. Because, frankly, the people around me were either unwilling to listen to what I had to say, did not heed my warnings, did not heed my advice, and were too lacking in self-reflection to even rue the fact that they didn't. Right? So it was always the type of thing where it was like, I mean, what good is a free will if it quite literally would have made no difference to you? Right? You kind of have to wonder such a thing. And the fact of the matter is that free will is so very nebulous by its nature. What's it truly to mean? Like, can you be said to have free will because you made a single decision? Can you be said to have free will even if that decision was made, functionally speaking, under duress by your environment? What about if that duress was directly from one other person? Can you still be said to have exercised your free will there? And I argue that in all examples, it's fucking irrelevant. Right? Because ideally, you ought to be making decisions as a community with people, right? You ought to be consulting with the people, right? Yeah, like... Yeah, I mean, free will doesn't exist because everything works by cause and effect. Next question. Thank you, Laplace's demon. Much appreciated. Nah! Well, no, actually, if you are in fact Laplace's demon, yeah, you're right. Do you know the starting conditions of the universe? Are you the thing that drove Laplace mad? Were you the little, like, Shinigami that, like, as in, like, the Shinigami from fucking, like, Death Note and shit, that was, like, whispering into Laplace's ear when he said, "And so it is obvious," when they had to fucking expand 13 extra math steps out for anybody else except for Laplace to understand it? Well, meat suits for bacterial... Honestly, I actually think, Meatball, that there is more truth to that we're like meat suits for bacterial colonies in our intestines. That there is more truth to that than most people would be okay with admitting. Right? But especially if you subscribe to a disembodied type of consciousness, like perspective. The kitty's screeching so cutely. He's doing the big screech. He's such a little fluff and puffster, full of woof and love. And not to worry, Schleifer. Now I have Link. I will probably do.
Who's your big boy?
Oh, and yeah, I didn't think they're being that glib. I actually think that, like, that frankly, if you take a holistic view of self, and you take the body working as a whole with your subconscious mind and your conscious mind together, alongside your nervous system and most everything else, then looking at consciousness as a phenomenon that can occur with where like the reason that certain experiences of disembodied spirit happen is because fundamentally it's just that it is modulated by the body, or even if you just want to take the approach that it's created by the body, right? And it's a gestalt phenomenon, right, that results from the interplay and connection of all these different things, just as Goffman's face theory would suggest. It's fine in any case. It no matter. Yeah. And that's your scientific opinion. I mean, it's a good scientific opinion that we are meat suits piloted by the bacteria in our intestines. It's very good. It's very funny. It's a 10 out of 10 opinion.
I had just come in to ask if you thought my ability to mimic guinea pig noises
Oh, it's very good.
turtle noises was better.
I don't know.
Unfortunately-
Throw them both at me real quick. Throw them both at the stream.
$5 donation if they want that. Because the unfortunate truth is, I can only imitate turtles having sex, but I can imitate guinea pigs in general.
That is also true, yeah.
And I'm not giving that
And
up
people
for
say,
free.
hello! And yes,
Hello.
Schleefu, believe it or not, turtles do make noises. It's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like I said, I would give you my imitation, but I can't give that away for free.
Fair, fair. Yeah, and I guess for me, these types of topics tire me out ever so tiny baby bit slightly, but would you say it's true, Ren, that, like, I don't seem to have, like, it's just, like, the intellectual thoughts give me power.
Yeah.
I just grow in squish power and eldritch might the more we discuss intellectual and academic topics.
It's like you're solar powered.
I am solar powered, except the solar energy is the academia power.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I had another, like,
not
way.
having the noises, which
Not
you
having the
say
noises,
is
yes.
better. I want it.
Let me mute real fast so I can just hear him real quick, so I can, yeah, I gotta check. They're both incredible. They're both fucking amazing. But I'm gonna go with the guinea pigs being better. The guinea pig noises are not only are they more versatile, they're more like the types of things that you could probably, like, if you threw your voice a little bit, you could probably convince people that there was a guinea pig nearby and make them, like, look around for it, which would be very funny, right? So, like, that's superb. So you got that one going for you, right?
The thing is,
Yeah.
I had a guinea pig as a child. I actually had two guinea pigs as a child, and I would converse with them in guinea pig. So that's how I learned to do this, and somehow I did not lose the skill.
I mean, it's a good skill. I mean, I can still, like, I can still whistle the Overture of 1812 at, like, 8 or 12 times, like, speed. This has no practical value in my life. But I practiced doing it as a kid, and I can still do it. Why? Why? Same reason guinea pig.
No, I had good reason. I wanted to communicate with my little buddies, and they couldn't understand me.
I actually did have a reason. I don't remember what it was, but I'm thinking about it, and I do remember now that the logic was not sound, and it was also stupid. Like, as in, like...
I was just a little 9-year-old. I just wanted to talk to my guinea pigs.
I was just a dumb 8th grader, 6th to 8th grader, who just wanted to be, like, cool, talented, and obviously... You know what? I caught a third of the things that fell. Thank you, Ron. I appreciate it.
I'll admit, I stood idly by.
That's so good. And good night, Meatball. Have good, nice dreams. And let's see. And good night, a Bob without a hat. Not to worry, since I'll probably be wrapping up here in just a short little squibbin'. So no need to worry. And let me see. And if your I read that as if your leg litches, but if your leg itches, is your behavior affected? Your skin is in bad condition. Does it affect your behavior? I mean, obviously, yeah. For sure.
That was all.
I mean, that's pretty good. I love it. do the skin organisms affect our behavior, though? And the control isn't that direct or immediate, but it is very strong control. For many cases, yes, I would say so. However, well, first, let's run a little 2-minute ad, because I've nearly come to gathered enough data to come to my conclusion about 1 versus 2-minute ads. And I look forward to sharing it with you next stream. But first, this ad must go to get rid of the evil pre-rolls. Is that Ash? He will. Or is it someone else? I will find out. And if Schlifu can still hear, they are powered. Oh, it is Schlifu, I see. Woo indeed. And just because I don't know the current state of the universe doesn't mean we don't know everything that exists now. Does so from our previous event, thus our thoughts are bound to them to mean true. True that. And microorganisms in our skins. That's good shit. And indeed, if your leg glitches, indeed, it's the true conundrum. Do your leg glitches, or do they, eat scritches? Who could say? And these are the true important questions, right? Right, because who could say what if the leg glitches or the good scritches? Nobody could know. Nobody will. A woo bait. A woo bait indeed. It's true. Oh, it's turtles that sound a little bit like humans when they're fucking. Yeah, you are correct. And Schlifu is powered by cartoons and comics containing cute gay peeps. That's very funny. So I initially imagined the peeps as in the food, and I wonder what a gay peep would look like. That's very funny, and I'm amused by this idea. It's a very silly idea. Goes to yeah, it's funny. Hey, glad you didn't get the ad. That's good shit. Good stuff. And sweet dreams of Bob without a hat. I hope it's good. I hope you have the nice good dreams. But yeah, and you would be surprised. Yeah, frankly, most of the time, I just feel deeply energized after good conversation, and frankly, I have always been this way. I am just. I am good conversation powered. Some people get. Some slimes are solar powered. Some slimes are conversation powered. Some slimes are radioactively powered. But I am also squish powered. I mean, what can I say? Other than that the squish power is mighty. But yeah, I do kind of wish I had separate currencies. We could have the squish power, and then I had this other idea for a funny currency. I'm not gonna do it any such thing, but it's a funny idea all the same. I think it was something like I said a few moments ago, but I've forgotten it already. I think it had something to do with yeah, it was academia power. That's right. So then basically you could redeem the academia power, or for something of that sort for the other bits and bobs. Yeah. God, that is silly, and I enjoy it. Okay. Yeah. 7 hours. I mean, I can't say I did that much this stream in the game, but you know. Yeah, it's fine. These things happen. It's just how it be. I had a real good time chit chat and stuff. And you're right. I still am. I still do think about that, right? Yeah, I would want to find a book that like hasn't been done, like that, you know, like, so like something that where there's actually a need for it, right? Something that's often used in like classes, so that somebody like me who like really very much would have benefited a lot from some kind of like, you know, audio book of some thingamabob. Yeah, you have an important question. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Sure, I'm a listening. So, if it were just on like what I would read, full stop, like there's a very real possibility I could read the that Ren and I might consider like, or maybe reading the Percy Jackson books. Very real possibility. We might read the Warrior Cat books. Very real possibility, however, if we were going to do the whole like setup for the LibriVox and whatnot, recording the audiobooks for that, I would probably want to do something. It would probably be one of John's. It might be one of John Steinbeck's works, but it could just as easily be something like Tess of the D'Urbervilles. I actually really like Tess of the D'Urbervilles as far as classic books go. Like, I have issues with it, but it's about like a girl boss with like who probably has autism, right? Who ends up like killing the guy who sexually assaults her. And yes, of course I do. I do voices in lots of things, yeah. But yeah, and she ends up killing the guy who sexually assaults her, and society retaliates and kills her as well. It's a sad story. However, the way it's written is very good. I haven't spoiled anything, because frankly, that book, it's hundreds of years old, actually. I think it's back from the 1800s. So I'm sorry if I spoiled it, a book that's from the 1800s. I'm not sorry. But like, Tess of the D'Urbervilles is written more like a play, and there's a lot of focus paid to the environmental descriptions, which I really appreciate in a lot of different respects. Like, it says a great deal about the person, about the culture that the book was written in, as well as the contemporary, what people viewed of the times, right? But it also speaks of a great many other things, whether it just be to the fact that the man may have an astigmatism, whether he has exceedingly good dark vision, which he does. I can tell based on the way he describes things in the dark and how well I see things in the dark, right? Which is part of what I really love and appreciate about the book. Not all of it at all, of course, just a bit, right? I mostly am just on Tess's side the entire way, right? And I'm like, yeah, you girl boss that guy. You fucking murder him. Like, you go. Like, because the bad guy deserved it. What can I say? She administered justice. And, of course, the central, crux of what makes it a tragedy as a book, right, is that, like, she administered true justice, and the justice system administered justice by killing her. It is poetry. It is art. It is peak. It is fan-fucking-tastic is what it is. Right? And it is and it was also in many respects, it's all a complex and multi-layered criticism of feudalism, of, like, industrialization, of serfdom, of the incredibly unfair ways that, like, the those left behind by the industrialization and those involved in the industrial, like, whatever the fuck it's called, with all the things industrializing and shit. That whole age, those are left behind, and those were part of it, and how it fucked over everybody except for extremely wealthy people. It's a great goddamn book. Well, that sounds awesome. And honestly, I'll be real, Shlifu. You should consider doing some type of reading of such a thing with your friend and putting it up on YouTube or some shit, right? Just a thing. Just think about it. You don't gotta do it or anything. Just something to consider, something to think about, because I love that sort of shit. And I don't know about in your country whether you're allowed to have the images of the comic book. Who could say? But yeah. What I can say is that type of thing is really fun, and it adds a lot of, like, life, love, and character into the whole thing. And that if it's legal to do, I would recommend doing it. Yeah. And, like, unlikely to get copyright struck, which I think it probably wouldn't. I would be genuinely shocked if it did. In which case, muchly big my bad. But I doubt that very much, realistically. But, because, most of the time it's like, well, these are quite nobodies. And it's just going to be a small number of people seeing the video in the first place, right? But I think the people who would see it would appreciate it quite a lot, type of thing. But, at the end of the day, it's also like, you don't really need to do it. Well, if you don't think you'd get sued, and honestly, if it's small enough, you could ask the guy if you could do the thing to get permission. And that would add not only an air of legitimacy, it would also add to, you would be able to advertise it, right? Could be a quote-unquote official, like, dramatic reading. Or an endorsed dramatic reading by the people. That type of thing. And it's something to think about. If that appeals to you. If it doesn't appeal to you, then don't worry about it. I'm never the type of person... if he's really cool and encourages fan art and stuff, then yeah. That sounds awesome. Like, if it's something that's up your alley, I highly recommend you do it, right? Because I'm not gonna tell y'all what it is, where it is, or anything, but I'm sure if you looked even a half hard and diligently, you would find it. So I did not scrub my presence from the internet or anything. I used to have a YouTube channel that's not my hamperchamp channel, and yeah, it's just like some goofy crap that my long time ago best friend and I made together as kids, and it was a lot of fun. And frankly, the process of creation of the thing and making it a non-stressful but, like, fun activity, it is a worthwhile endeavor in and of itself. If y'all can make it non-stressful and goofy and fun, you're all good. Because the thing is, the production quality doesn't have to be that high. Because most of the time these days, what people are looking for is what people, in my opinion, have been looking for most of human history. Art with some amount of spirit, right? They want something where it's clear that the people gave a shit, and it wasn't AI. Because with the advent of AI, in essence, I see, you're always told to be cautious. You never post anything. So, So notice that realistically, Shlifu, for one, I have no means of knowing who you are. Right? I don't, right? And if I don't, even with your voice, I don't have a means of knowing who you are. Simple. You're all good. Right? Like, you would have to be one hell of a fucking sleuth to be able to figure that sort of shit out, right? And if somebody's that determined, they're gonna find you anyway, right? So I can understand feeling the anxiety, and like if that's how you're feeling, that is what it is, and there's nothing to be done about that, right? However, you know, like I said, if it's something that you can feel passionate about, that you want to do it. But if you don't do it, right? Because just engaging in creative projects and sharing it with the world is a good thing. Yeah, and again, that's all I'm ever going to recommend you do, is you think about it, right? And that if you can manage it, to give it a go. And some of the time in life, it's important to learn from when you fail spectacularly. I have learned a great deal from my many spectacular failures. You really love the comic? Well, I mean, this is a good reason to think about it realistically, right? Because if you can add character and love into it, and like, if you can get permission to like show the panels in a YouTube video, right? Read it chapter by chapter, and like do a dramatic reading, like, okay, well, you know what? Yeah, I mean, if it's that, you love it that much, right? And like quadruply so if you can get like permission from the person who did the thing to have like the panels, you would be able to provide a visual audio overlap that is a lot easier for like a lot of people with just a lot of issues to absorb. Like myself, like I have a lot of issues actually like sitting down and reading a manga or anything. I don't know why. Or a comic book. I don't know what it is. I just do. It's not like I can't. It's not like the energy and the energy investment for me very high. But it's not that I won't do it or wouldn't do it. It's that I have to set aside quite a lot of energy to do the thing. However, watching a video like that, now that's a lower energy investment. Now let me tell you what. Yeah. And you would basically be making it so that more people could find the thing, because they could then, check it out via YouTube. And like, what's more is, if nothing else, you could always just, in addition to reading it, if you felt like just talking about what about it is thought-provoking, that's legit. But now that you have provided link, I will probably just give it a good old read. But yes, let's see. Who the heck was I gonna read? Right now, the person I'm considering is Argon Vane, who is excellent. They are a lot of fun. They're a very fun, silly Italian guy. And they're a good time in general. In fact, Argon Vane, and they're playing Metal Gear Solid 5. That's actually a game I've played quite a few times. Like 3 to 5 times all the way through. I think I've like done the equivalent like New Game Plusing with it several times. It's a real fucking good game. Holy shit, is it a good game. It is so goddamn difficult though, like in the highest difficulty. And I did beat it at the highest difficulty. But holy shit. Let me tell you. It was like 40 or 50 tries to deal with the final boss. Oh my god. Right? But I felt so incredibly accomplished after I did that shit, right? And I'm actually rather deeply proud to say that that's a game I beat on the highest difficulty. Because it was not simple at all. It was super fucking difficult. Yeah, it's a great one. It's a great game. Yeah, it's real fun. I love the hell out of it. Yeah. So I guess, yeah, in case y'all didn't know, I am actually super duper good at first and third person shooters. I am like uncannily good at them. I picked up Battlefield for the very first time, like like an ex's house, right? Like a Battlefield game, and because of my extensive experience in Call of Duty Modern Warfare and Modern Warfare 2, and like being very good at those games, I just like breezed through this like what she told me was like this encounter they've been struggling with for like 2 weeks. I'm just like, oh yeah, just I did the things. I shot the guys, stabbed them while because they came in while I was reloading and shit, right? And immediately got down the belly, right, all that shit. It's the standard stuff for your first person stuff that you can do to try to hide from the baddies. Throw out your grenade into the spot, trigger secondary explosions, jump up, go behind the thing, to prevent them from flanking you, right? All that kind of shit. Like, they're pretty predictable types of AIs. And then, you can just, outflank them, and then, you just shoot them in the head once with your sidearm, and then you're all good. That type of crap, right? And, like, the fact of the matter is, it's so much fun, man. I love it. It's great. I love that shit. And I live for the challenge of a good, like, first person, third person shooter. And that's part of what I still love about Fallout New Vegas. The death claws still kill me sometimes. Right? Because some of the time, you can get overwhelmed and shit, like, you don't manage your health right, they'll fucking murk ya. And, like, I love games that even, like, in fact, it's part of the appeal of Noita in a lot of respects. Because to me, it's like a 2D version of a lot of these first person, third person shooters, right? In many regards. Yeah. And it reminds me a lot of, like, the Halo games. But in particular, it also reminds me of the Call of Duty games. Call of Duty Modern Warfare, especially. Yeah. And, like, when I was going through the Hesi base and the New Game Plus loop here, I was like, yeah, oh god, in Nightmare mode, it's definitely gonna feel like you're in a freaking shooter, right? Like a cover shooter of some variety. Because, yeah, it's like very much, like, that's what's going on here. And it's fantastic, right? It's good stuff. Yeah. So much fun, that. Oh god, there's so many games I really do love quite a lot. Yeah. But yeah, that's right. I was gonna go /raid. Argon Vein. It's Argon Vein, all one word. VAIN. Yeah, Bombi.
I was gonna say, one of the things that I miss about old school or old style, like, girl groups is the credible rumors of them sleeping together. You don't get that anymore.
That's so funny.
Because I was just reminded of the fact the Spice Girls, there's like a pretty credible rumor that two of the Spice Girls had...
Oh god, and Shleefu just says, huh?
Yeah, like the Spice Girls. There's like a rumor, it's like Mel B, Scary Spice, and Ginger Spice. There's like a pretty big rumor that they like slept together, to the point where when Mel B was asked, did you two, sleep together like that? She did nod her head and go, yes. Problem is, I suppose you can't fully know if sleep together like that means have sex. But I feel like it means have sex.
It means have sex until it's disadvantageous to mean that.
Well, here's the thing. Mel B is, like, well known for... I think
Shleefu says good thing for them.
I think she's straight up a lesbian. I'm not positive. Which
right. I just meant that, like, it gives them plausible deniability, right?
Yeah. But I'm just saying she doesn't have a reason to deny it.
Oh, and I agree with you. But you know, sometimes like there are many situations where it's good to have plausible deniability, right?
Yeah, but you know, nowadays,
Yeah.
while it's true that you might get like rumors, you don't get plausible, like near indisputable rumors. You get like the same type of rumors you get with any group of people. Where they're like, but what if they were lovers?
True. God, that is very funny.
Now, if you want to get rumors of bandmates dating when they're the same sex, you have to go to like Thailand's boy bands. And then it's not rumors, it's just a thing. Because, like, mind you, the rumors for dating, for like two members dating each other in Thailand are, well, remember that one time they made out heavily? Whereas the rumors for like a lot
Those
of
kinds of rumors are now found in fan fiction, says Shlifu. Very fun.
But like, you know, for like most other you know, boy bands or girl groups, it's like, well, remember that time they lingered on each other slightly with their eyes only? But you know, it's like, and I can understand specifically because I will say, it was like that for Spice Girls when it was originally happening. But that was because it was like the early aughts and you couldn't be a lesbian safely. Ask the Veronicas. That one is a reference that if someone is from Australia in chat, they might understand immediately. I'm not sure anyone else will.
I don't think anyone here is from Australia. That I know of, anyway.
The Veronicas were, they had a one-hit wonder in the U.S.
Oh, I see.
They were a pair of sisters, twin sisters, I believe. Though maybe just regular sisters. And at least one of them is very deeply lesbian. Like, had a, very toxic, relationship with Ruby Rose. And Ruby Rose is like one of the famous lesbians.
Oh, wait a minute. I played Metal Gear Solid 4, not 5. Shit. As much as I love Argon Vein, I'd rather raid Zero Damage because it's yeah, if you'd like the cranberries you're allergic to, sure.
Yes.
Like, I love Argon Vein, but you know, I'm gonna just raid Zero Damage because he you know, Zero Damage member of the community. Not 00. 0. Damage.
007.
007 indeed, yes. Zero Damage. Yes, indeed. Here we are. But alrighty. This has been a good stream. I had a great time. And I'll look forward to next time. And I hope you all have a lovely day. And most likely, if I stream tomorrow, it will be RimWorld, maybe. Unsure. Have not yet decided. Maybe. Absolutely. And I hope you have a lovely day. Great evening, sweet dreams, and much appreciated, Dream Hunter. And I'm dropping you off at fellow community members, Stream Zero Damage. He's a nice feller, and we'll probably be doing some, and see you later, Asuna Dyer. And Dream Hunter and everybody. And soon we'll probably be doing a collaboration with Zero Damage, and that'll be cool. Yeah. We'll probably be chit-chatting about philosophy and shit. And it'll be great. And we'll probably do the joint chats thing, so that'll be fun. That'll be cool. It'll be a great time. We'll be trying something new, making new friends. It'll be kick-ass. But yeah, I'm gonna hit the little braid button.
That's nice, Steven.
Isn't it nice? It'll be lovely. It'll be fun. It'll be a good time. Indeed. Indeed, or indeed. Indeed. Depends on who's saying it. No. Yippee indeed, you're right. You're right, I agree. This is true. Alrighty. I shall see you all next time. Toodaloo. Let's see, is this working right? It do work. It do work. And stop streaming.